State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603.
Murder trial involving defendant Sarah Boone. She's accused of second-degree murder after she zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase and left him there to suffocate and die, according to police, back in 2020.
She says she was playing a game. That video does not sound like any game I've ever heard anyone play.
It's really a bizarre case, a lot of strange circumstances, but it's for real.
She's the one who talked to the police officers. Again, you have the right to remain silent.
The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep when...
You fell asleep?
This segment's brought to you by Don't Talk to the Police.
In her mind, that explanation was sufficient. She's practiced that. That was something that she looked over and say, I'm gonna just say this and they're gonna understand me. It's bad.
In this case, the suitcase is the alleged murder weapon.
Her previous attorney had enough of his client and asked the judge to remove him from the case.
This is bad. This is bad. So it's so bad that any attorney trying to tell her how bad it is, she's not going to listen.
They're going to think I killed him.
First of all, no one asked her that question. She's being interviewed, she's kind of frantic, and then she just blurts it out. It's interesting subconsciously what is on her mind.
Boone says he dropped the ball and has not been representing her fairly.
Everything that she did afterwards, and what the hard part is, it's her own doing. It's bad.
Boone also expressed concern about investigators releasing shocking video found on her cell phone where she taunts her boyfriend after zipping him into a suitcase.
Well, now, 4 years later, Boone is impatiently awaiting her trial and maintaining her innocence.
In her mind, that explanation was sufficient. She's practiced that. That was something that she looked over and say, I'm gonna just say this and they're gonna understand me. It's bad. She's the one who made the video. She's the one who did it. So it's all on her. So the case is lost because of her own actions.
This is someone who, as a criminal defendant, is not smart.
Sarah Boone is on her 6th attorney.
Help me understand, please. How can court TV, different news channels, and even professional YouTubers attend my pre-trial conference and I cannot?
Why don't we go ahead and address Sarah Boone, since I think some people would prefer that case get called next.
Accused killer Sarah Boone is fed up with her lawyer again.
There's nowhere I am not known.
Apparently from the correspondence that I get from the world, South Korea was the last place that I received correspondence.
Banquets, I want to make sure that you've been out to see Miss Boone, and if there are any issues coming out of that, I want to address that sooner rather than later.
I thought I had covered all the worst ways to die. Well, I can't imagine what these jurors are going to think of that woman who did not assist him in getting out of that suitcase when he said he couldn't breathe. This is hard to watch.
Probably had 5 attorneys tell her that she doesn't have a winnable case. Now they're searching for a domestic violence expert and they can't find one because nobody wants to be associated with her, and that she has to wait until they can find an expert that is willing to take her case. She's not satisfied with that. She's going to complain to the judge. She is high maintenance and certainly believes that she deserves something that other clients do not.
In another series of handwritten letters sent from jail, Boone calls out her defense attorney, arguing she hasn't heard from him in months as her case inches closer to trial.
Mr. Banquets' motion to withdraw.
I don't care how good of an attorney you are, it's really bad.
She's gone through a carousel of attorneys.
Boone has been through lawyer after lawyer. She's currently on her 7th.
Boone sent multiple handwritten letters to her court-appointed defense attorney, Frank Bankowitz.
Mr. Banquets, I'll start with you. Tell me why you're moving to withdraw.
Judge, the letters that have been coming to Your Honor, the derogatory berating of my services in this case, I can't effectively represent her. She doesn't trust me. She calls me a a dud, I think, a buffoon.
I mean, you're the problem, certainly not the defense lawyers.
Sarah Boone ought to just ask for Darrell Brooks to represent her.
Jailhouse lawyers are a lot smarter than us that went to law school, so I'm sure a jailhouse lawyer can tell you exactly what you're missing. You know?
Isn't that the truth?
No one should have to endure that type of derogatory comments and expect to effectively represent someone, especially in a murder case.
He's saying what we're all thinking.
I'm going to be completely honest with you and say something I've never said in hundreds of TV appearances. I swear to you, I hoped you canceled me so I wouldn't have to relive what that guy went through in a suitcase.
If I understand correctly, you have now decided that you think it would be best, in fact, if Mr. Bankiewicz was allowed to withdraw. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the part that really will be devastating in front of a jury is when she says, that's what you get when you're cheating on me.
Just over a month later, after Bankiewicz tried to withdraw as her attorney, she wrote to him again.
You must understand how insignificant I have been made to feel.
I don't think she said anything that's going to help her. I mean, you know, she's saying the words, but the body language and everything else is not helping her. This is why our clients shouldn't be speaking to anyone. They should say, I want an attorney.
And you understand, by him withdrawing, I have to appoint another attorney. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Which means I'm going to have to reset your case for a later date. Do you understand that?
Right? So
not a good set of facts. And worse, that she lied to law enforcement initially, tried to paint some type of picture, but for those 2 videos on her phone, I mean, delete, she might have committed the perfect crime.
And once Mr. Bankiewicz is out, he's out. He can't argue the motion. So do you understand that?
I fully understand.
During this relationship between George and Sarah, the family just disapproved of it. They disapproved of Sarah.
I'm going to grant Mr. Bankiewicz's motion to withdraw. I'm going to appoint, let me find my list, Attorney Winston Hobson.
To go to trial in second-degree murder, she's getting potentially life.
Now, Ms. Boone, we had this conversation once in the past. But one thing I want to caution you about, if this becomes a problem on another court-appointed attorney, I'm going to look more closely at what the alleged disputes are. You have a right to a court-appointed lawyer. There are certain decisions a defendant gets to make. There are many decisions in a case that a lawyer gets to make. And while you certainly have a right to consult with your lawyer and discuss with your lawyer, they don't automatically just do whatever you say. They use their professional judgment and experience and look at the evidence, look at the law, and do the best they can. Also, you've got court-appointed counsel. As I've explained to you before, court-appointed counsel rarely have the luxury of representing one person and only having one case to focus on. I have concerns that your expectations of what any court-appointed counsel might do as far as spending time with you and the depth and degree of communication may be unrealistic expectations. You always have the right to retain a lawyer to represent you, and then that's between you and that lawyer. You can demand whatever expectations that you have as part of that agreement. But when it's a court-appointed lawyer, you have to accept and understand that they have other cases, other courtrooms, other responsibilities. I don't need a response from you. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that and were thinking about that as we proceeded forward. Ms. Boone will be returned to the Orange County Jail pending disposition of her case. All right.
I'm not able to say anything.
That's his information.
Okay, so we're on lawyer number 8. God bless this woman, Patricia Cashman.
I've been here for 4 years and I'm tired of being here and I'm tired of going through all of these attorneys, which are not my fault.
Seemingly all of your relationships with counsel have deteriorated.
But when 100 days have passed and I haven't heard or said or done anything other than to try to figure out where you are because your phone doesn't work, I'm not a bad person because of that. It's not my fault. I'm not a bad person because of that.
Some of the things that she thinks are important from a lawyer perspective, perhaps I don't attach the same importance to.
Boone has now gone through at least 8 different lawyers.
Usually, from my experience, when you have this many delays, there's something going on with the defendant.
I told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they...
She has asked me repeatedly for a copy of some medical records. Based on the discovery I got from the previous attorneys, one of the copies of those medical records had her handwritten notes. So she had a copy given to her previously. She'd reviewed them with previous attorneys. I sent her a new copy.
She's currently on lawyer number 8.
Sarah Boone has been through 8 lawyers in 4 years. A snotty attitude. That's how the woman accused of zipping her boyfriend up in a suitcase and leaving him to die described her newest lawyer today.
But she has a different complaint about 8 different lawyers. It seems like the problem is probably with the client, not with the lawyer when you get to number 8.
I know the court's in a difficult position, but at this point, we're at that impasse of, if she walks out of every conference that I have with her, I'm not sure what that says about the attorney-client relationship.
I don't understand what it is that she has against me.
I've handled enough cases to know that Sarah Boone is the common denominator.
Anyone want the case?
No. No one wants it.
Hard pass. She wants the attorney to be nicer to her. She wants her to have a more loving demeanor when she talks with her.
I have told her from day one that her snotty attitude was inappropriate, and I try very hard to bear with her and her attitude.
Julie, Tom and I are laughing, and we can laugh because we're not the attorneys in that courtroom.
The problem is you have a defendant who the only thing that she's waiting for you to say is how to get out of prison. That's it. You have to make, she is just waiting for she is waiting for an answer to get out. So any attorney who cannot tell her how to get out, she is going to fire.
Guess what, my friends? The White Dragon is in court this morning in Florida. There's a status check on her case because, surprise, surprise, she can't get along with her 8th lawyer.
Accused killer Sarah Boone, making it clear at her June court hearing she does not like her attorney.
Ma'am, you said there was something else that you had other than a 58-page submittal or letter. What other information is it that you're seeking to have me take a look at?
It's things I've been working on in the meantime. It's things that she likes to tell me is not necessary, but I know for a fact it is necessary.
And today in court, Boone laid out all her issues with this lawyer, even writing a 58-page letter to the judge.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely a difficult client, Vinny, and I don't think she is in any way, shape, or form getting the short end of the stick.
And I have taken it upon myself to explain it to myself because she refuses to do so.
As you said, Tommy, she's effectively, in her behavior, denying herself counsel.
This isn't like a normal person complaining about a lawyer. This is a really extreme set of circumstances. But at some point, a judge is going to try that case, lawyer or not.
I've spent probably 20 hours, a little bit more, a little bit less, with Miss Boone. She has lots of lists.
That attorney was so close to getting let off the case.
I was thinking that public defender was that close to having a pleasant summer. And now it looks like she's still shackled to this defendant. I thought she was going to say, well, Judge, I've got a trial every week for the next 6 years. I'm not going to be able to do it.
But at some point, the trial judge has to say, enough is enough.
I have taken collect phone calls from her that are at my expense because I think it's important for clients to have access.
She's obviously coming up with some type of defense or some type of trial strategy that her lawyers believe to be either against her interests, not in her best interests, or just a flat-out fraud on the court. In other words, something that's completely false.
I have
Hang on, please. No one's interrupted you this morning, Ms. Boone.
When I tried to update her with regard to the depositions that I took recently, she opted to exit the jail conference.
She's making, meaning the defendant, she's really making a mockery of the system.
When I tried to review some things with regard to discovery, she walked out.
Defense attorney turnover rate has been high for Boone.
You have these criminal defendants that, are narcissistic. They think that they're the victim, even though they've engaged in these horrific crimes.
What she's hearing is probably things that she doesn't want to hear. So she wants to keep interacting with her lawyer and thought that, something will change, right?
8 is enough. The woman accused of killing her boyfriend by zipping him up in a suitcase will have to represent herself at trial.
In an order from the judge, Boone was waived by her conduct her right to counsel.
All right, show of hands. Who wants to take Sarah Boone's case? Who wants her as a client?
Defend the case pro se, which you can do if you are fundamentally unable to get along with any lawyer.
Sarah Boone likes to write letters to the judges.
My case has turned into an unnecessary witch hunt, and later asks, quote, "What's your cut?"
She's written multiple letters to Bankowitz and to the judge in her case.
My truth needs to be heard, and it is my right.
Boone goes on to write, quote, "I wonder what platform of popularity I will be featured on next, and how much wasted time, effort, and thought will be put into mutating and grossly exaggerating my case information, racketeered to the World Wide Web."
That she said, my fans? Did she say she has fans?
I have you and God, Judge Wooten.
Facing all of her frustrations.
I am not apologetic in any way for being an observant, hardworking, above average, non-stereotypical inmate.
Did she just say she has fans?
Boone sent another letter to the judge on December 5th of the same year. In it, she alleged that she had only spent a total of 2 hours with her attorney in about 5 months.
Where's my attorney?
I can only imagine, sadly, how others not as outspoken as myself have been and are being mistreated, overlooked, and dehumanized.
This woman actually is saying she has fans.
Judge, I've obviously not seen the letter.
In exchange for, and she writes 3 money symbols. What is your cut, Your Honor?
Attorneys, they're not required to tell you exactly what happened because of attorney-client privilege, but when they use words like irreconcilable differences due to ethical considerations, which were the words that were cited in the last motion to withdraw, that's sort of a judge read between the lines type thing. She wants me to do something that I can't do under the rules of professional responsibility.
I would rather be called a narcissist, pain in the explicative, arrogant, strange, or whatever else anyone wants to waste their time to think of. Just don't call me a murderer, which I am not. She ends that portion of the letter saying, "Shout out to my supporters," with a heart drawn next to it.
Having read the original letter, I did not believe there was any additional action that I needed to take, which is why I didn't take any action on that letter.
It's funny how the only piece of correspondence via mail I've actually received from Bankowitz is his motion to withdraw as counsel.
Boone's pleading and questions continue in her next 2 letters.
I am still waiting patiently and respectfully 6,480 hours later. 6 attorneys later, almost 3.5 years.
Continuing, the best possible avenue is to have the defendant represent herself, as no attorney can satisfy her.
And they do not feel comfortable going forward representing this woman, knowing that that's the route she wants to take.
What they have to show here in Florida is that she had a depraved heart. So it wasn't intentional, but it was reckless. It was a reckless disregard of human life or property. In other words, she didn't know for sure he was going to die, but she didn't really care, is what they're going to argue.
Help prosecutors? Does it help the defense? Does it tell this jury anything if, in fact, she's under the influence at the time all this is happening?
I think it helps the defense. It helped me as I'm analyzing the case, thinking that she's not a complete monster, that at least the alcohol helped explain, at least mitigate, why she would ignore his passionate cries that he couldn't breathe, and also what might explain why she ultimately fell asleep and didn't rectify this. If you go to trial on second-degree murder, she's getting potentially life.
Her defense is going to be that she was a victim of abuse, that their relationship was one that was abusive on both sides, involved a lot of cruelty and other types of games like putting people in suitcases. And she may even go as far as to assert a battered woman syndrome type defense. I don't think it's going to be successful, but that's what I see in the future.
This is really an indefensible case. Criminal defendants lie all the time, but video doesn't lie. So Sarah Boone is
So Sarah Boone then created an advertisement. Remember this? She advertised for an attorney to help her, and it appears it worked. Because on Friday, attorney James Owens filed his notice of appearance and then immediately filed a motion asking for a continuance. In the motion, he noted that he was drawn to the case after, get this, seeing her advertisement from watching court TV. How about that? Now, in an interview with us, Owens says, quote, she hired me. She retained me. It's a little different because it wasn't someone who was handed to her. She picked me. I plan on seeing it through, and I'm determined to help her see it through.
You know, she's apparently going to put on a defense based on some abuse by the decedent towards her. She wants to argue some version of a battered spouse defense. That may be problematic for the prosecution if they can build up sympathy for her, if the defense can do that and give the jury some reason not to want to punish her. That would be the prosecution's biggest concern.
I don't see how any attorney can defend this case. I thought Boone would be the next pro se defendant here on court TV, but apparently she found some poor lawyer that's going to take this case and throw up a Hail Mary, and we'll see if there's any chance of her maybe picking off one or two jurors here.
This, he talks about meeting Sarah Boone 4 times at the Orange County Jail already. And he says during the meetings, they discussed exculpatory evidence on her phone, which they hope will potentially corroborate her battered spouse syndrome defense.
I absolutely think she's going to testify. I think that's the other problem. I think that her lawyers can't get her not to testify. And ultimately, that's the defendant's right. So what I predict is going to happen is a lawyer cannot suborn perjury, knowingly put forth perjury to the court. So these lawyers obviously are having differences of opinion as to whether she can testify. They don't want her to testify, if I had to guess. I imagine they will sort of submit her testimony to the court without asking any questions in the form of a narrative, which is the only way that a lawyer legally, under the rules of professional responsibility, can offer testimony or allow their client to offer testimony without being a part of it, knowing it to be false.
Now, when it comes time to trial, she would like for us to have some makeup for her and somebody to fix her hair in a way that's presentable to the jury that she would like to be presented. Do I need to file a motion on that, or?
I think you're going to have to.
Okay.
The relationship is very volatile. It's very toxic. She's been beaten by him. She's been strangled by him, and this is what the result was.
She can't use that. You know, if I was going in there talking to Sarah, I'd say, listen, the evidence is all on this tape. It's all in this 2 minutes. You're gonna get convicted. The jury is gonna loathe you. You can certainly go up on the stand and say, hey, I was a victim of all this domestic abuse. They're not gonna believe you because they saw you laughing and taking delight in this man's death. They are gonna be tone deaf to whatever you're saying, and you're gonna be convicted in an hour or less, and you're gonna spend the rest of your life in prison.
Good morning, everyone. How are we? My little early birds. Welcome in, you guys. Yeah, I put that together. Many clips. I thought kind of summed up the 4.5 years that we've been waiting for this trial to begin. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope it wasn't too long. Let me check in the chat. Now it's now 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in Florida. The hearing will not start until 9 a.m. I wanted to get here early because if they open up, if they do anything, I want to be there for it. And I know you guys too. So here we are. I'd rather be early than late, right? All right. I've been putting together a couple of things, and I know everybody's talking about this latest motion because we haven't done the docket dive this weekend. I didn't do a whole lot this weekend because I was putting together things for us to talk about while we were here on stream. Well, hello, Miss Sam. Welcome in.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Are you okay over there in Florida?
Yeah, I'm tired. I didn't sleep much.
I bet. Were you listening to the forecast all night?
Wait for the hurricane advisories to update every couple of hours, and trying to figure out what in the world to do.
All right. Do you want to fill everybody in on what's going on in Florida and why we may end up, after all, having a little bit of a delay with this trial?
Yeah. Hi guys. Hi Mark. Hi Bama. Hi everybody. So you guys know that recently there was a hurricane that came through Florida and then did some horrific damage in Tennessee and North Carolina. We are now sitting in what they are calling the storm to end all storms for Tampa Bay. And we're getting a forecast of a category 3, probably up to a category 4 direct hit into the central Gulf Coast of Florida, which means if you're not used to Florida is shaped, they call it a pan, right? So the peninsula, Miami's all the way over on the East Coast, and over here on the west coast of Florida, we have Fort Myers, Naples, Sarasota, Tampa. I can't even think what's north. And also located in central Florida is Orlando in Orange County. Now, Orlando is not subject to storm surge, but it doesn't stop the hurricane force winds. And the ground here in Florida is extremely saturated, which means that floodwaters will rise very, very rapidly. And so many people are already displaced from the last couple of storms. It's kind of a toss-up on do you stay or do you go, because you risk running out of gas, getting caught on the highway. The place you're going could end up getting hit just as badly as where you are now. But Helene basically wiped out a good portion of the barrier island in Pinellas County, which is where our beaches are. And those poor people, I don't even know. I mean, there's still debris piled up as high as buildings with furniture and stuff. So if the trial gets delayed, you guys, it is not because of Sarah is special. It's because there are hundreds of thousands of people sitting in the path of this storm.
Yeah. And even though Orlando sits in the middle, it's still only 100 miles across.
Yep, it is. It's
So
not very far at all.
There was one storm that came in through. Was it Charlie that came in through and really messed up Orlando?
No, it was later than Charlie. I don't know. It was somewhere in the middle there. Orlando lost power for a long time, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was after Charlie, though.
So, I mean, there's a total possibility that they're going to end up closing the court down. Maybe not today, because I think they would have already put that up on the thing. I think the court is open today. I think they're going to close it down tomorrow. So, kind of trying to feel through what's going to happen with this trial. We were supposed to start jury selection today. We're hoping they're going to go ahead and start that. And then tomorrow they'll probably close out and see what happens with the storm. And if the storm doesn't do, if everything comes through, everything's fine, then we're looking at what, Thursday or Friday of reopening. Does that sound about right? I haven't looked at the storm's path or the time they're paying.
So they're saying landfall will be late Wednesday. And like you said, Carrie, the state's not very wide. And right now, if you go on and look at this cone of uncertainty, it's basically almost all of the peninsula of Florida. The scary pieces are this potential for storm surge, which, is catastrophic flooding, essentially.
Yeah.
So they're saying late Wednesday, and it should be gone by Thursday morning. But we don't know what that leaves.
Exactly.
You have no idea what that leaves behind, which is, which just makes it difficult. Like if you're in an okay position, do you just stay where you are? For example, do I stay where I am, or do I try to go somewhere else? I don't know that it's any better than where I am now.
So are you still trying to figure that out? Sam and I were texting last night discussing that.
I'm gonna come to Alabama.
I told her she'd come stay with me.
Come up to Alabama.
Don't knock it till you tried it.
I'm not. I'm considering relocating. Any suggestions are welcome.
Well, it depends on if you're a city girl or a country girl.
I grew up in the country, but I prefer the city.
I just have to acknowledge this nice super chat we've got here from Lizalette. Oh gosh, Nilsson. Can I just call you Nilsson? Lizzle. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. I'm horrible with pronunciations. You heard there was a screaming match at the jail between Sarah and Owens this past Saturday? You sure it was this past Saturday? I don't know where everybody gets all these insider things on what happens at the jail because, Sam, the jail's pretty locked down, isn't it?
Yeah, that jail in particular, it ranks up there. Oh, Lizolette Nielsen. Thank you for your super chat. That was very nice. So yeah, that jail in particular is pretty locked down. But they can't stop her attorney from seeing her. I don't know where everybody else is getting their information, maybe from employees inside the jail.
It could be. Somebody has somebody in there. But no, I don't know anything about it. And I haven't been kind of keeping up with the jail drama.
Yeah.
I've been trying to keep up with what's going to happen to a trial and everything.
I'm trying to keep up with the weather drama. I did see the motion you asked me about.
Oh, let me pull that up really quick. I've got that open. Let's view that.
Laura from England, where it's sunny, finds it so hard to get her head around trials being delayed due to weather. Yeah, until you experience a hurricane, there's not a whole lot of ways for me to explain it to you. It's not fun.
And you know what? Here's the thing too, and you got to understand this part of it. When it comes to hurricanes, if just in case nobody's ever been through one or anything, literally, you guys, you could be sitting here waiting and it could change the last minute. And there's been times where they said, oh, it's not going to be anything. And when you live in the hurricane, when you live in Hurricane Alley, you get used to it and you don't listen to all the media drama until you get about 2 days out. If it's big time drama like it is right now, then you start taking it more seriously. But you know, if this Cat 1, there'd be a lot of people going, it's just going to be a storm. But at the same time, there's been storms that have come through. I remember Tropical Storm Gabrielle came through, I think it was Bradenton, Sarasota area, and that did a lot of damage. And it was just a tropical storm. So you never know what it's going to do. And it's not just the fact that, oh my gosh, you know, they're hyping it up or anything. If you lose power, if the court loses power, there's no trial. And and right now, especially, I know, didn't they just say Florida sent a bunch of power?
Yeah, so
resources up north right now, aren't they?
So prior to a hurricane making landfall, power line trucks will stage outside the primary area that they feel like is going to be hit, and then they're able to move immediately, right? Like, so after Charlie, the trucks just poured into Fort Myers where I lived at the time. So we sent a whole bunch of our resources up to North Carolina. I mean, their devastation was just absolutely horrible. So resources are spread really thin, you know?
Yeah.
We've been in a state of emergency already since I think Saturday. But yeah, it's like people really don't understand. And as someone who came from the north down here, they said to me when I got here 20 years ago, oh no, hurricanes don't hit the Gulf Coast of Florida.
Is Mel in the chat?
8 months later, say hello, Charlie, that just took out the live oak in front of my house.
I think Mel is probably, she might be in the chat. I haven't looked at the live chat yet, but Mel is, she just got her power back a couple of days. Like it took her, what she say, 3 to 4 days without power after this last storm went through. Thank you, Kelly Knowles, for becoming a member. Thank you. Oh, let's see. We also have Seagate 1. Thank you for becoming a member, Seagate 1. Ashley Kane says, "Thank you, ladies, for this. Stay safe, Sam." Oh, thank you. That's sweet of you.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right.
that.
Let's talk about this motion in limine. So basically, what did I tell you guys? I said he's not done with this interrogation. He's not done with it. I knew he was going to come back and try to get portions redacted, and I guess that's what's going on here. Have you looked at it, Sam?
Yeah, I did. I didn't see your email last night, but I did see. I think maybe at 3:00 in the morning I saw this. So what we've got is a motion in limine, which I've been talking about. We were going to see motions in limine coming. It's standard. It's also standard to come pretty close to trial. He's just trying to eliminate. He's trying to eliminate some of the information out of this interview that we know is coming in.
You know what? What I find interesting about what these redacted portions are, these to me, because I just went through the interrogation once again because I'm doing some clips of it. This particular piece is when he had what's her name left the room.
That's true.
So it's just this piece where he's talking about the neighbors and how the neighbors all talk about her being drunk, and she's going on and about the neighbors, and then what's her name comes back in the room, because at the scene of when the cops were coming in, I guess there was a couple of people that wouldn't let her use the bathroom, and they, she went over to their house, they can use her restroom, and they were like no, and so he was bringing that up, saying, all your neighbors think you're a drunk. So then Copsel comes back in the room, and he's like, he just explained to her, no, that's what we were just talking about. Then later in the interview, when Copsel leaves out of the interview room again to go get the Rosenberg or Rosen, whatever her name is, the CSI lady, he says it's the part where it's really quiet, and her and Lowen are sitting there, and she's like, I don't think you'll understand what I'm going through. It basically says, he's like, well, he's dead as a result of your actions, and she's like, are you trying to make me feel worse? But it's kind of that time period where they did this, and it says, she goes, wait, Detective CK Copsel said that. She goes, oh wait, this was when Copsel was in there. Okay, my bad. Well, he's dead as a result of your actions. And she twice, it looks like, and Sarah says, I understand that. And then Lowen says, I have one last question. You do realize you're the person that killed him, right? And Sarah says, I thought about that. And then you hear Lowen say, well, intention or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentional, that absolves you from everything.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that part where she was okay. I jumped the gun a little bit there. So it's not a huge portion of it. I don't know if it's going to make any difference, to be honest with you.
No, it probably won't. Let's face it, the cell phone videos are damning. You can't get away from that. Thank you for your super chat, Janice. The screaming match was noted on her jail behalf or log. Another YouTube channel had the log sheet. So maybe it was from a different day. Fixing my typing error. Here, she's got another one. I'm afraid to click on anything, Carrie, because I'm you and not me. The screaming match was, this is from Janice. Another super chat, thank you again. The screaming match was on her inmate behavior log for the 5th.
The 5th.
7th, yeah.
Thank you for your super chat, Janice. For the 5th, which was Saturday, like she said. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Don't know. I'm sorry, y'all.
Either.
Don't know. I don't have the jail insider drama.
Well, so listen, my stepmother lives down here in the central Gulf portion of Florida. She texted me on Saturday, and she said, is this trial going to be delayed? I'm mad about the storm. I'm not mad that I have to leave. I'm mad about the trial getting delayed. Like, okay.
You know what's funny about that is that, well, didn't you say she wasn't really watching or into it until?
No, she wasn't. I sent her, I originally sent her the interview we did, And then you had created a playlist, so I like texted it to my parents and stuff, and she started paying attention. So she's like, "What have you done to me? Now I'm hooked." She had to have emergency hip surgery yesterday, so.
Oh, she's stuck at home. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're listening, Susie, I hope you're feeling better.
Hey, girl. Hey. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better. So you guys, once we do get going here, this is a long-awaited justice for Jorge Torrez Jr. and his family. I mean, literally 16 continuances, 4 years, 7 months later. Can you imagine if you were one of the family members and having to deal with that?
No.
I have. Oh, Mark, thank you so much for your memberships gifted. You're so kind, my friend. I appreciate you.
Northwest said, P.I.C. I'm worried you are tired. I am. Please take care of yourself. Thank you. I'm trying. Your safety more important than us. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Doing this, though, is better than stressing here, without anybody to talk to about it.
Yeah. Thank you, Laria. Margaret, thanks for a great channel. Carrie and Sam, be safe.
We got a new channel member, Chaucer Nerd. Is that what this is? Chaucer Nerd is a new member.
Yeah, I'm getting there. John Sanchez says it was a super sticker, which lovely old what StreamYard doesn't always pop those up. Thank you, John. Appreciate your super chat. Chaucer.
I think it's Chaucer Nerd. Chaucer.
Well, thank you for becoming a member. Oh, John did it again. Okay, he says they want to throw it out because Sarah tells them that Eli is over here illegally. Oh, good. I got you. Good point. Yeah, I'm literally I'm doing a thing for you guys, and I don't know when it's going to be finished, but I'm breaking down her little pieces from her interrogation and doing a Sarah contradiction piece. But it's funny how she just, like, everybody gets thrown under the bus when it comes to Sarah saving her own butt. You're absolutely right, though. But that piece is kind of like she goes from trying to defend herself and then, by the way, he's down here illegally. I mean, I'm not trying to get him in trouble or anything.
Right, exactly. It's like that's going to deflect from the dead man in your apartment, Sarah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And Christy, thank you for becoming a new member. That's awesome, you guys. Thank you, and welcome aboard to the memberships for whoever Mark gifted memberships to. All right. What do I want to talk about next? I've got a list here of things I wanted to talk to you guys about.
Totally, Terry just said it escaped me. Will you show jury selection? We will show jury selection if it is aired. Court is not scheduled to start right now until 9 o'clock Eastern time to 8:25. We don't know whether or not it'll be broadcast or not.
Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting for them to come up. We're early. Let's see. Oh my God, there's like 322 messages in here. I do want to show you guys something here I've got. There's the one of the, what's her name? I don't want to do anything too big. I'm trying to find something that's small because I don't want to start anything too big right now. Julie Harper.
People are asking if I've ever seen a jury selection broadcast. I have not, so I don't know the answer. You're saying yes. Has Florida done? I think it's up to the judge. Do you think?
Yeah. I'm sure it's up to the judge whether or not media is allowed in there. And let me show you guys something really quick. I did want to play this morning as we're waiting for jury selection to begin.
Is defendant present at jury selection? Absolutely.
What people know about this case. So my intention is to run 50 people in the morning. So I'm just letting y'all full disclosure here, what my thoughts are. 50 people in the morning, get rid of language, get rid of cause. And if those persons who don't know anything about this case, I'm going to ask them to come back either Tuesday or Wednesday. And then we're going to run another 50 at 1:30. Get rid of our cause challenges, those who can't be here for 2 weeks, those who've just recently given birth, all the statutory cause reasons that they can't be here. I'm going to ask them to come back. And if we've got 40 people, 50 people at the end of Monday, we'll start Tuesday and we'll start whittling it down. And I can turn over when I'm done with my colloquy, my voir dire is about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then I'll turn it over to the state and I'll turn it over to you and we can whittle it down from there. But if it takes us more time to get a sufficient panel because of the amount of time and other causes or preconceived notions about this case that can't be set aside, we may not be picking a final jury until Wednesday in this case. I'm just telling you what I've been working with jury services, that I've got 50 people teed up for 9 a.m. I got 50 people teed up for 1:30. And that will continue throughout the week. It's easier for me to say, we don't need you, go home, you don't need to show up for jury service, than it is, I need bodies and we don't have them. Now, if we're able to get a jury in one day, fabulous.
I love him. God love him. Now, Sam, you've been to this Orlando courthouse. Well, no, you've been to jail. You've been to the Orlando jail.
I have.
Okay, so you've been with the defendants.
Yes.
Well, do you want to tell everybody a little bit about what you do and how you've been with the defendants when it comes to what goes on in the mornings when they're getting ready to go to jail? So everybody kind of has an idea of what's going on behind the scenes right now. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go refill my coffee.
Okay. So I work on the defense team. But I'm in a different county than Sarah is currently. Our people usually change when they get to the court, not at the jail. They're waking up very early and transported to the court. And they change there. We bring the clothes in. Normally, on jury selection, all the jurors who have been called are brought into like a central hall and then sort of dispersed out across the courthouse. And like Judge Kranick just said, he'll bring in 50 people and they're going to start striking them. But what they'll do is they'll turn the tables around that normally are looking at the judge and they'll turn them to face the gallery. And then there will also be, well, at least in my county, we get like a big drawing. Basically, it's a big layout of how many people are going to be in the jury selection. And we get jury questionnaires before anyone's brought up. So we can start filling out these charts. And then when they do the judge will ask questions and then the attorneys ask questions, we can make little notes in the boxes. And it's not so much that we select a jury, is that you, how do I say this? It's not like you get to pick. It's like you're fighting to keep jurors in. So a lot of it is one side is trying to get rid of jurors that would be good for the other side, and you end up with some sort of mess in between. So this should be really interesting, in my opinion. Let me see.
Emily H. HR Dragon Lady is visiting from corporate today, and we've been reminded to focus on work during, but I'm going to have to, my ears all day. She can fight me. Girl, don't get fired. That's funny. Don't get fired, Emily. My goodness gracious. HR Dragon. I have a tour of the courthouse that we did.
Yeah. So jury selection today, they may argue these, if there's any other 12 jurors in the trial, they may argue any other little motions that they have. And I guess we'll tell you guys that I went to law school, so I actually have a lawyer's education. I'm just not a licensed attorney. I'm a licensed investigator, which is why I have a little more knowledge than I guess an average investigator would. Yeah,
Or can I call you a non-practicing attorney?
Yeah, I
Not, no.
am. Yeah. I have a JD, which means
Okay.
I owe a lot of money in student loans. Like a lot of money. A lot of money.
Let's see what we've got here on my little notes to go over. I wanted to ask you, what kind of jury do you think that you said when you were talking about the jury early, it kind of reminded me, what kind of jury do you think the defense wants? I mean, I think I know what the prosecution wants, but what do you think the defense wants?
Wait, can I correct somebody here real quick?
Yes.
Someone is saying that only 12 jurors for the death penalty, not in the state of Florida. She will have a 12-person jury. What kind of jury? Well, I was thinking about that. And if I am Sarah, who is gonna like me? Who do I want, right? And so I thought about that, and I think that like men around her age would probably be like, oh no, I'm not for this lady at all. Then I thought about women around her age, and I'm thinking, maybe. So then I went to maybe it needs to be younger. So now if I'm Sarah, I may be looking for younger jurors. And we're seeing juries skew young sometimes too.
But I don't know. I feel like older people.
Well, see, so who would you want as the prosecution?
If I'm on the prosecution, and who do I want as a juror? I want somebody that's fairly, I know I hate to say this, but someone who's fairly, it knows what's going on in the media. And I know you're not supposed to know what's going on in the media, but come on. I want somebody who's on social media. So I do want a younger person in that way. But at the same time, I wouldn't mind having a couple of older, wiser people who can see through her BS. And can see through his BS.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a female that gets the what I like to call the good old boy system, which trust me, I know it because I lived it. I lived in it. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tough call, really.
It is. It is. It's going to be, well, we won't know anything about the jury makeup until, somebody comes out of the courtroom and says how many men or women and, that sort of thing, because they will never be aired, nor should they be.
Right.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm trying to think of a juror that would be sympathetic to Sarah, and the only ones I'm getting come to mind from the trials that I've been in recently and seeing the jury panels is maybe younger people.
And anybody that's ever been in any kind of domestic situation, they're not going to be allowed in as a juror. So that knocks that out of having a sympathetic ear there. But what about somebody who hasn't been in one, but maybe had like a sister or brother that was in one?
Right. Exactly.
Exactly. Because, I mean, they can say, isn't that the question they ask them? Have you ever been in, or you've ever been in a situation like that?
Mm-hmm. They do. They will ask very specific questions about that. Yeah.
Will they ask about family members though?
Yes. Yes.
So, okay. So they will. All right.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
So somebody is asking, don't they only need 8 of 12 guilty? So you're partially right that the law just changed in the state of Florida, but that is for death penalty cases. We no longer have to have 12 unanimous to convict for the death penalty. You only need 8 of the 12.
That's scary.
I know. I've got one coming up. I've got 3 death trials. One of them has been waiting for 6 years now, which is insane.
So sad. So how we're going to do this trial, guys, going forward, regardless of what the time frame is, Sam's going to come on in between breaks, because I don't like to talk during the trials. I like to let the trial play out, and then if there's a lull or something like that, I might come on and talk to you. I'm just not big on pausing it or talking over them. So what we'll do is on the breaks or in the pauses, I would say on the breaks, Sam's going to come on and do some legal Q&A. So at that point in time, you know, kind of what I would do is if you guys have a question, a legal question or something, don't type it until we get to that point to where we're going to pull her up and to talk about it, because I want it to be fresh in the chat. So it'll be easy for her to find. But make a note on your side and then pull it up. I know I'm going to have some legal questions myself too. What else? So we'll do that. And then the other game plan is that we're going to be on every day until this trial is over from start to finish. And we will be here during verdict watch, which we hopefully won't last too long. Oh, I want to talk to you about the witnesses, Sam, because I've made a list here of who I think the witnesses are going to be.
Sure. I just want to reiterate for chat, you guys, I have a law degree from the state of Florida. I am a working defense investigator in the state of Florida. She will have a 12-person jury. I promise you that. To seat a jury, I would agree that we're probably looking at least 2 days. Yes, there is another hurricane hitting Florida. That is why we will probably see a delay in this trial.
Yeah, if somebody's coming in late, don't
Mhm.
reiterate. I mean, we don't
Mhm.
have time to repeat ourselves, Sam.
Yep.
I wouldn't worry about that. Let's see, what do we have for? What are your thoughts on jury selections, though? I mean, I'm not jury selections on the witnesses, because I've got a list here of obviously Brian's going to be a big witness.
Mhm.
You've got Moises, they call him Mo and Juan, George's brothers. You've got Abraham Marino. You've got Vinny from next door, if they found him. You've got Melissa, the property manager, and Brandon from next door, if they found them. You've got this Devin Jamro from the Publix, who we don't know a whole lot about except for the fact that he works at Publix. We've got all the responding officers in this case, plus the case coming up, which would be or the previous 911 calls where officers came out, because I know Officer Zito or Deputy Zito was mentioned in a past responding officer. But you're talking about 3 or 4 different, no, I would say 4 to 5 different calls to their home that we're aware of. Then you've got CSI techs. I know at least Shanice Robinson and Melissa Ruffgarden are going to come up. They're going to go through. There's not a ton of physical evidence to go through. So we're not going to have, I always hate that when they go through the physical evidence and you have to sit there for so long as they unpack everything. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. Then you've got Detective Copsel, Detective Lowen, and you've got your doctors, Harper, Brannon, Tanya Werner, I think is her name, is the one brought in from the state, which I have a clip on her I was going to play. We'll probably save that for later, though. I kind of did a little thing on her so you guys can get familiar with her. And then we've got John Sawicki. Okay, so John is the cell phone expert, right? The tower expert.
But we usually bring John in when we are looking at where a cell phone has been, the call history, and the location. All he could do in this case was basically verify that the video came from the extraction of the phone. I don't know that he will be called to testify.
Gotcha. Okay. Then you've got JD Thomas, the crime scene analyst.
Right, who may or may not have been replaced by a new person, the death investigator.
Oh, well, JD Thomas. Well, that's a good point. No, that guy's just a consultant, Mr. Body Parts Hoarder. No, he's just a consultant. I don't know. I'm like, I didn't even put down the medical examiner.
The medical examiner be huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you've got, do you think Billy Lane will be called up?
I can't see a reason Billy would be called. He'll be there. I mean, I'm sure he's been there.
Billy Lane is from Prison Break Investigations, you guys. He's the one that's been on Sarah's case since she got arrested. He's like the only individual that stayed on the case through the whole entire thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that he needs to testify. There has to be reasons for there to be witnesses. And so we will see cops, even if they didn't have like a lot to do with it. If they had body cam that they're going to be relying on, they need to bring that cop in order to lay the foundation to bring in the video.
Okay. What do you think? This is something that I thought about last night as I was trimming and stuff. Bruiser's excited about the trial, y'all, as y'all can hear. He's like really, God, I don't know how to make him not bark so much. I apologize. He's just a little tiny chihuahua and he barks a lot for nothing. He's been doing it his entire life. Okay, so what do you think about the probation officer? What if they bring her in and she's going to say, okay, because Sarah says about the probation officer that, because she was so grateful to Sarah. They had a 45-minute phone call of probably of the probation officer telling Sarah that she knows how hard she's working to help George. And she's so glad that she's there for him.
I doubt it. I don't know. I don't know if that probation officer has a recollection of Sarah or has had experiences with Sarah that are pertinent to the case. You don't get to just bring in every bad thing or negative or person that doesn't like someone, to testify at a trial. There has to actually be a reason, or they would never ever end.
No, well, I'm just thinking about the fact that if the prosecution wanted to call him in and say George was going in the right direction, George was doing this, George was doing that. If they're trying to go towards that Sarah was the abuser thing and go against the whole, domestic, what do they call it, battered spouse thing, I just feel like they could bring that probation officer in because they may know a little bit more. I don't know how much.
It's possible. It's absolutely possible. We have no idea, right? Because the witness lists have been sealed.
Yep. That's what's been so frustrating for me anyway, is not being able to kind of have a game plan on that.
I would imagine that if there was any testing done at the FDLE, for example, on the bat, to see if there was any evidence on the bat, that would come in. I'm sorry, I thought I had my sounds turned off. My mother is in Ohio texting me. I apologize.
Oh, I need to turn my I'm glad you said that. I got to turn my cell phone off. Of course, you're the only one that texts me, really. So let me just turn that down.
I'm putting her into silent. I apologize. I try to usually have it on Do Not Disturb, but things are a little weird today because of the storm.
I didn't realize how annoying my cell phone was every time it pinged for you guys until I was going back and clipping some stuff this past weekend. So I do apologize. And now I'm aware and you won't have to deal with that anymore.
Mine chimes right into my computer because I use everything Apple. My computer's a Mac, so I text on my computer. So I have to turn things off more than one place.
I don't think we can hear it on our end, Sam. I didn't hear nothing.
Oh, you didn't hear it just now?
I think it pings for you, but I didn't hear it. Did y'all hear it? Maybe I'm crazy. Well, we've got a good 15 minutes. I just want to, I'm going to relax a little bit. I'm going to make sure we've got a couple of backup feeds. I don't want just one feed for this morning. So if you guys want to, Sam, do you want to kind of just go through the chat and, talk to some people, ask some questions? There's Mel.
Yeah, I saw Mel pop up. Hey, Mel.
Good point,
Mel. They
Mel.
have to be careful not open the door for the defense. That's right. All right, guys. So I'm just scrolling through and I'm going to ask questions, or I'm going to answer just random questions because I don't see anybody. Will the jury audio be transmitted here? If we've got it, you'll get it. If the trial is delayed if the trial is delayed, it may be. Like I said, we are in Central Florida. We are under massive, massive hurricane watches. My courthouse closed already. Let's see. How many of these people are even around right now? Surely some are somewhere else sheltering from the storm. Entirely possible. Mouse a cookie.
That's a good point.
Yeah, a lot of people, Florida's a transient state and it's been a minute. Okay, so Cass has a question. If called to be a witness, say I was a neighbor of Sarah's and I want nothing to do with trial, can I refuse to testify? Judge can hold you in contempt if you're subpoenaed, which could come with a fine and or a little stay in the county jail with Sarah. Depends on the judge. Technically, yes, if you're subpoenaed, it's a court order. You need to show up.
I was thinking about that. I was wondering if could it be that, the judge might say, gosh, it's so hard to even, what if we pick a jury or we start the jury selection now and then the storm comes through and it is bad and a lot of things get interrupted and it pushes the trial back more than what we want it to? Because even if the storm comes through, if there's damage, we could still be in delay because of damage.
Yeah, so I'm going to be interested to see if judge comes on the record and is actually starting jury selection today, because I know nobody's going to like me saying this, but I'm thinking there's a good chance he's going to postpone it. Carolina, good to see you. When does Judge Kranick have his colloquy with Sarah Boone? Today or after the jury is chosen? Please, if anyone knows, thank you. Whether she's to testify or not, that would come when it's the defense's case. I'm not sure what you mean for that.
Well, he's going to come in and he's going to read his thing to the jury after they get selected.
Oh yeah, that's after. Right. After they're sworn, there'll be a colloquy from him. 100%.
But he said that, didn't he say something about it was going to be almost 2 hours long?
Yeah, his is 2 hours long. I know.
That'll be fun.
I believe Sarah has 2 brothers, but chat would know that way better than I would. Defense never hired a digital forensics guy. Yeah, it's John Sawicki. I know him. He is the phone guy. I work with him on all of my cases, actually.
Yeah, Sarah has 2 brothers. One is in the Marines. He lives not far away in Altamont Springs, Florida, which is probably a 30-minute drive at the most, if that, from Orlando. And then you also have her other brother, which has been in and out of jail, that doesn't have a very good reputation. I don't know if he's in jail right now, though.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know chat's way more up on that than I am, for sure.
Court TV has started streaming some stuff on this. I think they're doing their intro right now. So,
wow, we have 1,300 people in here. Hey, you guys, will you do me a huge favor and hit the like button, because Carrie has put so much work into this case and this trial and put so much work in it for you guys. So if you would hit the like, and if you haven't subscribed, that'd be awesome. I'm just scrolling through chat, Carrie, just kind of looking to see if there's anything that pops up. It's good to see everybody. I recognize so many of you and see some new faces too.
Did anybody watch this on Law and Crime? They had the mom's mysterious murder trial in Ohio versus Quentin Nixon. That was on. Did you watch it? Is it over or is it still going on?
I don't know if it's over or still going on. I watched a little bit of it last week. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just keep going, because y'all don't.
Tabitha Dawn says, can a lawyer get in trouble for presenting something that they know for sure is a lie? That's called suborning perjury. And yes, you can get in a whole lot of trouble for that. So that's why if Sarah testifies, her lawyer's not going to be able to question her. She's going to have to testify in a narrative form. So remember, everybody, again, we're in Florida. We're facing a storm. This could be postponed. Let's see. Didn't they say jury selection is going to be virtual? No. To my knowledge, we don't do virtual jury selection in the state of Florida.
I didn't hear that.
And it's not just a matter of the court closing. The deference has to be given to people who want to leave or who need to prepare their homes or, take care of their family members and get them out of the way. So, it comes down to a matter of lots of people's lives, that have to be taken into consideration, even if it's frustrating for everyone else. Let's see. Owens has to be scared of putting Sarah on the stand if she lies and he knows it. That's why you can't question her, because that would 100% be perjury.
Oh, you know what? I just realized. I didn't think about this. Okay, so normally we have the backup feed from like Wesh, who's been on this. They're in Orlando. They're going to be doing storm stuff, so they're not even going to be doing Sarah's.
I know their channel pretty well, yeah.
So I doubt they're going to be streaming anything on her trial, especially today until the storm is over with. So it's going to be up to Court TV and Law and Crime.
Wesh may be doing a separate weather stream because that's what's happening here. We've got like our news channels they have their own like weather channel situation.
Okay.
Death penalty is not on the table for this case. Sarah Moore, somebody had just asked a question about jurors, and the question was, or someone had said that she would only get 6 jurors, and the answer to that is no, 12. And we no longer need 12 to be unanimous for a death verdict in the state of Florida. You need 8, which is a super majority. Sarah's not charged with the death penalty. Tabitha Dawn gifted 10 memberships, Carrie.
Oh, thank you, Tabitha. Put that up. Let me see. There you go.
I got you.
Thank you so much. That's so kind of you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, Rose gifted 10. Look at this.
You guys
are so generous. You're feeling it this morning. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Also, I've checked on the website for the Orange County. Also went in there just to let you guys know, and they had nothing about the courthouse being closed today on Orlando. Although it is closed in Tampa, the courthouse is not closed in Orlando. Right. So that's why we feel like they're probably going to come in this morning and discuss last minute things. I mean, that could take 2 hours with Owens arguing his little stupid points.
I sort of feel like jury selection may be postponed because he might not want to have to stop in the middle of it if they close Orlando down for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. He could just come in and do housekeeping stuff. I'm not really sure. Have you guys talked about the defense motion to redact the 2 portions of the interrogation? Yeah, we did. It's just getting more unfavorable stuff out. I don't know that that'll be a very big fight. Let's see. Everybody's really excited. Oh, we've got somebody in Australia in a cyclone zone. They would close everything if a storm was coming. Yeah, well, my counties, the counties surrounding me, I'm in the Tampa Bay area, which is the Gulf Coast of Florida, so the west coast of Florida. I'm in the middle of the state near Orlando, and we started shutting down yesterday, which was early because
you're by the water.
Yeah. Well,
you're the first landfall. Well, technically it goes St. Pete beaches.
They got wiped out.
But the storm's going to come over the St. Pete beach, go through St. Pete, then it'll Tampa. So, but Tampa's got the Tampa Bay is right there, and that's the area that's the problem. You're not far from Tampa Bay, are you, Sam?
Nope, not at all. A lot of Pinellas County, the barrier island was just leveled during Helene, and there's sand on Treasure Island that goes up like 6 feet in the road. They're plowing it like snow. Larry Powers says, I wanted to go see the trial in person, but I got hit with jury duty.
No way. Oh my God. Larry's been following this for a while too. That's so funny.
Oh God.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you, Larry.
Rita's asking a good question. So will the jury pool consist of people that do stick around in the path of hurricanes and folks that aren't needed in support of hurricane relief?
A lot of people stick around.
So they have to, if you've been called for jury duty, you need to show up.
But with something like this going on.
Mm-hmm. I kind of feel like they're going to come in and they're going to discuss what to do. And maybe Judge Kranick will have more insight on whether Orange County is going to start shutting things down. Because Orlando is what? How far is it even from me? Is it like 100 miles even? The storm
No,
is
no.
wider than 100
It
miles.
takes an hour to get there on I-4.
Yeah.
So,
And people are evacuating everywhere. So it's 84 miles from where I am, right? They've already been shutting down the 3 or 4 counties around me. And a lot of people have been trying to evacuate inland towards the Orlando area. But what you have to remember is we just had a storm. So there's a whole lot of people that are without housing from that storm, as well as the people on this coast that are now trying to get out one way or another. So it's gonna be messy. What up, Boonies?
Kyle, I know, isn't that cool? From Wisconsin.
All right, good morning. You're up early, sir.
Thank you, Kyle. Hey, I want to go back and thank these people for doing these memberships because that was really nice of y'all. Mark did a membership giveaway.
Thank you, Mark.
I want to go back and thank Tabitha for your 10. Wow, you guys, that's amazing. And then also Rose did the membership giveaway. And also, so you guys know, when they do a membership giveaway, it just goes to random people. YouTube picks it. They don't get to choose, so don't get your feelings hurt if you didn't get one. All right, I'm over here on the Court TV stream. And
MP is me. Yeah, YouTube hands out the memberships. We don't have a chance to do that. Or we don't have any say in how that happens. It may not be safe for people to travel. So Pamela, that's something I'm thinking about right now. I am in a 3rd level evacuation zone. I'm 29 feet above sea level. I'm not likely to see flooding. The wind is another issue, but I know that gas stations are already running out of gas because they turn the tankers away. And there are going to be a lot of people on the highways. And then, our weatherman just said, at some point, you may just be better staying where you are if you're in a solid block building, which I am.
Well, I want to tell people, so people that aren't in Florida understand, why don't people just leave? Okay, so Florida goes, you've seen Florida. It's just like it's a very narrow strip of basically island is what I call it. It's a peninsula. But in order to leave, all the people down south have to go north to get up through to Georgia, right? So everybody's going north on the same freaking highway.
Yeah, there's only 2
passing all
out.
the same gas stations. Gas runs out quick. And there's been many times where people will like literally be stranded
on the highway in the storm
because there's no gas and the storms are coming. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Is that Young Thug trial over yet?
No.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh, it's never going to end. Never, ever, ever. P. Lola's mom, is the area in a state of emergency yet today? Yes, almost all of the state of Florida has been declared a state of emergency by the governor on Saturday. I believe it was 51 counties at the time, including Orange. Laria, I still don't know if we're saying her name right. Is it Laria?
It's Margaret. Her real name's Margaret.
Okay. Well, she's in North Carolina, which got hit with Asheville.
Oh,
that was just horrible. Oh, goodness. Yeah. I hope no one decides to say it's not safe. Yeah, it's hard to decide what to do. These storms, when they shift just a tiny little bit, it can make a huge, huge difference in where it hits. So you may have thought you evacuated to a safe zone only for the thing to shift at the last minute, Carrie, like you were saying.
Oh, yeah.
And it changes everything.
Because Sam was talking about going down to Naples, and I said, Sam, you sure you want to do that? I mean, I'd take my chances and go, because that's a long drive for you anyway. That's like 4 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, 4.
So I would prefer, if I were you, I'd go north because there's more options north.
But everybody's been going north. Like I was online yesterday looking at hotels and stuff, and I don't know, Carrie, it's such a disruption to like try and do this. It's so stressful to pack up your life and walk out the door not knowing if you'll see it again. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what to do.
when I was in my professional career, I was a commercial insurance agent. And so
Oh,
we could never, I mean, I never felt like I could leave ever. Even, even if your job told you to leave, you just didn't feel like you really could. So
right.
it's one of those things. And I grew up in Alabama where we're also like on the panhandle. We get, uh, you know, storms all our lives, hurricanes, just like some people are used to tornadoes and some people are used to um, earthquakes. We're used to hurricanes. And so for us, it's
Mhm.
not like, I don't know. I think sometimes it makes us take it a little bit too lightly.
Mhm. Right, because you go through so many of them, then that it's doomsday, doomsday, doomsday never hits. But now these storms are really getting hit. I mean, the storms are really getting bigger.
Well,
Um,
usually it's like it seems like if there's a like last year we didn't really have a season, did we? This year
mm-mm.
it's like when there's a season, there's a season,
Mhm.
and there's
Mhm.
a couple back to back, and it is always
Mhm.
this time of year.
Mhm.
I just want to let you guys know I'm sitting here going through the different feeds, and I do not have any live streams from anybody from the courtroom right now.
Sorry, Carrie, I have to show this. Thank you, Bama. I really appreciate you. So yeah, you guys, as soon as the courtroom feed is up, we will have it up. We will shut up. I'm just kind of reading. Yeah, somebody just said that their sister is in Palm Beach. It's hard to evacuate. It is, you guys. I mean, it's not that easy. I wish it was, but it's not. Yeah, nothing's gone live yet, but you'll for sure be hearing it right here with us.
A Waffle House?
Waffle House. So you know the joke, Carrie,
What?
that about the Waffle House closing?
No. If Waffle
If the
House closes?
Then you're in trouble.
Oh, okay.
Or if Jim Cantori shows up in your town.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Y'all, you know how I've been helping take, which by the way, everybody's been asking, everybody was so kind. Thank you so much about asking about my uncle. He's doing a lot better. I spoke to him yesterday and he's doing a ton better. But so I'm not having to stay with him like I was, but when I was, it was when Helene was coming through. He got so excited when he saw, what was his name? Jim what?
Cantori.
Cantori.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes, "Oh, there's my man." I was like, "Oh, well, didn't you pep up quick?" I thought that was
Oh my
hilarious.
gosh. Yeah. So it's you never can tell. I mean, people will I just don't even know what to say.
Okay, so it's 9 a.m. right now where they're at. They should be starting to enter the courtroom if they're doing it. So where is the live feed?
I don't know.
I really would like to get rid of all. There are so many people ready for this trial this morning.
Oh, Mel says even the Hurricane Center has a Waffle House level. Oh,
That's pretty bad, isn't it?
yeah. Kathleen P said that was me. My sister in Florida told me that if Jim Cantori is in your town, you are getting hit.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of, you guys, I wanted to say thank you for responding to the community chat that I did about polls of
Oh
like
yeah.
once this trial is over with, it's like, what are we going to do next? I'm going to dive into, I think, just based on everybody's poll so far. One of the ones that I'm looking at heavily is the Courtney Clemmy, that OnlyFans model. And I'm talking about doing some deep diving on her like we did on Sarah, because her trial doesn't come up till next year. But for a trial that's coming up sooner than that, there was a lot of people that were saying Corey Richens. I thought that trial already happened.
Yeah, she's been in the news a lot, and I'm not 100%. I looked that up yesterday too. I don't think she's gone to trial just yet.
Oh, she hasn't. Okay. So
No.
yeah, a lot of people were asking about that, or saying, yeah, we want to do that one.
Well, why
So
don't you narrow the poll down? Like knock off the last two that are of the least
yeah,
interested and narrow it down to 3 and see
yeah,
how
we'll
that
do that.
goes. Yeah.
And there was Leilani Simons, who is, I don't know if you guys remember, that was in Georgia, the Savannah area. her little boy went missing, and everybody knew that she was behind it, and she's now going into trial. But I think she's going to trial like right now, and I'm not sure, like this week, and I'm not sure that they're showing her trial because oddly enough, as popular as it was when all this went down, I have not seen a whole lot on it on court TV or Law and Crime or anywhere. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's strange how they pick and choose some.
Let's see. I've also got the docket up, and I'm refreshing the docket just to see if there's any notes or anything on there.
Yeah, I just checked the main page of the clerk's site just to check.
I can hear, oh my gosh, I just thought about something. You know what's going to happen. The defense is going to come in and say, well, Judge, with the hurricane coming, I don't think that my co-counsel can come in. It just doesn't make sense. They can't fly into the airports are closed, Your Honor. James is going to get his delay whether he wants to or not.
Yeah. It's crazy. Somebody says that PICM evacuating is very chaotic. It is, and it's hard to explain that to my mom, who's up in Ohio, freaking out right now, even though I've been down here 20 years now, seen my fair share. Why? Okay, so here's a question. Thanks for the super chat, Loba Volcano.
Yeah, it's talking about the difference demeanor between George and Sarah in these body cams is super telling, and those body cams are, from everything we've seen, they're going to be brought in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be just another piece to the pot that the jury's going to be like, this just
Exactly. Leah's got a question, Carrie. It's okay if I put her up?
Yeah, go ahead.
PICM, will you please explain why Ashley Benefield only had 6 jurors, but Sarah will have 12? What state was Ashley Benefield in? It's state determined. So, do you know where Ashley Benefield was? Somebody educate me.
I haven't been following that one. Y'all, I've been on Sarah Boone. That's it. That's all I could focus on. Trust me, y'all don't want me trying to get other cases involved. I'll get y'all confused.
Florida. They're saying Florida. It would depend on her charge then, you guys. I would need to see her charge because that's how it's determined. I don't know. I'll look at that, you guys. Ashley was in Florida. Yeah, all of my murder trials are 12 jurors. Always. So if Sarah gets 6, I'm wrong and surprised. Both. So yeah, so some people are saying, Orlando's weather isn't bad. It's not just about Orlando, you guys. It's that Florida is a very skinny state. So what hits part of us hits a lot of us.
Well, they're saying that the storm's going to come in through Tampa and go straight across through Orlando. That's like a lot of the hurricane trackers are saying that it's going to go through Orlando. So it may not hit Orlando till Tuesday or Wednesday, but we don't, and at that point we don't even know if it's going to be a strong storm. So many different things can determine it. But I think that they're going to err on the side of caution in the courtroom. And like Sam said, I was thinking that too. I'm like, why would they start jury selection when you have something like this that could disrupt everything? And then they'd have to start over again. I feel like this morning they're going to meet, and maybe they may even meet in private this morning. And maybe that's why we don't have a feed.
Well, we're getting Twitter in from a couple of the true crime folks that are in the courthouse who are saying that jury selection is not going to be streamed.
You got that on Twitter?
Yeah, Pretty Lies and Alibis. Alexis W says Benefield was manslaughter. There's your answer.
Oh, manslaughter.
What is the name? Let's see. if the storm hits, Sarah can always hide in a suitcase. This current hurricane is called Milton.
I'm going to pull up Twitter too. I want to see what they're talking about.
Ellie Nino says that light rain and flood watch. There's a potential for some flooding, but not bad enough to stop the trial. The problem is that the ground here is soaked. There's nowhere for water to go. Corey Richards haven't gone to trial yet. West Coast Mesh Fighter says, I made it. I haven't been up this early since the JD versus Amber Heard trial. It's early.
We've got somebody on Twitter saying potential jurors are outside the courtroom waiting for jury selection to start. We are not allowed to broadcast jury selection. We're waiting to see how the latest hurricane will impact opening statements, as that storm is set to hit the area on Wednesday and Thursday. Oh, okay. Now she just posted something 4 minutes ago that says the court will be closed Wednesday due to Hurricane Milton, and wait and see for the rest of the week. Sounds like we could get a jury between today and tomorrow, but then a holding pattern for opening. This is, who is this? This is this is the managing editor at Law and Crime coming in on Twitter, you guys. So yeah, I'm gonna follow her. She's over there right now, and she'll be the one that'll be keeping us in the know.
Google is saying something I don't believe to be true about juries. It's saying that only death cases in Florida get a 12-person jury. I just had a trial. Right when I first started talking to you, I had just come out of a trial, and that one had 12 jurors, and it was not a death penalty case. So I don't know. So the court is saying that they're going to do what? I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself?
Me? So the Law and Crime is outside the courtroom. They said their potential jurors are lined up, and she said that judge should call a delay. Oh, that's somebody's opinion. Wait. There's going to be a motion hearings. They've heard that there's going to be a motions hearing today that will be streamed. But they did state that the courtroom was definitely going to be closed on Wednesday due to Hurricane Milton. They have not said anything about Tuesday. So there's a possibility that they could start jury selection today and have it today and tomorrow, with hopes that, I just find it difficult that they're going to put people, with the storm being so close, that they would do that. But again, a lot of things could change with the storm, so I don't know. The other thing she said, and this is coming in from, again, the Law and Crime lady, opening statements. Oh, that's a different trial. My bad. They are gonna stream the murder trial of the toddler for Leilani Simons on Law and Crime. They've got it up here.
I've not heard that one.
But I don't know when. It just says, it's today. We could watch, if they don't show anything on Sarah Boone, we could switch over to that, because that's a pretty interesting trial.
I think that, so on this issue of the jurors, I think that my cases are usually first-degree murder, and the one I came out of was first-degree felony murder. Kurt, who is a law guy on YouTube, says Florida only uses 6-person juries in non-capital cases. It's odd, but then again, it is Florida. Well, that's true, Kurt. You're exactly right about that.
Oh, I want to give a shout out to Sam Lott. Sam Lott was showering me with coffees this weekend, because I guess he knew I needed them. So thanks, Sam. Oh, I apologize for, I'm just going to look at something really quick. I wanted to go over, I've got a couple of things here. Oh.
Somebody said that the hippie chick says she's from Ohio, which is the Florida of the North. I originated from Ohio, so I agree with you.
Florida is full of people that came from Ohio. I don't
I
know
know.
what it is with Ohio
Well, I
and
tell
Florida.
you, I have a theory. This is my theory. You can get on I-75 on the west coast of Florida and drive straight into Ohio. You don't ever have to make a turn. You just end up in Ohio. That's why I think there's so many Midwesterners on the Gulf Coast of Florida. And 95 goes up into New England, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, as soon as I get a feed, y'all, we'll be on it. I'm over here in. I've got Court TV pulled up too on their Watch Live thing, and they're in a different case. They're in that Bud Ackerman case.
I don't know that one.
I haven't watched that one either. So, what do you guys think about them talking lately about the Menendez brothers might possibly get out? Did y'all watch Vinny? Vinny had on his personal YouTube channel had a thing on it this weekend, and I watched a few minutes of it. I told you guys I started watching the Netflix little documentary they did. And it was like a movie of it. I couldn't stand watching it because I don't know. I didn't think it was all that great. I watched like the first maybe an hour and then I turned it off. It was more drama than it was factual, in my opinion. And I wasn't sure about how they portrayed everybody. I wasn't sure that they were actually correct in how they were doing that. Did anybody else watch it? But yeah, they're talking about somehow or another they may be getting out.
Yeah, that I don't know. I haven't watched this new Netflix. I watched prior documentaries about the Menendez brothers, and I don't know what more there is to say about it, but I don't have Netflix, so I'm not watching it. Kurt has kindly given us a super chat, Carrie, for $2, and the Florida Rural Criminal Procedure about the jurors 3.270. Since I graduated law school 10 years ago, I can't keep track of like our laws on experts. They switch every 2 years. I swear the Florida legislature does nothing but fight each other and change the law. Mark says that he watched the Netflix show. It was too much soap opera drama.
It does exactly. It wasn't even. It just. I guess because I like more documentary, but this one was just the people were so pretty in it and all that.
Oh, Tellycat, thank you for your super sticker, which just flew by me. Yeah, Buttercup, I believe that court has already started. They're just not live streaming it. People are tweeting from inside the courtroom.
Well, I've got what I have on here is that they were all outside the courtroom. I don't know if she said there anybody in there yet.
The jurors may not be, but the lawyers and so the gallery.
Well, I mean media. I don't know if media is in.
Yeah.
Or if they're even allowed to stream right now. It could be that they're I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't be streaming in there right now. If they're in there having
I don't know.
On the record.
I don't know.
So
no way of.
Oh, thank you, Rose, for retweeting my stream today. I'm not very good at social media and remembering to put that stuff out there. I'm so focused on trying to get everything on YouTube. It looks like it's so funny. Everybody's wanting to do the Sarah Boone trial. Like people that haven't even been doing anything on their channel about Sarah Boone, they're streaming it today.
I know.
I'm like, really, y'all? And I can't imagine covering because I'm learning this is probably, I haven't been streaming very long with trials, but I can't imagine trying to do any more work after doing this trial, learning the ins and outs of it and the extensive research that goes into it, than trying to do a live stream of a trial that I have no clue about. Unless, of course, you know me, I'll come in and say, okay, I have no clue about this one, y'all. Let's just watch it.
I think that's what some people are doing is their chat just wants to watch it with them, I guess. I don't know.
Could be. It could be that that's their. I did that with the depth trial. I just followed whoever I liked that was streaming it. Yeah, that's about all we've got from Law and Crime. I don't even see like another newscaster, like another media station reporting on the courthouse
No,
right now.
I'm looking too. I don't see anything.
People are questioning whether or not jury selection will begin today.
I'd be questioning it too because, I mean, do you get halfway through he said, I guess he could do what he said he was going to do, right? He could run the first 50 and the second 50, knock all the ones for cause out, tell them to come back the next day. So he could, I mean, with the way that he likes to run such a tight ship, it's possible. It's possible he will do that.
Did you see this
Yeah,
on civil law? Did you already address that? I apologize if you did.
That's
Okay.
Kurt. He's in Texas.
Super sticker, Tilly Cat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kurt, for your super sticker. Tilly Cat says, UK, Great Britain. Thank you for both of your super stickers.
Thank you.
And then we have, yeah, exactly. Buzzman Jr. Oh, sorry. Milton is where Owens is from.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, he's over here in Pensacola area.
That's the name of our newest visitor.
Yeah, that's the hurricane's name. How fitting is that? Okay, let's see. Kurt's getting into some civil stuff over here.
Well, he talks about he's a constitutional kind of expertish attorney. So he's saying today's the first day of the new Supreme Court term. And he covers a lot of that on his channel. It's he's much smarter than I am. But thank you for your super chat, Kurt.
Yes, thank you, Kurt. All right.
It's that lawful law.
Lawful law.
Lawful law. What is exactly? So what was I watching this over the weekend that somebody was talking about a lawful law, and I just thought, how do you have an unlawful law? I don't know. That kind of thing.
Well, that was a big thing when Daryl Brooks was.
That was it. That was what.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I've been listening to pieces of him. Okay.
That was one of his main things.
Yeah, your chat is.
Don't get my chat started on that. You'll have them. They'll be. I guarantee you. Now watch. I know how y'all are. They're gonna start going off in the chat with the Daryl Brooks.
I know. I didn't mean it. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, the Daryl Brooks lingo. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I forgot I've had him on, and I just feel so bad for that judge. She must have been unbearably exhausted.
Again, just coming in, letting you guys know I'm refreshing everything. I'm looking at the docket to see if there's any notes about what could possibly be happening in the background that we're not seeing. And I have no news to share with you guys. And that is as frustrating as it is for you guys. Trust me, from somebody who's supposed to be giving you the updates, it's more frustrating for me.
I know Carrie is stressing it, guys. So we're watching for the most recent updates, you guys. If the court goes live, you will see it here. I promise.
I'm going to pull up the stream really quick. I want to show you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, we're not watching that. It says Hurricane Center, and then they don't even have anything on the hurricane. That's nice. I was trying to pull up something that was talking about the hurricane. It'd give us something to even.
Jeff Curtis, it looks like, yes, the hurricane will be delaying everything in the state of Florida. Trust me, we would rather it not.
Hey, Sam, do you want to pull up
Sadonia D, thank you so much for your super chat. So glad I could count on y'all to cover this live. Thanks, Carrie and Sam. Well, we're
You're
happy
very
to be
welcome.
here. If the court is here, if we're still here
I
in the
mean,
state,
we need the camera. Where's the cameraman? Where you
Right?
at? Where he be? Where is Mr. Cameraman? Let me see if Kathy's did anything else from Law and Crime.
Nice to see you this morning, Gene P. For anybody coming in, hi, we're here to broadcast Sarah Boone. However, in case you don't know, the state of Florida is under emergency. We've been declared a state of emergencies for the last 3 days. We have a major hurricane coming our way, and nobody wants to be stuck in a courthouse for that.
I don't think they're streaming today. I don't think they're streaming jury selection at all. I thought they were going to at least stream the portion where they, what is that called, Sam, when they have their little get together before they do jury selections?
Oh, like the motion and limine hearings and stuff they do in the morning. So they
Yeah.
go on the record. So yes, there are
Yeah.
people in court, and I don't know. It could be to do with whoever the pool photographer was. It could be to do with the judge. I have no idea. Yeah, we saw the motion to keep out pieces of the video. I don't think it's, I'm not sure. I mean, chat, does anybody think it's going to make a difference one way or another?
I don't think that piece makes any difference. And I don't think, I mean, the prosecution may say, Judge, we don't have a dog in that fight. No,
Right.
just kidding. No, they might say, they might not fight that too much. I mean, I could see them fighting it, but they're going to be like, well, if we lose it, it's okay though. Cause I just don't see how it's that big of a deal compared to all the other crap in that. I mean, those little pieces compared to the other pieces
Yeah,
in that
exactly. I
interrogation.
mean, is it going to matter? Once the cell phone videos come in, I mean, I think it's over. I'm not sure.
Sarah.
Just jury selection may be streamed. It's up, it's not up to us though. If there's no feed, there's nothing we can stream. They don't want to put jury's faces or names. That's true. Blanco.
How many?
We're just
Hey, Blanco.
chatting. We're just talking. We're just chatting.
Look, if this doesn't, I've got a lot of stuff for us to watch. So if this doesn't happen this morning, we're gonna stay on this and do some Sarah Boone stuff. But I really wanted this to happen, so I'm not starting just yet. But we're 30 minutes in. But they started 30 minutes late the last time they were in there too, though.
Sam, Kurt has a question of how do you say, well, I'm okay. So Mel, I grew up in Ohio. I went to college in Texas, which is where Kurt is. I was in Dallas for 6 years, and I've been in Florida for 20. So the way I say anything should not be taken as the way in which things are done anywhere. I had a law professor say, "Where are you from? I've never heard anybody talk like you." I'm like, okay, thanks. Can you answer my question?
Oh, thank you, Sidonia. Oh, well, who's making fun of your accent?
One of my law school professors made fun. Like, I went in to see him, and instead of answering my question, he wanted to talk about my accent. Kurt in the chat is asking if we say voir dire or voir dire. He's got
voir dire
inflection because he's in Texas. Kurt's in Texas. I went to college in Texas, but I'm from Ohio. But I've been in Florida for 20 years. So yeah, it's interesting that accents, because James Owens has got he's up in the Panhandle. Is Milton up in the Panhandle where he's from?
Ozzy says he's watched trials for you. Yeah, we just watched the jury selection for I Want to Know Kyla. That was interesting too. I think they showed a little bit too much in that Ocala. I mean, literally, I was questioning like I was like, you guys, you can see their backs. Like you're not even supposed to see their backs of the jurors.
No. It's weird. So, have you ever been in jury selection, Carrie, for anything?
I've been as far, not really. I mean, I've been as far as them asking questions on, but then I got sent packing.
So it's like confessional. It's the damnedest thing. People will just stand up and they will tell you the most. I had a DUI. My cousin's sisters, brothers, uncles in jail. I mean, it's.
I killed my wife one time, Judge. Does that mean I have to?
I mean, it's just that it's. I kind of wish, in a way, like I feel for everybody's anonymity. It should definitely, but it's so weird. It's like they feel like they're compelled to say whatever whatever it is that is hiding in their closet somehow. Tony Marchese, I know an attorney named Anthony Marchese. Carrie, were you affected by Helene and Milton?
Oh, I was. No, I'm over in Alabama, which is on the other side of Florida. We actually had a nice outcome from it. We got a nice breeze coming through. I don't even think we got rain. We might have gotten a little bit of rain, but it did a world of wonder over here at our house because it took the humidity out for a while, for a couple of days, and then the humidity came right back. But no, we weren't affected. I'm wondering if we're going to get any effects. I'm sure we're going to get something from this storm. It's so big. Let me pull up really quick. I know you guys, if you wanted to watch the freaking Weather Channel, you could. But I thought, let me pull up.
I told you guys the other day, the last time I was called for jury duty, I had a murder trial starting in the courtroom next door for the same day. So I didn't sit on that jury.
I wanted to pull up one of the good things.
Bama says I have been told I have a strong Southern accent.
Bama is. I talked to her for the first time on the telephone the other day. Bama's got a huge accent. She is Alabama through and through.
Sebi Seb, thank you for your super chat. I'm an attorney and get called for jury duty every 3 years and always get excused because I'm an attorney. Drives me crazy that they can't just take us off the list because neither side ever wants us. Exactly. I wrote on there that I was a criminal defense investigator and maybe they should refer me to the civil division. Tony Marchese. I think he's making Daryl Brooks jokes, so I'm not going to let him bait me into it.
Probably.
I see you, Ohio people in the southeastern Ohio and the accents from Ohio. I know. I grew up in central Ohio.
Governor.
Jeff Curtis. I sound normal to him. Well, Jeff, thank you. I appreciate that. I can pull all kinds of weird accents if I want, I suppose.
Tropical storm watches extend further south and north through southwest Florida and the Keys and along portions of the Florida Panhandle. Division of Emergency Management is busy facilitating hundreds of resource requests from communities as we prepare for the impacts. We've already sent major truckloads of food and water to Central Florida in preparation for points of distribution sites after the storm. We're also coordinating the deployment of more than 2,000 feet of flood protection systems and prioritizing critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electrical infrastructure. We've deployed a flood barrier around a water pumping station in Bradenton, a fire station in Hillsborough, and more en route to the courthouse in Charlotte County, hospital in Kissimmee, master pump station in St. Pete, and a community resource center in Hernando County. We've also deployed generators to support special needs sheltering operations. And of course, Starlink internet, all counties have access to that, and we're deploying more as needed. More than 200 ambulances and more than 30 paratransits are in Central Florida footprint. ready to support first responder operations. And as I previously noted, we've ramped up our support of debris removal. That's a 24/7 round-the-clock mission. The state of Florida is amassing significant amount of fuel reserves ahead of Milton, and we're staging it to be utilized as needed. These quantities include 415,000 gallons of diesel, 389,000 gallons of gasoline, and an additional 1.5 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline are currently en route. I know there's different things that are being said, but all fuel continues to.
Okay, I got an update from the courthouse. According to the law and crime at the courthouse, it says delay to the start of jury selection. Didn't receive her. Sarah didn't receive her clothes on time. Judge left the bench and asked to be alerted when she's there and ready.
Kurt, don't make us ban you from our chat. Kurt says he's getting yelled at by our mods and his mission is complete. Don't make us ban you. They have permission.
Thanks, Kurt.
Did you see what he said before, though, about it being an act of God?
I had said that in the chat earlier. I'm like,
there's only one conclusion to be drawn. God is free Sarah Boone.
Oh, no wonder they're yelling at you. I'd be yelling at you too for that.
Oh, he says, please don't ban me. All right. Well, you can stay for now.
We're not going to ban you. Hey, you guys, say. Speaking of the mods, please thank Laura and Bama and Mel and Crazy KC and for being our mods. They do so much.
Great mods.
Really do, yeah.
Great mods. We have great chat.
Laura was in there banning people this weekend.
I started saying I think I've always done soda. I originally started college in Boston. I think that ended most of my Midwestern tendencies. I'm enjoying the chat about accents.
Did you hear what I said about her clothes?
Yeah, they aren't there yet, so she's late. I'm sure that makes the judge happy.
So for anybody that's worried about us not being in and seeing anything yet, she's not even in there yet. But the judge was up at the bench and they weren't showing it on. There was no feed. So that I don't know. I was hoping that we would at least be able to watch the morning session. That just blows. Even if we weren't going to be able to watch jury selection.
Yeah, sorry, Carrie. I need to mute myself for just a moment. Work.
Okay, no problem. So yeah, basically, this is Kathy Rusin. She's with Law and Crime, and she just said delay to the start of jury selection. Sarah Boone didn't receive her clothes on time. Judge left the bench and asked to be alerted when she was there and ready. And that was like literally 7 minutes ago. So that is all that's going on, and I'm going to keep her feed up. So if we get anything else from the courtroom, at least we'll be able to listen in on what she's talking about.
Sarah's making an entrance. Oh my God. Yeah, the Owens does like to be on the bad side of the judge, Mel.
I tell you what, he is not making friends with the judge very well. He does not play well with others when it comes to the courtroom. I mean,
no,
I guess he doesn't care if they like him or not. He's not there. For him, it's not that kind of contest. But still, I mean, you want the judge to be in your favor, and he doesn't even seem to be helping himself with that.
Mm-mm. No, he sure doesn't.
Let's see. What was I going to talk? Let me pull up something really quick. So the reason I was pulling up about this update on Milton was because I wanted to kind of stress the importance to everybody that this is what's going on over there in Florida right now. This is our world right now, like where I'm at is probably where y'all are at, which is all about, this trial and everything. But their world is a little bit different right now. But it does seem like business is as usual right this second in Orlando.
Mm-hmm. It takes time, you guys, to prep your house and to bail out of here, and it's always a big decision too. Like, do you get on the highway and just start going because the hotels are going to be full, the gas stations are going to be out of gas? We've got so many people who are displaced already from Helene. I drove across the bay. Where did I go? I drove across the bay the other day. I couldn't believe how high the water was. Could not believe it. Alice Hill, I am too, in the storm path.
You know what's freaky is that, oh, thank you,
Ooh,
Jan.
Alice is 4 miles from the beach. I'm more inland than that. Be safe,
You feel
Alice
that
Hill.
you feel that Sarah not getting her clothes was a deliberate move by Owens, Janet. Do you think so, Janice? I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't think that I would want to be on the wrong side of the judge about the clothes.
I don't know though. I mean, the judge shuts him down and just like he brings it back up again. I knew for a fact he was going to go back in on that interrogation. I was like, he's not done. He's not done with that interrogation. I wanted to go over some facts that I had found in Sarah's case, and
you want to talk about facts, not accents and weather.
I've got some facts here that I would like to
All
discuss
right.
with you guys.
We're going to be factual now.
I wonder if Padilla is going to keep an eye out on this case. He was her first attorney that was on it for like 2 years. I want to bring up the fact that we don't know if Melissa Sexton, the property manager, is going to be called into court. We don't know that yet. We certainly hope so. But she had made a comment that they had lived there since 2018 in her interview, but I think it was 2017 when they moved in. She said
the
that
apartment complex.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk about this in the chat over the weekend. At least I saw that Sarah had inquired about getting George off the lease of her apartment, and somebody said, "Can you do that?" And I said, "Yeah, you can do that." I mean, when you sign a lease, like especially if you sign a lease and you're not married, you can change out they'll charge you for it. Most apartment, like especially I say an apartment complex, and it does depend upon the lease itself because it is a legal document, obviously, but usually in an apartment complex, if you have somebody new that comes in, and let's say one roommate moves and another one comes in, you can put the new roommate on the lease. They're probably going to charge you. They're probably going to do a background check on the new roommate, that good stuff. But for her to have him taken off the lease, to me, would not be unusual for the apartment complex to do. Now, whether or not that was done, I think Mandy had sent me something on that. I'll have to go back and check. It said that Sarah told Melissa that she had been hospitalized due to injuries from George, but Melissa said she did see some kind of something on her leg, but she wasn't sure what that injury was actually from.
It was allegedly being stabbed with a knife by George, and I believe it got infected.
There was no knife. There was no knife.
There was some kind of stabbing. I thought Sarah said that.
No, it was okay. I don't know that for a fact. I heard a rumor about a fork, which I don't know where that's coming from. Did I miss that somehow or another?
No, I think you're right.
But
it was a utensil.
To back it up.
I think it was either a knife or a fork.
But there's nothing to back it up. So I don't, until I see the receipts, I'm not even sure about that. And that's what, like Melissa was saying, she said something about it, but Melissa never saw it, or she didn't really know if that was really what it was about. She said the management company had received 20 to 30 noise complaints during the stay there, that they had been there. And their neighbor Vinny believes that the neighbors just gave up on reporting complaints about them because the police would come out and nothing would be done. However, and this is something I've always thought about, from May of 2019, or from the summer of 2018 through May of 2019, it was quiet for a while. And I'd always thought, is that because George stopped drinking? He'd gotten arrested in 2018. But see, there were no charges on the 2018 arrest, though. So I don't know. I think George was trying to go through rehab, and Sarah was not a very good support of that. She probably was trying to get him to drink. You know how she is, y'all. But I don't know if that's what calmed down the complaints and the noises and everything else, or if the neighbors just truly did give up on her.
They might have given up.
Melissa said that, but I did hear that the neighbors would come and go as far as the people living next door to her. Melissa said that she did believe that George. She believed George when he said that Sarah marks and injuries were because she was too handsy with him when she was drunk and he was trying to move her out of the way. And that because Sarah was very, very touchy-feely with her and another person up in the apartment complex, and they didn't like it at all. So a tenant did send management a video clip of Sarah and George fighting and hitting each other out. I think it was out behind the apartments at one point in time.
Messy.
But she did not have, she said she didn't keep it. She said, I wish I'd kept it. So she didn't have a proof of it. She also made a point at one point in her interrogation or interview that her and Sarah had been texting back and forth. I'm wondering, there's going to be some texts between her and Sarah, and I'm wondering if we're going to get that off of Sarah's phone, any kind of communications that she had with Melissa. Because if Melissa gets brought in, they're going to bring in her text messages probably.
They could. And if Sarah had an iPhone, if she had keep messages forever on, then, or she just wasn't very good about phone hygiene. I think I told you this before, Carrie. You can think you've deleted stuff off your phone. It is still there. It's just now sitting in what's called unallocated space. And until something writes over it again.
Just like your computer.
Exactly. It's still there. So
you can delete your cookies, but it's still in the background. If anybody that knows how to do that stuff can go and find it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're doing impact statements right now in this Ackerman trial. Oh, or are they just talking about it? Maybe they're just talking about it. I was trying to keep up with what they got live on Court TV. Again, there's no live feed coming in, you guys, just so you know. I appreciate you being here and being so patient and understanding. But yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing from the media. It's all us YouTubers.
Sitting here chatting with the chat.
Let me look back over here and see if we have anything new on Twitter.
Yeah, Ozzy, you're right. It's really hard to get rid of stuff on your phone. People think they do, but they don't.
Let's see. Sarah had not reported any issues to Melissa since May of 2019, which is when the management threatened to evict them. So that was May of 2019, though. And as we know, there were police coming in May, June. Was there any in July? I don't know about July, but there's August and September. So they were still having issues. I guess maybe management just didn't know about it. George did not have a vehicle. He had a bicycle that he was riding, and Sarah had a 2011 Kia Sorento. And no, for those of you that are Brooks fans, it was not a tan Kia. It was a white Kia. Sarah was a notary from September, because many times people ask me, what kind of job does she have? She was a notary from September of 2006 to September of 2010. And I did look up one time and see what her old job was, and I forgot what it was. Does anybody in the chat remember what she did when she did work?
I don't think I know the answer to that. She was a notary?
Well, she was a notary, but didn't really say what she did. She just had that ability to notarize. I forget where she worked. Was it real estate? She worked travel agent. Thank you, Carol.
They still have travel agents. I thought they went away a long time ago.
Well, it's been a long time since Sarah worked, so I don't know how long ago that was.
Gotcha.
Melissa did say she never saw a mark on George, unfortunately. I think that's the main reason why Owens would like to get her in there. And George had enrolled in AA. We know this from what Sarah said about his post-arrest release conditions and what we've read in the police reports and on the docket of the previous arrest and whatnot. And I know I've said this before, but I want to go back to it again. George was 140 pounds in September of 2019. From September of 2019 to when he died, he was 103 pounds when they found him in the suitcase?
Oh my God.
From September to February. Isn't that crazy to lose that kind of weight? I mean, he's already a tiny guy. She probably was a retail clerk. She probably did a little bit of it. She was in HR, Larry Power says. She was in accounting. Y'all are just making stuff up now.
I know they're
don't
funny.
even
A
know.
professional tattletale.
Yeah, she probably, yeah. Thank you, Stephen. That was a good one, by the way. Melissa said Sarah had correspondence with her via text. I've already talked about that. What I saw from George's employment and his income was all based upon these statements that he had to fill out every time he got arrested for Sarah, which, by the way, since we're talking about his arrest, let me just note that there was no prior arrest prior to Sarah.
Yeah, that's
He had
interesting.
I did a background, and he wasn't arrested for anything. He had like a traffic accident or a ticket or something in Philadelphia. He didn't start getting in trouble with law enforcement until he got involved with Sarah, and it was all because she would call on him. But in all of the indigent paperwork that he has to file every time to get public assistance for attorneys, he would put down how much he made, right? So in 2018, he showed that he had a weekly income of $400, which was what, $1,200 a month. And then in June, a year later of 2019, he said he had a income of $350 weekly. And then in 2019, his public defender did state that he was a manager at the Ace Hardware for 4 years. And then on June 18th of 2019, he put, now June 15th, he says he made $350. And then on June 18th, he says $250 to $300, talking about his weekly income. August, he put his weekly income was $235 a week. And then in September, he said he made $230 a week. Now, obviously, he could have just been throwing some odd numbers out there. And if you do work on a time clock like that, it does vary. So, but I just wanted to make a note of that because people were asking about their income a lot. And we know that she was getting alimony from Brian, $1,000 a month, and then whatever income George had coming in. Now, their rent was probably it was probably close to $1,000, I would think, in a townhome.
Yeah, I would think so.
I mean, that area, I don't know. Let's see. We have conflicting statements between, I brought that up, between when they moved in. Oh, Sam, did you talk about this at all in the Florida law? The domestic violence in Florida law has changed over the years, where the prosecution, even if the victim refuses to cooperate, they can still prosecute. Didn't you tell me that?
Yeah, we talked about it a tiny bit in that I told you that if you call for a DV, call the police, you call 911, somebody is going to jail, period. And a lot of when I worked at a law office, I'd get a lot of young ladies who would call DVs in on their baby daddies and then want to drop the charges. And they're not letting that happen that way anymore, at least where I am. The state is the one that decides whether or not they're going to prosecute. You can't just go in there and say, well, I don't want him to be charged now.
Yeah, that's craziness.
And so, they're mad at somebody and they've just ruined their lives. It's ridiculous.
See, I know. And that's exactly what I think. It does happen quite often that people do stuff like that just to be vindictive.
I know they do.
And it's sad that people abuse the system like they do. I'm doing a quick refresh on my background images, just everybody just to be on the safe side. Go ahead.
I'm going to read this from Carolina. Do you all think that Sarah Boone was jealous of George because he was trying to better himself while Sarah wasn't trying to get her life together? I don't think that's so far-fetched. I think that's entirely possible.
Either. If you think about it, if you think about that, she didn't like the fact, like if she's an alcoholic and she wants him to drink with her, she's not liking the fact that he's trying to get straight and do go, because that leaves her behind and she's not having that.
Right, exactly. I think that's the truth for a lot of people who are trying to get clean, right? They, the people around them want to sabotage those efforts. I think that's a thing. The devil wants to wear Prada. I think that's funny, Sub Rosa.
Also, I wanted to bring up too that, if you guys remember, if you've been following this trial back from the beginning, first we had Judge Wooten on it. And I think Wooten did an okay job, but I'm so glad they changed over to Cranick. Cranick came in the picture in January of this year.
Oh, really? I didn't
Yeah.
realize that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm doing fun facts right now. This is my Sarah fun facts. Because I don't know what else to do.
Right?
I'm like, what the hell?
I know.
Bear with us, everybody. We're doing the best we can.
Absolutely.
So I could go through each of the battery calls, but I'm not going to do that right now. We'll do that later. All the times that the police were called, it was Sarah calling on George, obviously.
I know. And then that one video clip where she's like, babe, I had no idea. Like,
Right?
what do you think is going to happen when you call 911?
She's an idiot. But then he turns around and goes, I love you, babe. I'm like, oh my God, you guys.
Craziness. Thank you for your super chat, Buzzman Jr. It's not an apartment. It's a townhome.
You know what I thought was interesting is that at one point when Sarah was it Sarah taken in by the police car? She didn't talk in the back of the car at all, which surprised me.
Really? She didn't at all?
Mm-mm.
That's shocking.
As much as she runs her mouth, you'd think, right?
No.
What do you think we're going to find on the phone? I mean, think about it. There was some talk of, she's already said that she was documenting her injuries. She was documenting what was going on with George. Aside from that, we also heard recently that there's a video of her coaching George how to take down or refuse to file charges against her at one point in time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because what's his name just brought that up in court this past time. So
I know, I heard that.
I thought that was really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still working on my Sarah contradiction video, by the way, everyone.
Oh my gosh.
It's obviously it takes a while because there's so many contradictions.
I have to do that with when I get sworn statements or statements that have been given to the police and then depositions and sometimes trial testimony. And I have to go through and document all the contradictions. That's exhausting.
Can you imagine living with Sarah Boone?
No.
Talk about exhaustion. Speaking of exhaustion,
I feel bad for Brian. I mean, he had to have been exhausted. I feel like he was trying to do what he could for Lucas's sake. But
yeah, I think at the end he got some balls, because I did see a clip from where he was speaking in the alimony or something that she brought up in one of her letters. By the way, she's been writing letters to the judge in
family court judge?
Yeah, the family court as well. And I did see something from SKR, and I'm going to put it up because he shared one of mine, so I figured he was okay if I share one of his videos. But I'm not doing the whole video, and I did do some commentary throughout. So,
Alexis W, this is interesting. Carrie, did you know this from one of our channel members? Alexis W says Cranick is the perfect judge for this case because he was appointed before he was appointed to criminal. He was DV in domestic relations.
Oh,
remember, I told you judges cycle out.
Yeah.
So,
yep. You know, speaking of which, they're having a big. This month is Domestic Violence Month, and they're having a big thing over in Orlando. They're trying to, there's a seminar. I think it's tomorrow at 4:00. It was supposed to be. It was like a Zoom seminar on domestic violence. I was going to watch it and tape it and see if you guys wanted to watch it. I was going to see what it was all about. And then they're also doing. Let me show you.
JPC, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships.
JPC, my girl. Thank you, Mama. My OG. I was going to see what we had here under my. I've got some cases that I've gotten some updates on that I want to tell you guys about. But until we get this, until we know what's going on this morning, I'm going to hold off on that. Let's watch. Well, here's the thing I wanted to play on the.
And the family of Caleb Harris speaking out after his remains were identified.
This is not. Julie.
Shame when you've been abused by an intimate partner.
That's what I wanted to play.
There should be no shame when you've been abused by an intimate partner. But sadly, there is. Shame in coming to terms with being in an abusive relationship. Shame in talking about it. Shame in asking for help. The feelings of shame can be overwhelming and also stifling. I'm thinking about this because of what I heard defendant Marsha Thompson say on the witness stand. She felt a lot of shame, especially regarding the sexual abuse that her batterer inflicted on her.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I thought that was really sweet or nice what she'd said about that. But we are in Domestic Violence Month, which is why we have purple up on the screen. And that purple is supportive domestic violence. So if you guys put purple hearts in the stream this month, I think that's appropriate for this particular trial that we stick to purple hearts. Wouldn't you like that? 25% of his weight in a few months. Yes, Patty. Thank you, Patty, for your being a member for 12 months. Patty is another one of my OGs. Thank you, Mama. We got another super. Does that? Oh, it's a townhome. I know, Buzzman. It's a townhome. No, it's funny because the way that building was set up, you had literally this. Okay, so connected in that one building, on one side of Sarah was two separate apartments, one on the downstairs and one on the upstairs. And then on the other side of her, there was another townhome. And then on the other side of that, there was two apartments, one on the downstairs, one on the upstairs. So it's kind of cool the way they built that to where there's two townhomes in the middle, and on the outside you have 4 separate units of the building. But yes, she lived in a townhome, which is why we get into the whole stair talk, which I'm not going to get into the stair talk right now. I would like to figure out what we're doing this morning. Are we going to see anything? Because I could be doing a lot right now for you guys if I know what's going on with trial, with the courthouse.
Is anybody tweeting anything?
I just looked and I didn't see any updates. I'll refresh again and see what they say.
Justice for Jorge Torrez Jr. should get trending too, says West Coast Mesh Fighter.
Nope, there's nothing. And I would think that if Law and Crime was going to air this, they would have already had this up. Don't you think?
I do.
And I will tell you guys, at one point, I remember looking in on this and seeing, you know how when you go to set up a live stream, an upcoming live stream, I think it was Court TV that had it already set up, that they were, and I had clicked on it and I did the notification button and everything, but it's not there today. That stream is not there today. So I do feel like maybe they found out, okay, so she's not going to be, they're not going to stream the jury selection. So maybe for them, it wasn't worth it with the hurricane and jury selection being part of it. What are you looking at, Sam?
I am asking someone who I think is in the courtroom.
You're talking, okay. The Ackerman convicted, they're talking about the Ackerman trial still over on Court TV Live. I was hoping they would be talking about Sarah this morning. And look at there. Of course, DeSantis is still talking over in Florida.
Of course.
About the hurricane. I'm going to take that down. No new feeds from there. Update from the docket. Let me look at the docket once more time.
Well, I'm being told by someone in the courtroom that they are not sure whether there's going to be streaming. It is, quote, a zoo in here.
A zoo? Oh, God.
A zoo.
Oh, are they not prepared for this? Do you think
I don't know. I have someone who's there. My question was, are they going to stream from the courtroom today? And the response was, I'm not sure. It's a zoo in here.
I just wonder if, come on. I mean, we're having trouble with audio already. They weren't really too concerned about that. That needed to be taken care of. And now you're going to tell me that they weren't prepared for people coming in to watch this trial there in the gallery. I think that's one of the reasons he didn't want to move it to a bigger courtroom, because he didn't want to have to deal with all that.
Probably.
He does not. I think with Kranick, this being out in the media, this being on camera is not his. He has no. He's not going to help that at all.
Mm-mm.
He doesn't care if it's
No, he
if
does
it's in the
not.
media, which is not a bad thing for a judge. But it just kind of sucks that he doesn't, push for the microphones and all that to sound a little bit better. But hopefully, like we said last time, we were listening to them in the courtroom, and a lot of them times they wouldn't be on the mic and they'd be standing away from it, and you couldn't hear what they were saying. We're hoping that once there's a jury in there, that they're going to start making them stick to the microphone. And who knows? I wonder if Owen's got his little walkabout microphone that he asked for.
I don't know. Maybe. Chat, I've asked if the delay is because of Sarah's clothing. I do not know that I will get a response, but I've tried. So it sounds like no firm decisions have been made there, I guess, based on this little tidbit of information. So Deborah Miller is saying that per law and crime, Sarah's clothing from the jail did not arrive in time. So I don't understand that. I told you this the other day. I swear I did. That when we have trials, we bring the clothes to the courthouse and give them to the deputies, because they can't change before they're being transported. They have to wear their jail uniforms to the courthouse. They change in the holding room right outside the courtroom.
You think her attorney was late, or do you think one of Owens's people that had her clothes was late?
I don't know. It's so see, the bailiffs, or I'm sorry, the sheriff's deputies are who would be in charge of jail things, transport things, and keeping track of Sarah once they're at court. And they may have said, I think in the hearing we heard that the clothes were going to go to the jail. But I thought, that's weird. Okay. So now what I'm taking from this is that it's entirely possible that the clothes went to the jail and they needed to be brought to the courthouse. So here's an update from Tickled Pink Music from Law and Crime. Potential jurors outside the courtroom waiting for jury selection to start. We are not allowed to broadcast jury selection. We are waiting to see how the latest hurricane.
Yeah, that's old.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, we've already gone over all that.
All right.
We know they got started late. We know that it's a zoo because we've got the guy, Sam's got a friend in there. What else do we think is going on? If you're an investigator sitting there, Sam, what are you doing at this point in time when all this is happening with the trial? Thank you, Viv.
What am I doing? Well, mine have never been as chaotic as this, but normally I'm just at the defense table making sure that, like, if we've got computers with us, that all the computers are working, that everybody's got what they need. The defendants are, where they need to be. We want to make sure that they can see the screens on their table, that they have something to write with so they can take notes, that they're next to the attorney, and, a deputy needs to be right behind them at all times. So normally what I'm doing, right, if something is not like if the judge is off the bench, then I'm trying to sort of joke around with the client, or, just try to ease them, make them feel comfortable. Sometimes their family has come into the courtroom and they'll look around and wave to their family. So, yeah, it's just like anything else that you're trying to buy time.
Yeah. Law and Crime has 3 trials this week, starting this week. They've got the Melody Ferris trial. She's charged with unaliving her husband and burning his body in a burn pit. And then they've got, that's in Georgia. And then also they've got Leilani Simons in Georgia, who was charged in the death of her 2-year-old son. And then, of course, Sarah Boone. So,
can we just address what Mark said about me here?
What was he saying? Oh my God, Sam is a Hooters girl. Oh, no. Oh, no, he didn't.
Mark, I have said from the minute I came on this channel as a guest that I work for the defense. Yo, I'm a defense investigator.
She is not a consultant.
No,
She's not a James Owens consultant. I love how he does that too. It's like if they don't have a big title, he's like, oh, they're a consultant.
Right. AKA law student. That is a law student.
Why? So do you think James Owens going with this Birkeland thing, with him going back and pulling Birkeland out, because surely he knew about Birkeland's history. I guess he didn't have a lot of faith in us all finding out what was going on. So I'm wondering if him saying, moving that whole thing to, oh, he's a consultant, is his way of pulling Birkeland off the case.
I don't know. I don't understand what is happening. Like why we have 3 attorneys. And yet 3 attorneys, a paralegal, or no, 4 attorneys, I guess, because the one girl was had just gotten her bar results, so she was an attorney. So we've got all these attorneys, but nobody can seem to produce a motion with case law unless it's for makeup, which is just crazy.
Don't you think it's funny that that I guess at this point, both of his co-counsels, who we've not seen live or in person, are there?
I don't know.
And they're probably going to get stuck in Florida.
Aren't they from here? They're not Florida attorneys?
No. Remember we said what's his name's in New Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
And
I know
then
that.
And then the other guy got moved away. He moved. He has an office here, but he also has an office in New Mexico. And then what was the other one? I swore he was out of state too. You guys remind me, because I forgot about that.
I thought they were Florida attorneys. Okay, interesting. So let's see. Michelle had just asked a second ago if I knew anything on Delphi. I don't. I have not been paying very close attention to that. CK is responding to maybe the poll you put up, Carrie.
Is the Delphi, before you change off something like that, is Delphi going to be streamed, or did he say no cameras in the courtroom?
I thought that the comment I just read here from Michelle says it's not being aired, but people can report on it. It's supposed to start in a week or so. I knew about the case years and years ago. I know somebody's been arrested and is going to trial, and that's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay.
On that.
Madeline Soto case. I don't know, guys. I know a lot of you guys said you wanted me to do something on that case, and I touched on it a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know anything about that case. And I worry.
Awful. It's an awful
worry
case.
that when is that one going to trial? Do we know? Because I worry I don't know enough about it to really do a stream on it, and I don't know if I would do it justice or not, to be honest with you. And I don't like to do trials when there's, that just doesn't go over well. It just does not go over well with the children.
You guys, you have to know that Carrie puts in an insane amount of work for you. Like insane, to get you all the different things she puts up. So just jumping on a case is going to be hard to do, because she's going to want to look into the background, I'm
a little obsessive that way. I know a lot of people can do that and they can juggle, but I'm just not very good at the juggle. And so I just don't feel like, I feel very confident in knowing what's going on with Sarah Boone's case right now.
Right.
And I didn't want to confuse myself with another case until this one was over with. But I do think we need to start thinking in the future as to what we're going to all watch together when this is over. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of why I was trying to grab y'all's attention on it. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a new member. Thank you, Groovy. Wait, Groovy Gaia Girl. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate y'all. What do you think in all of the testimony that we've heard in the different listening into Sarah's interrogation? Last night it caught my attention. She's willing to admit, she's willing to forego people thinking that she harmed George versus admitting that she's an alcoholic. Like if she'd have come out of the gate and said, I was drunk, I'm so stupid, I passed out. I passed out drunk. If she'd have said that, we would not be here right now. I mean, like we would not be going through, I think this case would have gone a lot differently. Of course, we're talking about Sarah, so it's not going to go smoothly. But I mean, I just felt like why I guess it's true. If you're an alcoholic, you can admit you're an alcoholic. Is that what it is?
Well, I don't think Sarah's capable of admitting to any sort of flaw. You know, she has to be she just can't stand anybody thinking badly of her. So, you know, I think that's a huge piece of it. She just absolutely refused to admit what everybody could see, you know, and Ozzy is correct. In the state of Florida, voluntary intoxication is not a defense. Mark, she excels at everything, especially drinking. Mel says, yes, Carrie goes deep diving down all the rabbit holes and does not court hop like many do. Yeah, the amount of work you put in on this case is just unbelievable.
But you know what's frustrating? It's frustrating that I still can't get some of the stuff that's out there. Like I've gone to the jail. I've gone to freaking the police department in Kissimmee and in Orlando, which is outside the skirts of it, but they didn't have anything. The jail still hasn't gotten back to me on all the stuff that I've asked for. The police department or the sheriff's office in Orlando County did get back to me finally, and I've got that. But I actually went to the governor and I asked for that copy of that letter letters that she was writing the governor. They said that, you know, they don't have any such letters. And then we did go over the JAC, which we could review that later if you guys would like to do a refresh on what's been paid with the JAC, because that was interesting. Hang on, Frankie needs to go outside. I'm going to put it on mute just a second.
All right, what are we congratulating Queen of Hearts for? She's 26 days sober. Excellent. Congratulations, Queen of Hearts. That's awesome. So glad to hear that. Jess says she's 17 years clean. Heather Hughes says, I'm sorry, you guys go by faster than I can click on them. Heather Hughes says she's been sober since 2001, just 17 years. Mark, year 14. My goodness, you guys are doing great. That's so awesome. Fantastic. Congratulations to all of you. Christine Covey says 12 years. That's amazing. You guys are fantastic. Super proud of you. Michelle says she can't imagine her life after this case. I have cases I feel like that about. Like, will they ever go away? Will they ever see trial? Will I ever not have to go to the jail again? Sober for 5 years, Blanco's
Is now let me ask you guys a question, and if I sound ignorant, please don't think I'm trying to be ignorant. I'm asking because I want to be politically correct in the future, or just correct. Do I call somebody that's a recovering alcoholic, or do I call them an alcoholic?
I don't know. I don't want Angela.
No, I'm asking the chat. I'm asking the people that are that. I think you say you're a recovering alcoholic or
in recovery. I don't know.
Sobriety. Good,
but
yeah.
Got a lot of high achievers here. Good for you guys. I asked my person in the courtroom again, is it true that it's been delayed because of Sarah's clothing? And they did not know. Find Me says since 1991. Where did I see that?
Wow,
Yep.
you guys.
1991. JPC says recovering. Mark says don't go there. Amy Cruz, 17 years. You guys are awesome.
Okay, I've just checked and there's no...
7 years for Angela Nygaard. Recovering. 32 years. Oh my God, you guys.
I've got an update. I've got an update from Law and Crime. Boone's attorney said the jail would not let her wear her own shoes, and she currently has jail flip-flops on.
Oh, her slides that she wanted the judge to stand in.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Let's see. Said the discussion of the forms and the objection, which was overruled, even though the judge previously sustained the state's claim. The objection overruled by state was won by the defense in this matter. After this was presented, her defense was brought. Oh, Sarah Boone was brought. Oh, which I think this is somebody recapping what's already been done. Okay, I've got a picture of her. Oh, okay. Here we go. I do have a picture from the courtroom if anybody would like to see it.
Yeah,
Let
put
me
it up.
share
Let's
this with
see
you
it.
guys.
Let's see it.
At least we get something for crying out freaking loud. Oh, that's the dress she chose, a navy blue dress. Can you see it okay? Because I don't know if I can make it.
Yeah, I have my screen like split up into a million different pieces.
If I open it in a new screen, let me see if it looks any better. No.
Angela says it's showing on Court TV.
Okay, hang on. Oh, it is. Okay, I'm there. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, honey.
Court TV says jury selection is up next.
Celebrity trials are...
I'll be right back, Carrie.
No other. You not only have the drama of what's happening inside the courtroom, there's the drama of who these people are.
I wonder if Court TV is gonna...
everywhere. People
it's a commercial. I'm gonna put the... I'm gonna put it on mute for a second.
Haven't seen anything quite like a strong showing for the case against.
I wonder if they're gonna dox me for showing it, you guys, on Court TV. Do you think they will? Not dox me. I'm using the wrong word. Copyright strike me. I mean, at this point, I guess, does it even matter? I want to see the damn trial. I don't even care. I mean, I don't want a copyright strike, but I don't care if I get monetized on it. Excuse me. Am I muted? Can you hear me? Oh, did you guys, by the way, I forgot to tell you guys. Y'all are making fun of me again. Stop making fun of me. I forgot to tell you guys, did you find the new emojis I put up? Y'all wanted some Sarah Boone emojis. I got them up for you. I put one up of me being muted. I sure did. I figured y'all'd have a heyday with that one. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I see them going up now, but you know what sucks is if I'm watching over here, I have to watch you on my screen, on my other screen, because if I'm looking under StreamYard, the emojis don't pop up. But if I watch on YouTube, they do. Oh, look at you guys. Y'all are too funny. But you can't see them very well, though. I wish we could make them bigger. Thank you to everyone also who has purchased a Cranic t-shirt. I do have those. I'll put something up again on my channel about those, but I did some Cranic t-shirts for everyone.
I haven't seen those yet.
You haven't? I'll put them up. I've got a link, but I don't want to get off the stream. I want to stay on the stream. Y'all know I can't have too many things. I'm going to refresh to see if I can get a feed off of YouTube rather than Court TV's website, because I feel uncomfortable with that. But I think Court TV's website's going to have very good audio.
We have 1,400 people in here. I hope everybody remembers to push the like. Tap that like button. Do whatever you need to do to say you like the stream, please.
Yes, please like me. He's like, Sam, we need the love. We need the love. Day 1 of jury selection. All right, let's turn the volume back on.
First you moved in, you
Commercials. Yeah, I don't want the commercial. Oh, there's Matthew Perry. I love Matthew Perry.
I read his book. Oh, actually, I listened to it.
Did you?
Yeah, I listened to it and he read it. It was heartbreaking.
He's such a cutie patootie.
Yeah, they charged people with murder for his death.
I think that's awesome.
I agree. I'm thrilled.
Okay,
I am thrilled.
We're on commercial break. Let me take this off the screen. Okay, okay. Unless we have, so here's what we're gonna do with. Oh my gosh, you guys with the.
Hey, Carrie, you want to update the banner that's going across the screen for anybody?
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that.
They're all taking pleas.
I got out of the vehicle and started
Okay, now they're
screaming
back
at
over there.
Davis. I was hysterical, you know.
Is that
I
the
couldn't
jealous
believe what
boyfriend
happened.
trial?
And I was trying to get a response, but he wouldn't respond to my
I
screaming
guess
at him.
we're gonna stay on
and
this
hollering at
because
him.
we know
So I
that they'll
got
go
down
over
and I
to
touched
it,
his
and then
face
I'm
2 or
gonna
3
keep.
times to try to get him to come to.
We're going to stay on this feed right here, and then I'm in the background going to be refreshing to see if anything else pops in where we go into the courthouse. But at least we know they're talking about going into the courtroom with Sarah over at Court TV, so that's a good thing.
Okay, that's something.
It's more than what we've had, right?
Yep. Yep. Thank you, John, for your super chat.
I would like to take a moment to thank Sam for being here with me today because she doesn't have to be. She's supposed to be working. Don't tell her boss. No, she is her boss.
am my
She is her own boss. She should be working, but she's here with me. But I told her, I said, Sam, you don't have to go live with me for this whole thing. You know, you could just pop in on breaks and stuff if you want to. And she's like, I'm going to be watching it anyway.
It's true. You know I would. After all this, I stream trials or court-related things all day anyway, so yeah. Just be here with you guys. It's much more entertaining. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. That was very nice. Look at that. Thank you, Sam. We miss you when you're not here. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, Ozzy.
That's so sweet.
Guys, I don't know if what Court TV is going to show with this because they're talking about up next the home renovation murder trial in the next hour.
I don't know.
They might just show, maybe they'll just show a few clips here and there. If we know, if we're not going to get a live feed, we might as well be doing something constructive, damn it. We should be talking about something in the case of Sarah Boone's case that's constructive than just sitting here waiting. I don't like the waiting.
Everybody's saying nice things about me, though, Carrie. I appreciate that.
Well, that's good for you, Sam, okay?
Gonna Fawcett says, doesn't this count as research? Absolutely. Michelle says, I'm amazing. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you, West Coast Mesh Fighter. Yes,
one thing,
Alice,
Sam,
I'm sure the courthouse is closed. We're just going to try to see what, if anything, they're going to stream today. Oh, Jeannie calls us a dream team. That's so nice.
That is nice. Do you think Sarah wanted to hug her attorneys and everybody that walked in the courtroom today before they came in?
I don't know.
You know, she has, yeah, you don't have to hug me, lady. We're good. We're good. We're good, snake breath.
Thank you, Mark. Mark says I'm number one. Thank you, guys. You guys are very nice. I really appreciate it. I really do.
You know what I'm going to find interesting is when they bring up her medical history, because they've been talking about that a lot lately. What was it you said in this last stream that apparently it was withheld from the prosecution?
Well, so I thought that the prosecution said that they were just now receiving medical documents that they knew had been around for years. Yes, Sean Tierney, the motion from yesterday has been addressed. It was just to keep some stuff out.
Hey, Sean. Good to see you.
Oh, Tony Marchese is back to my odd origins. Sam, an aunt of mine from here, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, moved to Dayton, Ohio as a young bride. Been there since. She has an Ohio Southern twang now. Yeah, it's real easy. It is not hard to develop one of those.
Also, I want to remind everybody, too, that under Florida law, voluntary intoxication cannot be used as a defense.
It is not a defense. No.
So when we're talking about this trial, we have to keep that in mind. What was the other thing that we were going to bring up, Sam, about? There was something else you were going to bring up. We talked about it over email or text yesterday. Let me look. You said, should I remind everybody?
Yeah, but I don't remember what I said.
Let me go back to my text.
Mandy.
I said do a gentle reminder.
Yeah, I think one of it was about the store. Hippie chick, congratulations on your recovery. Nurse Jackie.
Under the jury instructions.
Oh yeah, I know. I didn't finish that.
Oh yeah, you're working on that. Okay, that's not a big deal. We'll talk about that. We've got tomorrow to talk about that, I guess.
Yeah, no, I had a little thing I wanted to sort of prepare on that, and I got distracted by watching hurricane coverage, trying to figure out what to do. Mandy Strong, Hurricane Milton. What city is Mr. Owens from? Milton.
Yep. Is that not weird?
Yep.
The Lord is speaking.
Angelina is from Canada. She says, I've got a bit of a Southern twang and I've never been to the U.S. I just watch a lot of American TV. I went to college in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, and I would go home on the holidays and people would say, you have a Southern twang now. And then I would go back to Texas and they'd say, you're talking like a Yankee again. I could not win.
Yeah, so they're still doing the closing or is that the impact statements on this other trial?
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it. Purple Pansy, we're not getting a very 100% clear answer about what's going on in the courtroom right now. In Australia, we grew up on American, British, and Aussie TV movies, so we get you all. Yeah. Jess says that you and I have nice chemistry, Carrie. Thank you. We've never met each other in real life.
No, and I told her she could come here if she needed to get away from the storm.
But then I would want to stay there and do YouTube-y things instead of.
Can you imagine
my actual job?
We would not get. We would sit. We would
it
be.
Would be yeah.
Work.
It would
be working the whole time, but it would be fun work. But yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
And by the way, everybody, I'm refreshing on YouTube just to see if there's any live feeds anywhere else, and I'm not getting any once again.
Mark, you may very well be right that we're two peas in a pod. Court
Orange
TV
cut.
said it's jury selection, so no live feed today. No idea, but that's what's being reported. 2 days of jury selection. I think they closed the court for tomorrow and Thursday. Is that or Tuesday and Wednesday?
Wednesday for sure.
The storm is supposed to hit the west coast of Florida on Wednesday. El Gordo is just trying to stir up the chat, saying he thinks everybody in the case is hot.
Here's another feed from Sarah. The jury should not be able to see. It says, judge says there are privacy panels located in front of counsel's table, and the jury should not be able to see Sarah Boone's feet today. Good Lord. This is so not. Judge will provide an order to the jail after today she can wear her own shoes.
Oh, so she must still be in the jail slides then and not be happy about it. Okay. Judge says he moved the trial from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. Hold on. Somebody has said because of his concern to see the jury because is that old or that's new? Is that getting her hair done, Mark? I don't know.
She getting her hair
Bye,
did.
Tony Marchese.
Bye, Tony.
Who's the guy to her right? I don't know. Like, oh, that's Henderson, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Henderson dude. Oh, Frank. Frank's coming in from outside, y'all. Here comes a huffing and puffing. I'm like, I don't know what. And I put his bed right underneath my desk because he likes to be right up underneath me.
Hmm.
Oh, good Lord. All right, hang on. Maybe it won't be so
Gene
bad.
P, I can't wait to hear the Emmy testimony. Like, I better have service and some sort of device charged so I can hear that. I will be very mad. Yeah, Mel and totally Terry. I do think that they are gonna he was gonna keep the 3-week thing open.
So they're still talking about Ackerman over there. So this is the first thing they had her on Twitter. And then this was the other photo we had on Twitter.
Yeah,
We'll go back to court TV right now.
First regular close in over 4 years, and it doesn't look any different. That's crazy.
You can't improve that. You cannot improve that. All right, hang on. Let me. I'll be right back.
So Sisselman says that Kathy got more posts. I'm guessing you mean on the Twitter, which I'm not that great at, but let's see if I can do something about that. It's frustrating waiting to see what's going to happen. And I'm avoiding choosing what I'm going to do with my evacuation situation. Okay, let's see. So where I live, 2 zones have already been mandatory evacuating orders.
He said pilgrim dress.
I am looking for whoever's tweeting out of the courtroom.
Lori Shaver. I don't remember. I know that name. I'm trying to remember that one.
Okay, so I
Looks
see
like she's getting the
Kathy.
shackles removed there as we're getting ready for the jury
Oh,
selection.
there we go.
An A-list actor charged in a fatal.
You think Court TV's messing with us? I think they are.
I don't think so.
But I don't know if they're going to show a whole lot, but at least we know they got a feed in there. And you know what? I like the angle of the camera, you guys.
Because you can see Sarah?
Yeah. Well, just because it's a better angle when you see the front of everybody.
So it looks like judge is going to do jury selection today and tomorrow. And they won't stream that.
Do y'all like that show that they just showed? Shoot. What was the name of it? With Christian Kane? I love Christian Kane. He's so cute.
Christian Kane.
Yeah, he was in Angel and Buffy, and now he was in this other one with Timothy Hutton. The oh shoot, y'all, what was the name of that show they just showed the commercial for? It's such a good show.
Well, people don't think Sarah's glow up is very glow uppy.
I'm not impressed, but I'm not surprised I'm not impressed. I mean, what did we expect?
Chat is definitely not impressed. Chat is not impressed.
Even if you put spackle on that, there's only so much you can do without the assistance of plastic surgery. No, I'm being mean because I just don't like Sarah Boone. I'm not usually this mean, but it's just, it's just so freaking ridiculous to even go there when his family has been ignored for 4.5 freaking years.
Was
Because
Christian
everybody
Kane on
talks
Leverage?
nothing about her. Leverage, that's the name of it. Thank you, Michelle. I love Leverage. I love that show.
He's got another show out now.
He's got a couple of them. He's been in a couple of things.
Yeah.
He's hot.
He is.
He's a Southern boy too. He's from Kentucky.
He's got a song
or
that they
Oklahoma.
played in Leverage.
Yeah, he's got a couple of songs.
Thinking of You. I think I have that.
They played that in Angel. I've got his whole I did his whole CD. It's a really good. I wish he'd do more music, but I can understand he's kind of busy.
Michelle,
yeah,
you're right. It's got the same neckline as your jail scripts. Listen to our ADHD talking about clothes and TV shows and trying to find the trial feed.
Do we stress y'all out with how we jump around?
They do the same thing in the chat. I'm watching them. Amy Crew, I agree. She looks exactly the same.
Sam made a comment earlier today, and I didn't think about this. When you guys watch a trial, do y'all trial hop to different channels and stuff? Because I was wondering about that. Or do you stick to one channel? I always stuck to one channel unless they annoyed me and then I had to move. But
yeah, I don't know.
There's still nothing on YouTube.
Category 5. Oh.
Are they saying it's a category 5 now? Is that wait? When does the next update? Isn't there an 11?
11 o'clock will be the next
Is there a day
advisory.
11?
It'll be 11 o'clock.
Okay. I thought I was muted. Okay. Judge says. Okay, let me read Kathy's notes here from Law and Crime. She says Judge would like 4 alternates, but if they can get more, he'd like that. Judge confirms the court is closed Wednesday, and they're waiting to see about Thursday and Friday. Jurors that pass the initials rounds today and tomorrow will be told to call a phone indicating if they are to return Thursday or Friday or next week. Judge says he moved the trial from 2 weeks to 3 weeks because of his concerns to seat a jury due to publicity. This means he does not think they're getting a jury in one day. Plea offer was rejected. We offered 15 years.
Oh, they did?
For
they
lesser
made an offer?
charge. I can't believe that. I just cannot believe that. This is 2 minutes ago.
I'm stunned.
She was offered 15 years for lesser charge of manslaughter. She faces 22.5 years for the top charge of second-degree murder. She rejected the offer.
The 22 years is the bottom of the sentencing guidelines. Yeah, Hurricane Milton's now category 4.
This guy put on look at this, you guys. This guy put it on Twitter. He said, "Thank goodness trial was delayed so she could get her street clothes that definitely look totally different from her jail clothes."
Yeah, exactly.
The same, y'all. How stupid is that? At least get a different color, for crying out loud.
I know, that's insane.
I don't know if anything can work with that complexion, though. I'm just saying. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna put it back on the. Y'all yell at me if you see Court TV feed come back up, because I'm in Twitter reading, because I think they're going to be dropping Twitter bombs on this, really, like what they're talking about. So
I was looking at the weather.
Okay, so it says
Angela Infante. That's how I do things too. I've got something on my phone and something on my computer.
Okay, so it says on Twitter that Frank, sweetie, go sit down, honey. Sarah Boone is in the courtroom, brought in with waist chains, which were removed, clothed in a blue 3/4 sleeve top and black pants. Oh, she's got black pants on. Hair combed back. Surprise, surprise. Hang on, you guys. I got to put him in another room so he can.
I can't believe. Well, I'm not surprised she turned down a plea. I'm surprised the state actually offered her a plea, because they seemed really angry. Like when she first was made to represent herself, if you go back and you listen to that first hearing, the state mentions a potential plea twice, and then never again. They just got angry with her.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so I want to go down this Twitter feed from this Kathy chick and just read it all the way down. And I may end up repeating myself, but I want to make sure we get caught up. Okay. So she says, potential jurors are outside. This was an hour ago. Potential jurors are outside the courtroom waiting for the jury selection to start. We are not allowed to broadcast jury selection. We are not allowed to broadcast jury selection. We're waiting to see how the latest hurricane will impact opening statements, as that storm is set to hit that area Wednesday or Thursday. Then in the comments, she writes, the court will be closed Wednesday due to Hurricane Milton, and it's a wait and see for the rest of the week. So at this point, they're still talking about being open on Tuesday.
Which is crazy, Carrie, because my county just upped its mandatory evacuations to 2 zones.
It says delayed to the start of the jury selection. She didn't receive her clothes on time. Judge left the bench and asked to be alerted when she's there and ready. Sarah Boone is in the courtroom, brought in with waist chains, which were removed, clothed in a 3/4 sleeve top and black pants, hair combed back. Who cares? Boone's attorney said the jail would not let her wear her own shoes, and she currently has jail flip-flops on. I'm sure that looks really cute with her little black pants. Judge says that there are privacy panels located in front of the counsel's table, and the jury should not be able to see Sarah's feet today. Good Lord. I mean, this is what he's having to deal with. Judge will provide an order to the jail that after today, she can wear her own shoes. Judge would like 4 alternatives, but if they can get more than that, he'd like to. The judge, especially with this hurricane, seems like with this hurricane, maybe they would want to plan ahead for that. Judge confirms the court is closed Wednesday, and they're waiting to see about Thursday and Friday. Jurors that pass the initial rounds today and tomorrow will be told to call a phone indicating if they are to return Thursday, Friday, or next week. Judge says he removed the trial from 2 weeks to 3 weeks because of his concerns to seat a jury due to the publicity. So from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. Okay. This means that he does not think they're getting a jury in one day. She rejected a plea offer. And I mean, you guys, this is huge. 15 years for lesser charge of manslaughter.
Well, stop there for a second, Carrie. Think about that. If she took a 15-year plea, how long has she been in jail?
4.5 years.
Okay,
four years and 7 months.
So she gets gain time, right? So she would get that knocked off. So now you're down to what? 11? She does 85% of 11 and she's out.
She's an idiot. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back. Let me change over to Court TV while I do that. I'll put the sound up.
Trial beginning against defendant
Hi,
Sarah
Mark.
Boone. Jury selection about to get underway. They're dealing with some preliminary matters first. Let's watch.
What are you taking?
Tonics for stomach acid and Lipitor.
When's the last time you took those medications? Are they affecting your ability to perceive or understand? Okay, thank you. All right, the parties have been provided answers to our jury questionnaires and an outline of a seating chart. Just as a friendly reminder, please do not use last names when addressing any member of our venire. Please use paddle numbers. The crime charged in this matter is second-degree murder. I did ask the state to provide a copy of the score sheet to the defense. Has that been done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what is the lowest permissible sentence based on the score sheet?
22.5 years, 246 months.
Okay, ma'am, and there's no offer to resolve this case, is that correct?
The offer is still 15 years on a manslaughter.
Okay, ma'am, do you understand the charge in this case?
Yes.
Do you understand that it's a punishable by life felony? Do you understand what that means?
I will be in prison for the rest of my life.
Okay. Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you guys see the video? Can somebody tell me yes in the chat if you're seeing the video?
Yeah, they can.
15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter.
God,
The understanding
stupid.
that she would serve 85% of that sentence.
That was
It's up
stupid.
to the department and her behavior, but that is my understanding of the section.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
Okay. Ma'am, a witness list was filed by the defense. Have you had the opportunity to review and go over with your attorney those witness lists? Okay.
Judge, I can only go out there certain times, but we've amended the witness list several times. I don't think she's seen the most amended witness list, which I don't know when it was filed, but I'll make sure today during a break and go down and make some copies of the list and bring it back up to let her review.
Okay. Ma'am, we'll circle back on that issue, but in your conversations with your attorney so far, and the witnesses that they intend to call in the case, should you choose to put one on, are there any witnesses that you wanted to call or want to be as witnesses that your lawyers have not listed?
I'm unaware because I don't know what the list is.
Okay, all right. We will circle back and readdress that.
Judge.
Yes, sir.
This case was 4.5 years, and she did instruct us to make attempts to find neighbors in that apartment complex, which has changed hands and people have left. So we've been trying to find witnesses from 30 plus days ago, but we haven't found as many as she wanted us to. We found some that we feel like will be helpful for the defense, but we potentially could have found more, but we did the very best that we could. I'll give her the list and then we'll bring that up again, Judge.
Okay, we can address that after she's had the opportunity to review the amended list. Ma'am, are you ready for trial?
I am.
Is there anything else you would like to bring to my attention at this time?
No, please, but if I may have water, please.
That's something I got to address with corrections during a break, ma'am. Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and ask the state to bring in our jury. Before we bring them in, I'm going to ask the parties to reverse their positioning to be on the other side of defense counsel's tables, please.
Whoa, this was big. Offer rejected. The plea offer that the state of Florida has offered Sarah Boone 15 years on a manslaughter charge, reducing the charge and guaranteeing a sentence for her, she says no. And the judge even cautioned her that if she is convicted on the murder charge, the mandatory minimum he's looking to sentence her would be upwards of 22 years, 22 and a half, I believe, to be exact. She rejected that and wants to take her chances at trial. We're going to follow the jury selection this morning and also get you caught up on the home renovation murder trial.
Okay. All right, Sam. Sorry. I wanted to keep it muted because the sound was so bad.
Sorry. Yeah. So do you see they were turning the desks around? That's what I told you they were going to do.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Turn it around to face the gallery. And then they're getting their jury questionnaires and they're getting the diagram, like I told you guys. It's just like it's usually pieces of paper taped together with squares on them for however many people are sitting can fill the gallery.
Yeah.
Those will be the jurors, and then you fill in the numbers.
So they're going to be, I guess what Court TV is planning on doing today is just showing us a few clips here and there. I cannot believe that she rejected that. I mean,
everybody in the chat is like, this is insane that she didn't, right? But also, we're here to see her go to trial. I just didn't think the state was going to offer her a plea again. I figured she'd burned her bridges with them.
I did too. I was surprised that they even offered it. I guess probably out of consideration for the family.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
That could have been what it was, because they know that this is going to turn into even more of a media hyped thing now that it's in trial. I mean, think about it. Before it even went to trial, look at the media.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe they were considering that, and maybe, you never know. Maybe the family asked the prosecution, can we just be over and done with this?
I mean, I think you can tell in the way that the state just sounds exasperated and angry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, golly, that is awful.
Yeah, I mean, Weed Hopper makes a good point. Like, she could have had time with her son as a young person.
Oh, she doesn't care about her son. It's about her. It's all about her.
Yeah,
It's all about
I
Sarah.
agree.
Thank you, Bubba, for becoming a member, and thank you, Alex, for your super sticker, and thank you, John, for letting me know about that. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Thank you, John. So what you were saying, Sam, is okay. So if they give her 15 years, you're saying she'd probably get out in 11 for good behavior. Is that what you're saying?
I think it would be less than that, actually. So whatever she's served already since being arrested, that would come off, likely. I'm guessing. Somebody's going to come for me. I'm guessing. So the time she's already in, that would come off. And then if she did 85% of what was left, so estimate 11-ish, then yeah, Mark, it would have probably been around 8 years.
I mean,
it would be under 10. It would be under 10.
I'm just wondering if she's going to turn around and say, Owens made me not take the deal. Well, she's going to say, he's telling her, he has to ask her, have you been forced or whatever?
Maybe that's what they were fighting about.
You know what? I bet it was.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you're right. Because that would have made sense if they offered it and gave her some time to think about it.
Yeah, I think that might have been what they were fighting about. She thinks a jury is going to side with her, that they're going to see her as, I don't know, having not done anything wrong.
She's totally oblivious to how she looks to the outside world. Completely oblivious.
Exactly. Just pleas are not always offered. I've got one right now that I really want them to offer a plea because I need him to move on. It's up to the state whether they offer a plea. Melissa, thank you for your super chat, says.
On a Monday, as we start off another busy week here at Court TV, our cameras in
We do
several
not have
courtrooms
parole.
across the country. Today in Florida, it is day 3 of the home renovation murder case for Corey Bindrum, the contractor accused of killing his client over a bathroom renovation. Her remains were found 3 months after she went missing at a South Georgia landfill. Also in Florida, jury selection underway in the Suitcase murder trial for Sarah Boone. You just heard it minutes ago. She said no to a state offer of manslaughter. Could have done 15 with time served. No, says Sarah. She wants to roll the dice. Now she's facing second-degree murder, possibly for zipping her boyfriend, Jorge Torrez Jr., into his suitcase, then leaving him to die. Opening statements could be this week, but because of the storm, we're expecting that to be delayed. We'll find out more over the next few days. In Georgia, opening statements begin this afternoon in the burn pile murder trial. This is Melody Ferris. She's the defendant here, accused of killing her husband. Prosecutors say she shot Gary Ferris, then burned his body in a fire pit on their property. Let's go back to court now in Florida, though, for the murder trial for Corey Bindrum. We're going to pick up testimony from today. This is direct examination of the defendant's ex-wife. Her name, Cassidy Lee.
Wait, what?
Do the statement for the jury.
That's a different
Cassidy
trial.
Lee. Tell the jury where you're employed generally.
Hang on.
I work for the railroad. How long have you been employed?
That's the home renovation. Oh, shoot. I thought he said we were going back to Florida. For Sarah Boone. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you answering a question? What's up, Cookie? Are my texts coming through? Cookie, I asked you to send me an email, Boo, and I haven't gotten it from you. And I wanted to have you come up and say hello again to everybody, but you're not emailing me.
El Gordo with a super chat. Sarah Boone, the queen of seeking out beverages.
El Gordo. That's classic. That was a good one. What did you say about parole? Florida does not have parole. Did you answer
Yeah, we
that
don't.
one?
We don't have parole. We have community control and probation. So sometimes they'll sentence somebody to 5 and 5. So you do 5 in, come out for 5 on community control. which means an ankle monitor, the different conditions for different people, depending on what their crime is and their situation. And if they screw up, then back in they go.
What's up, Ginger Snap?
Why would the prosecutor offer her manslaughter? To get rid of it, to be done. And I'm pretty sure, Melanie, that if she pleads, it's a whole lot harder, if not impossible, to appeal.
I cannot believe she didn't take that. So, okay, let's just do the math here for a moment, please, if we can, just here for a moment. I'm not a mather. I don't math either. I'm horrible at it. I literally had to go to summer school in 2nd grade because I failed math. Okay, so she's offered 15 years. Is that what it said?
Mm-hmm.
15 years. She's already spent, we'll just round it out. She's already spent 5 of that, okay? So she would have 10 years left. Even if it was just 10 years left, she would get out.
Yeah.
She would get out in her mid to late 50s. But I guess she looks at it like this. Well, I'm going to die in my late 60s, 70s. So what's 10 versus 20 or 30? What an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
But to you guys, this is something else that's going on here. And we're going to listen to this in a little bit. And I know some of you guys know the SKR channel. They did that letter I was telling you about earlier with the alimony back and forth. And apparently her son is he's done with her. And he's just, I don't know if I don't know if he's done with her, but he's lost a lot of respect for mommy. I'll put it that way.
Zombie Plan, thank you for your $5 super chat. I think they only offered it because of church protocol. She has to make the decision to go to trial. This was her final affirmation to proceed.
What do you mean church protocol?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
She has to make the decision to go to trial. That was her final affirmation. I don't understand that, Zombie Plan. Don't super chat another one. Just tell us in the chat. Oh, court protocol.
Oh, got it.
He already did it. Okay. Is Zombie, are you a guy or a girl? I don't know. I always look at the thing and I think guy. I meant court protocol. LOL.
Anita
Okay.
Martini, I see your comments.
All right. I guess we could, now that I'm more relaxed as to what's going on with the feed, Sam, why don't we go in and talk to the chat? I mean, I'm more comfortable now, like looking away from what's going on with the feed.
Okay.
So,
Buttercup asks how many years of 2nd degree. The state said that her guidelines would be 22 and a half at the bottom, life at the top.
Did you click that or did I click that?
I clicked it.
Okay.
I still can't comment as me. If I comment, it's you.
Guys, you aren't understanding me. It was not intentional. Okay, NR. I'm with you. I love Buttercup's name. I love that channel name. So, oh, look, there's Miss Mandy. Where you been, girl?
She's been in the chat all morning. Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mandy.
Have you not been here, Mandy?
I have not been looking at the chat. I apologize. I wanted to make sure you guys had coverage, okay? And that was more important than y'all talking to me directly, right? Mandy says, so when convicted, Judge Craniot will give her more than the offered 15 years, right? Yeah. So what do we say? 20?
He has to go by the guidelines.
22 and a half?
Yeah. So bottom is 22 and a half. He can't go below that. He doesn't have to give her life, but he can't go below 22 and a half.
Laura said, please no more comments about Diddy. Yeah, people are tired of it. People are so sick of that. I hate that I put that in my chat, in my option for covering trials, but
she's on Linda O'Gara. It sounded like she was on what is it? Acid reflux medication, like burning in your chest.
What are you talking about?
She was having, when court TV cut back in, Sarah was telling the judge what drugs she was on. And it sounded to me like it was anti-acid type acid reflux type thing.
I'm not giving away where we're finding it from. If you can't figure it out, I'm not telling you.
So when okay, so thanks all for replying. Trying to see you guys and make sure that you all feel heard. Where are you finding this? Is on YouTube or online?
This is what it looks like in the courtroom right now, you guys. And when Court TV comes back up, we'll do that. But yeah. Bye for Boone, no question. She doesn't realize. You're right, Pinky. Hey, Pinky, it's good to see you, honey.
Yes, Pope. For every 4 days you're in jail in Florida, you get one off. That's what I was saying. She had to do 85%.
Okay, so that's what it is. Hey, Pope.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same Pope that was up here? Is this the same Pope that was on here before and you changed your avatar? Because you were here with the other trials that we were doing, weren't you?
Gypsy's mom, you're right. If it is federal, it will not be televised. That's correct. I didn't know that. You can't even walk into a federal courthouse with an electronic device unless you have an order from the judge.
Really?
Yeah, I told you this. I did a double murder in federal court here, and I had to bring my letter and my ID with me every single time to get my phone and my laptop in. And if I didn't have any of that, then I would not be going into the courthouse.
Okay, I'm going to put in this in the bottom. Sarah Boone refuses 15-year plea deal.
Sam, how often do defendants not take the deal? It depends on how delusional they are. I've got some that will absolutely refuse to take a deal, take it to trial, even though we tell them over and over again it's a losing case. Some get impatient in jail and are like, what is the state offering? And they want to plead. So it just depends. It has a lot to do, I feel like, with the attitude of the person and what they're charged with. Thank you, Zuzu. Has she had a haircut? I don't know. Patrick J, wouldn't that be 80%? Probably. My understanding was 85%. And I don't math. And we do sentencing guidelines here in Florida. So she's got a score sheet. And so the 22 and a half years comes based off of her score, whatever her points are under the Florida guidelines. Okay, so Carrie Naughty B says it's on Court TV right now streaming. Can she change her mind for a plea after trial starts? Again, that depends on the state. They could say, okay, not again. That's it. We're not offering it again. Carrie?
I'm here. I'm just I'm looking. No, wasn't that an old tweet?
I don't know. It was a chat from a few seconds ago.
Yeah, they're still on that other trial right now.
Okay. Yeah, she is really delusional.
I'm going to look into, while we're doing this, I want to look over here and check out. Parties have moved to face the gallery as jury selection begins.
Yeah, they have to turn the tables around, just like I told you guys. And they have a big layout in front of them with squares, and they write in information from the jury questionnaires, and then when the judge and the attorneys start to question them, they make little notes in the boxes that are squares. So, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think I believe she would have done under 10. But that's just how she, that's just how she is. Like, are we surprised? It's like, smart to be there. Sarah Boone turned down 15 years. Yes, Kurt, she sure did. She would have been out in under 10. Kurt's come back to harass the chat.
She has distorted view. She will be set free, and there will be movies and books and for fame. You know what? You're right, Elena. I think you're right. And one thing we were saying earlier was, I think that this is James Owen's swan song trial. I think he's going to be writing a book after this. I think that's why he's in this for retirement. I really think that. I really do think that. And then also you have Sarah thinking that she's going to be able to make some dough after this is over with. Honestly, though, with her fighting with Brian, she probably feels like, other than her fans, she has no money coming in. So she thinks that she's going to be able to get some money when she gets out of jail. She probably is going to try to sue the system.
Right.
Can you not believe? I mean, think about it. Yeah, Jay says she believes she is innocent. She does.
Yeah, she does.
And here's the thing. There's one thing in believing you're innocent and then having some type of humility in it all. I think that's where she's screwed up with everything, in my opinion, especially in the public's opinion, is that if she showed any remorse or any type of, just admit one freaking time that you were wrong, Sarah, just admit it. I think we would all be a lot smoother on her. But it's like it's everybody else's fault. Everything is everybody else's fault. It has never her. It's never her.
Exactly.
And to even go as far as to blame George, and then okay, well, they're not falling for that. Okay, let's blame George's wife now. Oh, okay, they're not falling for that. Okay, well then let's go back and blame George again. Oh no, let's go over to George's family. Let's take away the fact that this man just lost his wife, and let's worry about Sarah, because she is so, bless her heart, scared that his family, his feeble little mama, and her two brothers are going to come after her.
Mm-hmm. I know, it's insane.
A Bellis. No, you didn't. Oh, yeah. I could see her doing that. I could see her doing something that. What's the opposite word of classy?
Trashy.
Trashy. There you go. She is trashy.
Alexis W says there's something on the docket.
Let me take a look. I haven't refreshed it in a few moments.
And is Law and Crime doing anything? I'm sorry. I'm trying to respond to my mother who's yelling at me from Ohio.
Sam, can you pull up Law and Crime and just monitor that on your side?
I'm looking for it.
I've got like 4 or 5 things I'm trying to monitor. Let's see. We've got. Let me refresh the docket again.
It looks like I'm not seeing Law and Crime.
Nothing there. Okay, so the state's motion in limine to exclude battered spouse syndrome evidence or exclude mention of battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to a justifiable use of deadly force. Now, you guys, it's on the docket with those notes on it. Obviously, with no documentation next to it yet, so I can't pull anything else up. State's response to that they haven't put it up yet. So, do you get what I'm saying? Did it make sense what I just read?
What? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
State's motion in limine to exclude battered spouse syndrome evidence or exclude mention of battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to a justifiable use of deadly force.
I'm not surprised by that.
But it doesn't say anything about a ruling on it yet.
No. Well, the judge has time to rule.
But then again, I mean, they could be updating this as we're doing this, so I guess it'd be kind of difficult as they're still. But they're supposed to be doing jury selection right now, so. Court TV has already said that they we're not allowed to stream it. But it looks like what they're doing is they're picking and choosing pieces and doing playback on that. So when I'll leave this here, and then when they come in to talk about it or show anything, then we'll be able to watch it. Yeah, the state did file their motion in limine. Oh, there's hang on. They want to see the new pictures of Sarah. Oh God, why? Why, y'all? Aww.
I was just smiling.
Snake breath. She's like, do you still have your Hooters uniform? I do too. Oh, okay.
Cher says my mother is phone spanking me. My mom is freaking out.
Breaking.
She's freaking out.
Jury selection has been postponed until next Monday, August the 14th, due to Hurricane Milton. That's coming from Court TV. Judge had a long sidebar. He confirmed the court will be closed Wednesday and Thursday this week, and Friday is unknown due to the concerns of jurors doing what they need to do to prepare for the hurricane. He has postponed jury selection until next Monday.
Yeah, I thought so.
We kind of saw that coming, didn't we?
I'm not surprised. Not with how this storm is tracking. Sorry, you guys, these storms, they are no joke. You know, over 200 people have died from Helene.
Yeah.
So, you know, through 3 different states, I think.
Well, that just means I have more time to get my stuff out to you guys. Because I still haven't done the docket update on what Cashman did for Sarah, and that was driving me crazy.
Jay Fraser, right? What is a week after waiting 4 years?
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep you entertained between now and then with some good stuff.
Scott says Sarah's now 4.5 years sober.
Yeah, no doubt. Forcefully. Oh, let me go back to this Court TV feed just in case they show anything. Oh.
Next Monday starts the Delphi trial in Indiana.
Ooh, hang on. What happened? Okay, hang on. Okay, well, I guess they're gonna. So they're gonna come back. When they come back, they're gonna talk about what's going on with Sarah Boone.
Okay.
So once they do that, then we'll be able to watch some other stuff, you guys. Oh, your boss lives in Bradenton? Yeah, I used to work over in Bradenton. That's where my office was when I was in commercial insurance.
The bathtub. Michelle, I don't think a bathtub will save me from a Category 5 storm.
I said the same thing. I told her, I said, if you're going to stay home, get in a closet, get somewhere where you have all the walls, like there's no outside wall around. She's in a block structure, though, so that's a good thing. She's not in
It's a building that's been here for a long time, and I'm 29 feet above sea level.
Absolutely, Kathleen. Well, I think you're going to be okay.
Me?
Yeah, I do. I think you're going to be okay. Hey,
I
Deb.
do too. My mother likes to predict the worst.
Well, that's what moms do. She's going to worry about you. That's just what we do.
I'm 50 years old.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, so Patty, so are you guys going to be staying on the day? Because I'll stay on and watch your channel. Also, are you able to read Sarah's family's court letters? I'm going to get into some of that she sent to the judge in that trial. I'm going to be going into some of that, Patty, here in a bit.
Hey guys, if any of you are going to dip, could you please hit the like button on your way out for all the work Carrie has put into this? Please, I'd be so grateful. Yeah, Rebecca, there's just no choice. I mean, the entire state is kind of in danger right now. Sorry, Ozzy.
We got an extra week, Margaret. Get your papers out. Get your pens out.
Mandy, I'm being told that Sarah did not choose her own outfit. State's witnesses maybe couldn't. You know what? That's a really good point, Buttercup. Yeah, you guys, I mean, I know it's really hard to understand what a hurricane is if you've never seen anything like it, but Google Helene and Asheville, and you'll
Just the
see what
images.
that means.
Yeah, just look at the images only, and you'll be able to tell.
Look at what? Was it Ian that wiped out Fort Myers?
Yeah, that was the name of the other one that I was talking about.
Yeah, I used to work down on Fort Myers Beach, and I recognized one house was still standing because it had a blue roof, and I had worked in that house. Oh.
Okay, so the Court TV is going to come back up here in a second, and they're going to give us an update. And
Wait, hold on. What did this say? Oh, no. Wait, what? My friend's brother, sister-in-law, and 5 kids were just found in South Carolina, all slid down the mountain in their house. Rest in peace. Oh, my God, Cher, that's horrible. Yeah, you know, there've been horrible landslides.
Who said that?
From Helene. It's up on the screen. Cher.
Oh, Cher, honey.
Yeah, you guys, it's, you know.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Cher.
There's been a lot of destruction from these storms.
Jesus.
So everybody, you know, when the courthouse closes down, that's so the staff can go home, get their families, pack up, you know, if they're going, make their, you know, put the boards up on the windows or whatever they're going to do. Yeah, Cher, hundreds are still missing. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, the devastation has been unreal. And so we're full of water. You guys, it's been raining a lot. Like before Helene, it was raining a lot. So when that happens, now the water doesn't have anywhere to go. And for where I am, a shift to the north or to the south means disaster or clearance. It's just one or the other. It's just insane.
When Court TV comes back up, we'll be able to watch it. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right. The hurricane forming named Milton has pushed the Sarah Boone case. The judge just announcing it a few moments ago that jury selection process, which was going to be starting this morning, has been pushed until next week. Let's watch the judge.
Thank you so much for letting me know your positions. As we just discussed, as of 10:46 this morning, the chief judge has decided to close all courthouses due to Hurricane Milton, both Wednesday, October 9th and Thursday, October 10. The court anticipates that operations will return to normal on Friday, October 11th, but that's due to the court's continued close monitoring of the impacts of the storm. Due to the potential storm and the ramifications of it, the court is going to postpone jury selection in this matter till Monday, October 14th at 9 a.m. Mr. Owens, please provide the court the order with regard to the clothing and shoes, and we'll address that as necessary. As also requested, please provide my judicial assistant your cellular telephone numbers before you leave today. With that, the court is in recess, and we will see you all on Monday, October 14th. Thank you. Ms. Boone will be returned to the custody of the Orange County Jail pending jury selection. We're off the record. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Sarah Boone was supposed to sit and watch jury selection take place today. Now, earlier this morning, she had a chance to take a deal. The state announced in open court that they were ready to give her a deal of 15 years if she pled guilty for the lesser charge of manslaughter. Right now, she's facing a second-degree murder conviction, which has a minimum of 22 years. Here is that moment where Sarah says no.
Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case? Okay.
15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter, with the understanding that she are 85% of that sentence.
That's up to the department and her behavior, but that is my understanding.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
Oh man, she rejected that offer. That's 8. You heard that it was 15, but she would serve 8, and she's already done, I believe, 4 in jail. Go ripping through these 9 attorneys. She's 4 years away from getting out if she accepted that deal, and she said no. Oh, Deputy Public Defender in Los Angeles County, Philip Dubay, is here. He's been sitting next to clients for decades, listening to their offers and rejections and this. Where does this stand? I mean, this to me seems like a no-brainer. Take it, take it, take it.
Suitcase Sarah is a classic example of why we have a job. Okay, Ted, listen, she's the type of client where you need to double team her, meaning you bring in at least 2 lawyers from your firm or your office to sit her down and tell her to knock off the cock and bull and take the deal. Because when she gets out, she'll be 56. She'll have a whole life ahead of her. You know, she's already been in for 56 months. I believe she got arrested on this in February of 2020. So she'll still be a relatively young woman. Worse yet, when you do the legal analysis, I think the best she can hope for from the jury is a manslaughter. They define it as follows. All they have to do is prove that she committed an act, not in self-defense, that caused death. That's it. All they have to do is hit the play button and show the jury that video of him struggling for breath in that suitcase, and they've basically proven the of manslaughter beyond a reasonable doubt. So what does that get? The 15 years that they're offering now. Homegirl needs to take the deal and shut up and go do her time.
That'll happen.
The chances of a second, while obviously the state is a little bit worried about their case because it is complex. That video, she's not only listening to him, she's taunting him. And there's only 6 jurors that are going to be deliberating in the state of Florida. It's not a 12-person jury. You could just feel this thing going south very quickly, especially if, like they've articulated, their defense is going to be battered spouse syndrome.
Yeah, the only way out of this is to prove some form of self-defense. Because again, they have to prove she committed an act that caused death that was not excusable, meaning it was not in self-defense. And if they think that a battered woman syndrome expert is going to save the day, it's very risky. I would rather take my 15 with all the credit I've got in and be out at age 56 rather than risk life in prison. But she's willing to roll the dice. It's really unfortunate. And this is, again, a classic example of why a few attorneys need to sit her down and explain the risk. And then you can note your files, say she's been advised, and if she goes down on it, she has nobody to blame but herself.
And now it makes sense that she's gone through all these attorneys. We had sort of speculated that the state maybe was offering and she was rejecting, and this, and I think that the state was very eager to get this out on the record and into the public forum. Well, the Hurricane Milton storming towards, or basically Orlando. And now it'll drop in intensity by the time it gets inland into Orlando. The court was expecting Wednesday and Thursday to have the courthouse closed. This move, though, to stop the jury selection process on Monday and restart it next Monday, I guess that is to eliminate the possibility that you pick a juror, their house is leveled, and they can't serve.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we're fortunate out here where I live. We don't have to worry about having to batten down the hatches whenever it rains or you get a windstorm, you know. But unfortunately, most of the country is not like that. And to be fair, nobody really knows where the jurors live or the jury pool. It could be possible that even though the courthouse is inland, that they live closer to the ocean and they need to get home and board up their windows, make arrangements for their pets, pack things up, put sandbags out and get ready rather than sit serving their civic duty as a juror, you know. So, and by the way, the players in the justice system likewise need to get home and take care of business. The judge, the court reporter, the clerk, a counsel, you know, they all have obligations at home that they've got to contend with to avoid tragic type destruction from what appears now to be a Category 3 or a Category 5 hurricane. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a prudent decision for sure. Let's get a break. And you do have earthquakes, Philip, so don't make it sound like you've got nothing out there in lovely LA. We'll get a break. When we come back, we're going to head back to the home renovation murder trial for Corey Bindrum, the cross-examination of the defendant's ex-wife. Next.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an
Hey, how do you spell recessed, as in the court has recessed?
RECESSED, I think.
Just one C? Okay, that's how I spelled it. October the 14th.
I just wanted to make sure everybody in chat understands what just happened is that the chief judge for the state of Florida has closed all the courts. Ginger Snaps, that's a really good question. How do the jails and prisons deal with skeleton staff? Well, they're already understaffed right now. The buildings that the jails are in and the prisons are really very well built. So they will shut down. Like we wouldn't be able to go out there and see anybody this week probably. What they did, why they closed the schools to turn the schools into shelters, so that people can get out of their houses. And the state made a really big mistake with Ian, and they didn't issue evacuation orders early enough. And when they did, they didn't enforce them, and it was just horrible. So now they're being extra cautious because these storms are getting worse. Yeah, Mandy, the prisons and the jails, like I'm thinking about the county jail that I go to all the time. Those are seem to be very sturdy concrete block buildings. I'm in a concrete block building that's been here since the 60s. I'm in it. If another evacuation zone gets called, it will be mine. And I really don't want to evacuate.
Well, they tell you if you don't evacuate, which they'll say, if you don't want to evacuate, you got to write your name on your arm and your social security number on your arm with a.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with a black. What do they call those black markers? Sharpie.
Sharpie. Yeah. Actually, we don't have parole, but we do have probation and community control, so you can be out. You don't have to serve your entire sentence, depending on how you behave. Sam, keep us updated through Carrie on how. Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So the state's response to the motion in limine has been posted, and it says the state does not object to the defendant's request regarding pages 69 through 71. The state does object to the defendant's request regarding pages 53, 55, 56, and 92. The statements are designed to elicit responses from the defendant, and they did. They are not statements regarding the law or an ultimate issue of fact for the jury. At issue is whether the death was an accident, as she continuously insisted is the case, even as recently as October 1st of 2024, not whether she caused his death. You get that? You guys are saying, you said it was an accident. You've been saying it was an accident, not that it was anything else. Okay. So it says the defendant can request the court to read Florida Criminal Jury Instructions 2.8, recorded interview. Okay. Effective law enforcement statements on the defendant. Yeah, let me read this to you guys real quick. It says you are about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Copsell and Lowen to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officer as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. What you think, Sam?
Not surprised. Are you surprised?
No.
Not surprised.
I was looking back to see if there was anything else on Twitter regarding Okay, here's the thing. I know we're all bummed and everything about, the trial not happening until Monday now, but I will tell you this much. At least we can plan our week and we know what's going on the rest of the week. We're not coming on to court TV every freaking day trying to figure out are they going to go into trial,
Right. Right.
So you gotta be happy for your blessings and think that it could be worse. We could be sitting in the middle of waiting for the storm to hit us.
Right. Yeah, it's
Like
fun.
Sam is.
It's really, really fun. And no, my hair's not going to turn white at all any more than it already is. Melanie, yes, you are correct. So I see you guys, some of you are asking about life in Florida. So again, we have sentencing guidelines here, which is like a score sheet. So different crimes equal different points. Sarah scores to the bottom of the guidelines at 22.5 years. And then life would be without parole because we don't have parole. What we have is probation and community control. But no, we don't have parole.
Okay, then there was something else on the docket that just hit. It says state's motion in limine to exclude battered spouse syndrome evidence or exclude mention of battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to a justifiable use of deadly force. So here it is.
Mm-hmm.
The defendant filed a notice and an amended notice. Have you already read this, Sam?
No.
No, I mean, did you read it to yourself already?
Oh, when did it come in?
It just hit the docket not too long ago.
No, then I haven't.
The defendant has filed a notice and an amended notice of her intent to rely on the battered spouse syndrome evidence in this case. Battered spouse syndrome is not actually a defense to a crime. The introduction of battered spouse syndrome evidence to support a self-defense theory is not for the purpose of justifying a defendant's perception of reality or to explain why an unreasonable belief was nonetheless justifiable due to her condition. Rather, the Florida Supreme Court has sanctioned the use of battered spouse syndrome to show why the defendant's actions were reasonable, to show in spite of a reasonable perception of danger from the battered spouse, the battered defendant would remain in the home with her batterer, where she would resort to the exertion to, let me put Sam on. Sam's over there flying a kite. I don't know what she's doing. Put it to show, wait, hang on. I lost my spot. To show in spite of a reasonable perception of danger from the battering spouse, the battered defendant would remain in the home with her batterer, where she may resort to the exertion of force against him to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. Then it says the defendant, here's the facts. I love this. The defendant has presented several accounts of what happened on February the 23rd of 2020. She made a 911 call at approximately 1 p.m. on February the 24th of 2020. She spoke to a patrol deputy on body-worn camera shortly thereafter, providing a statement to detectives a few hours later on February the 24th of 2020, and providing a second statement to detectives on February the 25th of 2020. The defendant retained Dr. Julie Harper as one of her battered spouse syndrome experts in 2020. Over the course of the next several years, Dr. Harper interviewed the defendant about the events of February 23rd multiple times. Exhibit A at the hearing on this motion will be Dr. Harper's deposition, which was taken on October the 1st of 2024. The state would direct the court to pages 35, 37 through 39. I'm not going to read all those. But anyway, it says, of Dr. Harper's deposition for the defendant's statements about February the 23rd, 2020. The state retained Dr. Tonya, I think that's the way she pronounces it, Werner, as its battered spouse syndrome expert. Dr. Werner evaluated the defendant on October the 2nd of 2024, and Dr. Werner was deposed on October the 4th. Exhibit B at the hearing on this motion will be that Dr. Werner's disposition. The state would direct the court to pages 75 through 79 of Dr. Werner's deposition for the defendant's statements about February 23rd. The state is not asking the court to make any credibility determinations about the defendant's statements to the doctors. That would be for the jury to do. In the full context of a cross-examination with the defendant's statements to law enforcement. What the state is asserting is that as a matter of law, what the defendant has told the doctors does not entitle her to a defense instruction, nor does it entitle her to introduce evidence of prior instances of violence, reputation evidence of the decedent's violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence to help the jury understand why what she did was objectively reasonable. The defendant told the doctors that because of past violence between her and the decedent, she had a generalized fear every day that the decedent would cause her seriously bodily harm or kill her. However, on this particular day, the decedent did not take an overt action in the slightest that made her believe that he would cause her seriously bodily harm or death. According to the defendant, when she and the decedent woke up, the decedent wanted to drink alcohol. She did not. So in order to distract the decedent, she suggested that they instead clean the defendant's townhome, which they did. At the conclusion of the cleaning, the decedent still wished to consume alcohol. So the two of them began consuming alcohol. The defendant did not the defendant did not want to consume alcohol, but she did so to placate the decedent. Really? Really, Sarah? The alcohol that they consumed was a Chardonnay bottle of Woodbridge. In order to prevent the decedent from becoming sad or upset, she kept him diverted by smoking cigarettes with him, drinking, enjoying each other's company. I can't believe they put that in there. Okay. Perhaps using the dartboard on her porch and doing arts and crafts and puzzles. Although it apparently would upset the decedent, the defendant suggested that he call his daughter, who did not like talking to him when he was drinking, or that he call his brother to tell his brother that the decedent had dragged the defendant down the stairs the night before. Having done these playful activities for numerous hours, there came a point where the defendant and the decedent were sitting on her couch in the downstairs living room, and the decedent tagged her and said, "You're it," from past games of hide and seek. The defendant understood this to mean that he wanted her to play hide and seek. She begrudgingly engaged in this game, as with everything else, to placate the decedent, because she's all about helping others. Because it's not about how she feels at all. You know, she's such a good person. She ran up to the shower after becoming cold, and you're not supposed to turn the shower on, Sarah. After becoming cold and perhaps some misunderstanding about the rules of hide and seek, she left the shower upstairs and returned downstairs to find the decedent placing himself in a suitcase to hide. At this time of his death, the decedent was At the time of his death, the decedent was only 103 pounds and had a blood alcohol level of 0.138. Okay, for you guys that know what that means, please, please, please let me know in the chat, or Sam might know. It says the defendant saw him doing this and decided to zip the suitcase up shut while the decedent was inside it. They were both laughing, and there was still no animosity between them on this day. The defendant states that she did not zip it completely shut. The decedent was able to poke a hole of a couple of fingers through the gap left by the zipper. And then the decedent said he could not breathe. The decedent obviously got mad about not being able to breathe. The decedent's getting mad made the defendant get mad. This reminded her of the past violence the decedent committed against her, causing her to be unable to breathe at those times. This made her angry. The defendant shook the suitcase. Okay, this is getting into stuff we didn't know about, y'all, or that she didn't claim. The defendant shook the suitcase. She lost control, and the suitcase flipped. She hit the decedent's fingertips with the wooden baseball bat that was in the room. Oh, snap. I got to look at the chat.
Oh, my God. I'm unmuting myself. Are you serious?
I know. Okay. I got to see the chat. I need to know what's going on in the chat. I know y'all are freaking the hell out right now.
Still here, guys. I'm here.
Wait, hang on. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. 1.38 is high, but imagine how much higher it was. Okay. Okay. So back to the bait. So she hit the decedent's fingertips with the wooden baseball bat that was in the room. You guys, I might have to drink after today.
I didn't even think about her hitting his fingers because I don't know what all his injuries were. Wow. Okay. I'm muting.
No, you're okay. Okay. You were just making all kinds of ruffling noises a while ago when you were moving around. Okay. So it says, now, after having committed the independent forcible felonies of aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and the non-forcible felony of false imprisonment, the defendant believed the decedent would kill her. Despite believing the decedent would kill her, the defendant flipped the suitcase over so it was right side up, and she believed the decedent would be able to let himself out. The defendant's specific intent was for the decedent to feel like what it was like for her to choke and not be able to breathe. She intended for him to feel this for 2 minutes and believed only 2 minutes and believed he would let himself out. And when that happened, if she died, she died. She did not intend to kill him, and she did not believe that leaving the decedent in the predicament she placed him in would kill him. His death was an accident. Okay. Legal analysis.
Oh my God.
This is crazy, right?
Well, first of all, can I just give shout out to the state because I love their writing. I love it with the little bit of snark in there. You know, it's so well done.
All right. Well, I'm going to read their legal analysis, and you tell me when you want me to stop so you can talk about it. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
It says battered spouse syndrome evidence is inadmissible if the defense is an accident rather than self-defense. The defendant's testimony is that she intentionally zipped the suitcase out of levity and while kidding around with the decedent during a friendly game of hide and seek. Then, when the decedent informed her that he could not breathe, she intentionally decided, out of anger, to make him feel like he's trapped in there for a couple of minutes while she beat and shook the suitcase and hit his hand with a baseball bat. This is aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and false imprisonment. She stated that she flipped the suitcase right side up, saw that the decedent could not get 2 fingers through an opening. Saw that the decedent could get 2 fingers through an opening, and she went upstairs to bed believing that he would be able to get out in a couple of minutes. She had no intention to kill him, no intention to leave him trapped inside the suitcase, and she did not even comprehend that he could die from this. The defendant is thus still saying that the decedent's death was an accident and that she is entitled to an instruction on self-defense or to a self-defense case with reputation evidence, specific instances of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence. The defendant's statement that she perpetually lived in a state of fear of the decedent is not sufficient to allow for a self-defense instruction, and all of the ancillary evidence of reputation testimony, specific acts of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome testimony. However, before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. And then it states a bunch of case law, and then it says, comparing the facts of those cases, it is clear that there was not even the slightest overt act by the decedent in this case. Prior to the defendant committing aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and false imprisonment, there was no imminent threat from the decedent. You can't just attack somebody as they walk into their front door and slash their throat with a knife because 2 days prior they sent you a threatening text message. That was from one of the other cases. If this evidence is improperly admitted, it would be a departure from the essential requirements of the law, which would result in irreparable harm that cannot be corrected by a post-judgment appeal. The state acknowledges that the defendant is entitled to change her story yet again. Love that, yet again. So if the court does not exclude this evidence now, the defendant should be barred from mentioning battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to something that is a justifiable use of deadly force. And then they do another case law, and it says not improper to exclude expert testimony until the facts are in evidence. And the offense is an accident rather than self-defense. So that's it. So I'll let you take it from here, Sam.
No, I actually want to hear what chat has to say.
Oh, okay. Let's go over to
Because
chat.
they've been hearing from me enough. I have questions. I have a question. Was there damage to his fingers? Hello? Somebody asked that too.
Wait. It was not mentioned on the report that I've got, you guys. It was not. Now that I'm thinking about it.
About the fingers. Did we know about the fingers?
It wasn't. I would have had it on the diagram. Wait a minute.
What about the stairs? Did it go down the stairs? Brett X. Yeah, who would admit this? Why would you? Okay, so she admitted it during an interview at the jail, right, with the
With the
expert.
doctors? Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And so what the state is saying is she's not presenting the self-defense part of this battered spouse syndrome defense that she wants to put up. This is not that. And the judge, they're wanting the judge to say, you can't use that defense. And based on that motion,
Oh, I do have it. Sorry.
Look at that.
Sorry, didn't mean to so
You're
loud.
good. She flipped it over, so we knew that because we saw it in the 2 videos. But I want to know if the damn thing went down the stairs. I want to know what went down the stairs.
I know that part still hasn't been said, but look here, you guys. Okay, so I wondered when I saw this, I'm like, his knuckles, you guys remember me asking if we thought he was left-handed or right-handed? Because his left knuckle was damaged. It had bruises on it. And then on his right thumb had bruises on it too, though. But I thought, okay, so if his knuckles have damage on him, is it because he hit something or was he, but apparently that's what it must have been, his left hand that he was poking his fingers out of the suitcase. So apparently she was right in that maybe. And that's where she hit him with the baseball bat. And that would make complete sense.
Yeah, I can't believe we've finally got this kind of detail. Caffeinated Slug says they still think that she tossed him down the stairs in the suitcase. That has always been my theory. Where was the bat? Upstairs or downstairs? That's a good question.
I'm disappointed in the state. Are you disappointed? Thank you for being a member for 1 month. Are you disappointed in the state because they offered her a deal? Is that what you mean? You can just put it in the regular chat. I'll go over here and open it up. Lynette says, I feel so bad. She beat him with a baseball bat while he was in that suitcase. So that's where the suitcase comes in, guys. You still there, Sam?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at some weather things. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Are we stunned? That we now have this kind of information? I didn't think we were going to get this kind of information. Anyone?
I didn't either. Not today. I didn't. So this is coming from the depositions this is only coming out because they're trying to get this whole batter. So are they saying, I know I just read it, God forgive me, but just for me and the people that still are lost, does this mean that they're saying they're still at that point where they're like, you pick or choose, was it an accident or was it battered spouse?
They're asking the judge to say, Judge, she doesn't qualify for a self-defense battered spouse defense. I mean, it's in there. They found out all the facts, right? They said she committed aggravated battery, it's not kidnapping, but false imprisonment, all these different crimes. This is insane. Like, I can't believe she told them everything. Mandy, thank you for your super chat. How will jury believe this when she was obviously blackout drunk? It's fabricated. It's emoji.
Carolina says that he wasn't thrown down the stairs and his injuries are consistent with him being beaten inside the suitcase. She was mad because he didn't go upstairs to find her. You know what?
That's what okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's it. That's what it is. It's all of our, none of us said that. Did any of us say that when we did our little salacious speculations?
What did we say? What?
Maybe some people in the chat did. Did anybody ever say that she beat the suitcase with the baseball bat?
So yeah, some people. I think some people in that stream did. Yeah, I don't remember who it was.
Sam, do you want to spill the beans on your secret?
Which one?
You have a secret to tell.
I have more than one secret to tell.
Y'all, Sam has a secret to tell everybody. Are you listening? Now's a good time to tell it, Sam.
Which part?
Tell what you want to tell.
I have been in the room with Sarah Boone for hours. And I can tell you that she is exactly what you think she is.
Go ahead. Start with the questions.
They're not even paying
I
attention.
think they knew. I think they knew. What? What? They're saying what?
Yeah. Yeah, I was on this case way back. Way back. Way back. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, there's a lot of trials that show up on YouTube that I've actually got some piece in somewhere.
Alexa said, look what Alexa wrote.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
I kind of figured y'all would figure it out.
Yeah.
But I wasn't allowed to tell y'all. Because, I mean, you have to be careful with what's said and everything, because I'm not going to say nothing else. But I just didn't want it to mess the case up, and neither does Sam.
Yeah, so you guys, I mean, this was years ago. I did sit with, I think, 4 hours twice. It's a lot. She does not smell funny, no.
Did she have bad breath?
No, I didn't get that close to her. I was in the same room with her across from a table from her. Did I dislike her from the get-go? I felt like she was very...
Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, suck it. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I'm sorry. That person has been writing a fine line. Go ahead.
Okay.
I just booted them from the chat.
Okay. She did a lot of yes, Shelly, she did a lot of talking. No, I didn't give her any hair tips. She talks, and she is exactly how you guys have seen her to be. She is both, you know, I can do the 50 things prior and the 50 things next and still keep my wits about. I mean, the same things you have literally heard are the same things she has said. Yes, Cheryl, Billy was my sponsor. I worked for Prison Break when I first became an investigator. I still work with Billy. Billy has got the patience of a saint to have stayed with Sarah. Her story, I didn't know all these details. I did not know all these details that we just heard. Did not. Can promise you that. I was appointed to the case. That's why I went to see her. Was I the investigator that she said she didn't like? Because I didn't ask her any questions, actually. I just wrote a lot. It wasn't necessarily about what happened that night as it was all about Sarah. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. It does, because what you're saying is y'all went there to get information about the facts, and she just talked about herself the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes I go and, well, okay, let's say this. 99% of the time I go and I never ask them if they did whatever they've done, usually. I mean, it's not usually like this. It's not, well, you know. So she just... it's draining. It is draining to be in the room with her. Yeah, she was, did she say anything loving about her son? She mentioned him.
Wait, what about what? Y'all can't. Sam has to be careful too about what she says in this. We were just trying to let you guys, because I know I didn't want, the reason that we were bringing this up now is because it's like we've been talking for weeks and kind of like saying things, and y'all were probably going, yeah, how do you know, or whatever, and we didn't want to like I guess we're trying to say this is legit information or whatever, but nothing that she says here can affect anything in the
Mm-mm.
trial or anything
So
like that.
I haven't. I saw Discovery way back. You guys know way more about the case than I do. I've spent time in the room with Sarah. You guys know the facts better than I ever did. I don't have access to Discovery anymore. Even if I did, I wouldn't have used it. I wouldn't have. You know, I wouldn't have offered any information, and I haven't. I don't know. You guys, like I said, you guys know more than me. I have been in the room with Sarah, I believe 8 hours total. It was a lot.
Oh God, bless your heart.
So yeah, and I
Howard-
also went to law school. So that's the basis for some of my opinions. Like, people have been kind of questioning some things, I think. So we just wanted to sort of say, hey, look, I am what I say I am. And yeah, I do and did work for Billy. I brought him in when I worked at a law office, I brought him into a death penalty case. And he is a great guy. He works really super hard. He has been a saint for Sarah. I mean, unbelievable. Yana says, I figured Sam was in touch with Billy. I thought she worked with him based on some of the things she said, would never ask questions because I didn't think she could share. I'm just trying not to be salacious, I suppose.
Yeah, and you guys, if this her like in her telling or talking about this or whatever, it's no difference than Owen's giving.
Oh my God, Owen's giving a press conference is way worse than me sitting here and telling you guys, hey, what? Billy was my first in Florida. You have to be sponsored. He was my sponsor for getting my investigative license. Now I have my own agency, but I'm still on good terms with Billy. I don't have anything bad to say about Billy. Yes, I know you guys are here for the salaciousness, so you can ask me questions about Sarah. I don't know any more facts than you all do of the case, okay? So, and I think we're going to try to. Billy has a nonprofit, and I've asked him if he will come here to the channel and talk to you guys about what his nonprofit does, because it's really cool. Yes, I am a PI. I have a law degree, so I have the same education as a lawyer. I'm not licensed to practice law, but I am a licensed investigator, and I also own my own agency.
And you could do mitigation.
Yeah. So yeah, that's. Did the person you were in the room press her on anything at all? It was like I said, it was just her telling me the story of Sarah. I didn't get into the facts of the case with her because that was not the piece I was in there for.
Okay. So you were trying to kind of get a background on her as a person, weren't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Trying to sort of understand the circumstances. Like, we have to start somewhere, right? So you go in and you start talking, and a lot of the times you get a lot of lies. Sometimes they refuse to talk about the incident, which I think it's weird we call it an incident when it's a murder. You know, she didn't talk about George. No. Was she condescending? She was exactly how she has portrayed herself, which is I'm better than everyone, but also poor pitiful me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds about like her. She has a way of making everybody else around her she puts them down, and she's completely clueless to the fact that all she's doing is making herself look bad.
It's like she's the victim, but she rises above it. So it was like, you know, in the dorm, like she had taken over the dorm and the cleaning and making chores for everybody and what all. So.
But no, can you talk about that?
About with the chat that's on the screen?
This is the stuff. No, this is what they want to hear, what you were just going into, and you kind of cut yourself off.
Oh, sorry. I was looking because the questions are scrolling past me. So I was trying to.
Looking at the chat.
Mandy, yes, investigators can be removed from a case. We're not stuck with it till the end. You can, attorneys can change investigators. Investigators can quit. Anything can happen. I saw somebody ask if I'd ever been for the prosecution. No, I have always been a criminal defense investigator. I had no idea this job existed until I found it. Her intelligence level, exactly what you think. You guys, her videos are, it is her.
Look at John's super chat up on the screen.
Sarah read about the bat during interrogation, remarked, "Why did you take the bat?" "Oh, you'll see it on there," and pointed to laptops she knew. I thought she said something about, "Why did you take Lucas's bat?" I don't know.
See, I just wonder if there's more video. There's more video that we haven't seen of her that she.
It's entirely possible, because the thing is that she didn't remember the ones that are on there. Yes, I got paid. John Sawicki did the download, or we gave him the download of the phone, so it's been taken care of. I know JD Thomas. I know them all. Because we all, you know, it's Central Florida. How do we not all know each other at this point? I'm sure that one of the things I wanted to say was, I am sure that there is evidence that we don't know about, that we'll never know about. There's evidence we do know about that the jury will never know about. And so it's always really interesting to watch these trials. We see more sometimes than what the jury does, but also sometimes less. It's really strange, and not everything is going to make sense, which is frustrating, I know. Do I think that she suffers from drunk symptoms or lack of empathy and attention? Yeah, I do think she does both of that. She is exactly how you guys would expect her to be. Exactly.
Was she pleasant, Sam?
She's polite.
She's polite.
Yes, she is very polite. She is very appreciative. She is, you know, very grateful for your time. That sort of thing.
Okay. So she wasn't stern, overly stern?
No, she presents as, "I want you to like me."
Which is crazy, because somehow or another nobody does. I mean, she somehow or another she manages to do everything she can so that people don't like her.
Yeah.
Bella said, "Thank you, Sam." How will jury believe this when she obviously blacked out drunk? That's the other thing too. It's like, okay, so we got the video, but she had to have forgotten she did that video. She had to have forgotten it, because she wouldn't have been so easy to say, "Oh yeah, my phone's over there." It just
absolutely.
She would have gone around it. Yeah, she would have tried to hide it.
Why would Billy choose to stay on this case? Is it even worth the money? I don't know that it is. He is a good guy, and he just did not bail on her. I think one attorney came in and wanted somebody else, and then by the time the next attorney came, they wanted Billy back again.
So I know exactly. So when Bankowitz came in, he took Billy off as the investigator, but kept him on as mitigation. And then, so Billy did stay on as mitigation during that time. But then when Bankowitz came off, I think when somebody else came back in, then Billy got back on it full time again. He really has been in the case the whole time.
He is. I mean, he has got patience, because, you know, he has to drive to Orlando and then go in there and deal with her. And it's not like we're comfortable when we go into a jail. It's also not like what you see on TV, but it's not comfortable. You're not like just chilling, sitting around talking, you know. It's a lot. And Sarah likes to talk, just like, you know, she does. What you have seen of Sarah is exactly how Sarah is.
And another thing that I like about Billy is that he's humble. He doesn't want to
He
talk
is,
on
yeah.
YouTube. He
No,
doesn't
he
want
doesn't want to.
he doesn't want to be
Mm-mm.
he doesn't want any fame from this case.
No, he sure does not. He does not. No, he
I
doesn't.
find that admirable.
Yeah. He's ready for it to be over with, though. I know that for sure.
He could totally write a book, though.
Did I catch Sarah in any lies? I hadn't actually seen the interrogation when I went. I think I read the police report, the very first one that came out. I think that's all I had. I read it, and I went over to Orlando.
Isn't that crazy, y'all?
Lost some hours of my life to Sarah.
That you'll never get back.
Never get back. They are draining. She is draining. Please
she just
explain
keeps-
Billy's role. Billy owns a
I'm gonna go grab a
private
soda.
investigation agency. So he was Mauricio Padilla hired Billy. Billy's paid by the state, same way I am, which is if you didn't catch how that is, we have a video that if you're interested, that Carrie did with me. It was the interview. Billy is a part of the defense team, just like I am part of a defense team. How do you defend those actions? You have to just kind of go by the fact that, look, everybody is entitled to a fair defense, and that's part of the system. And if, there are definitely people that have been wrongfully convicted, mischarged, overcharged, and then there are a lot of people that belong in jail. So, you do it for the ones that really deserve it, and you do it to try to make sure that the process is fair. And again, I referenced back to my initial interview with Carrie, because it explains how this process works in the criminal defense for indigent clients in the state of Florida. Super Kelly G, I'm just going to go through and try to answer these. I had no basis to think she was lying to me, but I wasn't asking her about the facts of that night at all. I was just letting her talk, and I wrote things down. I do not have a background in law enforcement. I went to law school when I was 40 years old. Billy was a police officer. Let's see.
Do you think Sarah's going to say, oh, well, I've been saying the same thing for, because somebody just put something, saying the same thing for all these years. Why would I stop now or something?
Mandy says, Sam, this defense that all the, yes to everything on that. I think. Has she always seemed off? I mean, she seemed like that, the broken person that she can.
Or if I like to say it, or if I was going to say it, the piece of crap that she is.
Yeah. Well, there's damage back there,
Fan Lady says, do you think state will give her the deal? They did offer her a deal.
Sumi said, do you think that she recognized your voice the other day in court on Zoom? No, I don't. It's been a very long time. I was there way back before all of the discovery came out. I've never seen all of it. How old am I now, Sam? Sam is 40. I'm sorry, I'm 51. It was Sarah who didn't want to go for battered spouse syndrome. I believe that Sarah was presented with battered spouse syndrome very early on and wedded herself to it. Do I think she'll be able to stay quiet in court? What do you think? Carla says, I don't think we have this Billy job in Oregon. Maybe one of the mods could link the interview that Carrie and I did. It's really long, but the beginning part explains how criminal defense investigation works in the state of Florida and how it's paid for and how it comes to be. So that might be helpful. How many hours did I interview her for? 8, I think. And yes, I know a little bit about her family and a little bit about her marriage. Yes, I do. So not everyone who goes to law school becomes a lawyer. Nope. So I went to work I never thought I'd go anywhere near criminal defense. I thought that I was going to be a family law attorney, and I came out of law school and I ended up working at a criminal defense firm, tried a murder case. We lost it the first time around. It was overturned on appeal. It came back to us as a court-appointed case. We retried it, and our defendant was acquitted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, and the world shut down. And I decided that this was going to be the job that I wanted to do. However, because the world shut down, I became a law tutor online for a long time to pay the bills. Let's see. Okay, looks like, is there anything about her that made me sympathize with her? I just think that I felt sorry for her, I guess, more than sympathize. Cindy says she thought I was in my early 30s. Girl, I wish. Let's see. Will they be able to file any motion? No, they can still file motions. The judge can cut off a deadline. Yes, though. That can happen. I do think she'll be on her best behavior. She very much wants to be the people pleaser, right? So she would have presented, she wants to present herself to the jury as being a very good person. You know what I mean? Let's see. I'm not Bud's, Mark. That's not fair. Let's see. Okay. It looks like everybody's... Yeah, I was talking about the Challenger explosion. You're right. Some of y'all are paying attention. So as for the 8 hours with her, I've spent worse hours with worse people. It is part of my, it's part of my job. Oh, interesting capture, Laura. There's the very first time I came on the channel, it's an interview with me, and it says something in the title like Florida private investigator JAC Sarah Boone. Victoria Peterson, sorry, says I went to law school too, and I'm not a veterinarian. Do you mean you're not a lawyer? The law is not for me, but you still have some insights into it. Yeah, I mean, I found criminal defense to be compelling, and I decided I really didn't want to be a lawyer. Let's see, Mandy, super chat, thank you. Do you think BSS is the defense that prior attorneys said was not legally viable ethical considerations? I think one attorney walked in the door without knowing everything there was to know. I think that's what he sold her on. And I think the following, I don't know, this is I'm speculating because I don't know. I've not been a part of this case for years. I think she wanted that to be the defense, and that she was really stuck to it because she was really sold on it from the beginning. I mean, you see how much she sticks to her guns. And I think the other attorneys who came in and saw discovery coming in, that, you know, the videos were like, yeah, we this is not a viable defense. Sean Tierney says he thinks it's horrible that the taxpayers of Florida have to pay for people to be defended for their obvious crimes. If you watch the video, what's to defend? It's part of the constitutional rights in the United States. Everybody's entitled to a free and fair defense and to confront their accusers. Did I feel good or bad off of Sam? Or I'm sorry, did I feel good or bad off of Sarah? I felt exhausted.
She has that way. She has that way with people, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Sam, did you see what Jeannie said?
No.
Are there any cases?
Yes.
Did you already ask? I missed that. Okay.
I haven't told them any of them, but yes. Yes.
We're going to try to follow some of them. What we were going to do is
you've been in the room with evil people. Hats off to you. That's what my dad says. He's like, you're friends with like this so and such a, you know, murderer or whatever. I'm like, is that really a good thing? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's Florida. Best kept secret ever. Had no idea. Thanks.
You guys have been awesome today in the chat, by the way. I want to thank you for hanging out with us and sticking with us because, oh my God, Mark. Did you see what he wrote?
Yeah, I did.
It hasn't been a normal morning. I mean, because of all the way that the court, but I kind of was wondering how today was going to go. I wasn't certain that we were going to be able to see a whole lot. I do have the Dr. I think she says Tonya. It's a weird name that she pronounces her name that way, but I've got a piece of her testimony that someone sent over. Was it MC Seashore? It was either Christy or Seashore that sent it over to me, and I was going to play it real quick if that's okay. Are y'all down with it?
I was just going to answer Mandy's question real quick
go ahead.
here.
I'm sorry.
Had I ever been in with a defendant in the jail that scared you, like got a sense of evil from them? I have had them that makes my skin crawl. A lot of them would probably protect me from anyone who was trying to hurt me versus being violent towards me. But I went out to a jail, you guys, the other day, and they put me in a room with this kid who was charged with murder, with a table and 2 chairs, and they handed me like a remote emergency button.
Oh my God.
And that was it. And like my jail, they bring us to there's a room, there's like a wing of rooms, right? So we sit in there and they bring the inmates to us, and we have emergency buttons, and they walk by every 10 minutes or 5 minutes or something. So and then they put me, I had to go question one guy. I had to go into the psych ward. They put me in a room with that guy with no buttons at all. Bama, I think I've got it bookmarked. I'll find it. Was I alone with her? No. Milton, now a cat 5. Yeah, I know my mom is yelling at me. In my opinion, could deviate? No, I don't think so. I think I don't see it. That's why I insisted with Carrie. I was like, bring up that Marsha Thompson trial that her attorney first mentioned, because we need to show your subscribers what a truly battered person looks like. And I really, I don't see how they're going to do this. I just don't. Let me see. So Carolina says, what you know about Sarah Boone, do you and Carrie think that their argument could have been about the state's sweetheart deal she was offered? I do. I think that's entirely possible. I do not know, but I think it's possible. And so, yeah, Marsha did go through hell. We watched that. We put that together. So yeah. Carla, you want my job? I hope you like to read, and I hope you like to write, and I hope you like to spend a lot of time in the county jail, because that's what I do. I read terabytes of information and process it. But we can do another thing another time if y'all have other questions for me. Oh, Super Kelly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Patty McDaniel, are you kidding? You guys are so interesting. I could ask questions all day long.
I was sitting there talking and I was muted. I did it again, y'all. No, Sam, I was going to say that we were talking the other day, Sam and I were on the phone, and we were discussing how you guys would probably love to do a portion of her job because y'all like to sleuth so much.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, I've got a case that is from 1989, and if depending on how it goes, it's back in court, but depending on how it goes, I may sick the caricatures chat on the case, because y'all would figure out who did it real fast, and that would be so much easier than me pouring through boxes of paper.
Well, there was another image I was going to pull up here. Let me see. What did I do with it? I saved this image so that I would remember to do this trial. Where's it at?
Even though I work on the defense, that doesn't mean I approve of what people have done. It doesn't mean that I think they are truly innocent. It just means that I work, the odds are stacked. and it's nowhere near fair. Yeah, I know the share is saying that the line of the hurricane Tampa to Orlando. I know, I'm hearing it from my mom. Did she claim abuse as a child? I don't know that she was abused. I can't remember. We talked about her childhood. Thank you, Pamela, who says rights of defense are important to preserve. Just think you would want to, you would want to have a defense for you if something happened. Well, her experts should not lie, because if they lie, then they're not going to have a lot of reputation left, and we need our experts. What did she say about childhood? I believe that it was unhappy, and I believe her immediate family is all deceased except for the brothers.
Yeah. Her aunts, I think she said her aunts and uncle are even deceased except for the brothers.
Yeah.
Here's that guy I was going to show you, Sam. Hang on. This is one of Sam's past clients.
Oh, yeah. Stephen Lorenzo.
I want to do a thing on him.
But what he did is really ugly, so that's the thing, it's like, it's interesting, I guess, when you're watching it through a screen and you've never been in the room with these people. But as sick as that man was, he was also very kind, and I don't know, I enjoyed talking with him after a while. It's really weird. Okay, Mel's mad with pink pajamas, and I don't know why. Sarah was not in a situation she could not get away from. The opposite is true. That's correct. I 100% believe that George was the batter.
Marcia, Tom, I don't know what this.
Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I'm trying to take this down. Go ahead. Are you there?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here. The best mama bear. Yes, he did ask for the death penalty. Yes, he was given the death penalty, but he was already serving 200 years in the federal system. CB, she's never admitted she was wrong in any situation she's discussing. That's correct. Welcome to Missy. Let's see. Genetic genealogy. Yeah, that's sort of it. Okay, so Angelina says, I'm not a professional, but I used genetic genealogy to find my father and connected the families of like 3 other people along the way. This sort of investigation stuff can be wild. Really. And especially here, there's so much corruption that has gone on, especially in it's crazy. I don't know. Sometimes I just can't wrap my mind around what I'm presented with on the daily.
Hey, Death Nell, long time no see. Okay, so a big quick recap of the day. They went into court, and Sarah was late because I guess they didn't bring her clothes on time, and then they wouldn't let her wear her shoes to the courthouse, so she had to wear her prison slide. So that was like a big deal to her. And they got into court, and after they were trying to get going with everything, the judge came back and said, or no, it wasn't the judge. Who was it at the Sam? I forget who it was. Somebody at the courthouse, basically the big dog at the courthouse said, okay, we're closing. The chief judge
for the state of Florida.
He says, we're closing things down for right now until the hurricane comes through. So they had to stop everything. Now, I think they had started talking to some potential jurors or whatever. Now, the state today, the big deal today, Death Knell, is that the state did offer Sarah a plea deal of 15 years. And her idiot self declined it. She's facing now up to 22 and a half plus years to life instead, because she refuses to admit she was wrong in any way, shape, or form. And what else happened? Okay, they had a motion in limine. The defense attorneys want to take out some of the interrogation. The state came back and said, no, you can take out some of it, but this part, no. And the state just came out with a very, very interesting motion regarding the, what do they call it? regarding the excluding the battered spouse syndrome, which led us to realize and know now that Sarah actually hit George's fingers with the bat on the outside of the suitcase that night. So that's how the bat was brought in. So the bat must have been laying there on the floor next to the suitcase.
Where was the bat? I'm sorry.
It must have been laying there on the floor next to the suitcase, because I always figured that they found it nearby and they thought, well, just in case, we're going to go ahead and check this. But something else must have told them that bat had been used.
Well, I mean, it made sense to me that they'd pick up the bat because it looks, I mean, a bat's a weapon, you know? So I figure in an abundance of caution, they picked up the bat. I didn't think that it had any biological material on it. You know, this is not a case where the DNA is going to tell on you.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not surprised they took it, because they just didn't know what it was, you know, what the circumstances were. Like, you have a dead guy in a suitcase.
Yeah, I guess they just lucked up. I mean, sometimes I'm assuming they pick up evidence that doesn't even end up playing out in anything, but then this just happened to. But apparently she said the reason they know about this is because of what she said in her interviews with the expert witnesses, the doctors. Which, speaking of which, this would be a great time for us to go in and for me to play.
We should just recap that state's motion real quick. I feel like that was a lot of bombshells that they dropped.
Yeah, I'm going to let you do it, though, because I've already done it. So I want you to do it this time, because might have a different take on it.
Cass, yes, Sarah is respectful and polite, and Laura, I dropped, it says Carrie, but I dropped a link in the chat to the original interview we did. Dr. Barry is here. Love to see that. Hi, Dr. Barry.
Hey, Dr. Barry. How are you? Welcome. We were going to ask you, Dr. Barry, if you wanted to collab with us at some point. Let us know. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one.
Is this a new one? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys, yeah, if you have more questions for me about Sarah or about what I do, I dropped the link into the chat to the original interview that we did. And that tells you about the work I do. And let's see. So this is huge. To me, that I just learned more in this than I have in months. So the defendant has filed a notice and an amended notice of her intent to rely on battered spouse evidence in this case. Battered spouse syndrome is not actually a defense to a crime. The introduction of battered spouse syndrome evidence to support a self-defense theory is not for the purpose of justifying a defendant's misperception of reality or to explain why an unreasonable belief was nonetheless justifiable due to her condition. Rather, the Florida Supreme Court has sanctioned the use of battered spouse syndrome to show why the defendant's actions were reasonable, to show in spite of a reasonable perception of danger from the battering spouse, the battered defendant would remain in the home with her batterer, where she may resort to the exertion of force against him to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. He goes on to cite some cases. The facts of this case: the defendant has presented several accounts of what happened on February 23rd, 2020. She made a 911 call at approximately 1 p.m. on February 24, 2020. She spoke to a patrol deputy on body-worn camera shortly thereafter, provided a statement to detectives a few hours later on February 24, 2020, and provided a second statement to detectives on February 25th, 2020. The defendant retained Dr. Julie Harper as one of her battered spouse syndrome experts in 2020. Over the course of the next several years, Dr. Harper interviewed the defendant about the events of February 23, 2020, multiple times. Exhibit A at the hearing on this motion will be Dr. Harper's deposition, which was taken on October 1, 2024. The state would direct the court to pages. He lists off a bunch of pages. This is an item or fact number 4. The state retained Dr. Tanya Werner as its battered spouse syndrome expert. Dr. Werner evaluated the defendant on October 2. She was deposed on October 4. Exhibit B at the hearing on this motion will be Dr. Werner's deposition. The state would direct the court to, again, page numbers. The state is not asking for the court to make any credibility determinations about the defendant's statements to the doctors. That would be for the jury to do in the full context of a cross-examination with the defendant's statements to law enforcement. What the state is asserting is that as a matter of law, what the defendant told the doctor does not entitle her to a self-defense instruction, nor does it entitle her to introduce evidence of prior instances of violence, reputation evidence of the decedent's violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence to help the jury understand why she did was objectively reasonable. The defendant told the doctors that because of past violence between her and the decedent, she had a generalized fear for every day that the decedent would cause her serious bodily harm or kill her. However, on this particular day, the decedent did not take an overt action, even in the slightest, that made her believe he would cause her serious bodily harm or death. According to the defendant, when she and the decedent woke up, the decedent wanted to drink alcohol. She did not, so in order to distract the decedent, she suggested that they instead clean the defendant's townhome, which they did. At the conclusion of the cleaning, the decedent still wished to consume alcohol, so the two of them began consuming alcohol. The defendant did not want to consume alcohol, but she did so to placate the decedent. The alcohol they consumed was a Chardonnay bottled by Woodbridge. In order to prevent the decedent from becoming sad or upset, she kept him diverted by smoking cigarettes with him, drinking, enjoying each other's company, perhaps using the dartboard on her porch, and doing arts and crafts and puzzles. Although it apparently would upset the decedent, the defendant suggested he call his daughter, who did not like talking to him when he was drinking, or that he call his brother to tell his brother that the decedent had dragged the defendant down the stairs the night before. Having done these playful activities for numerous hours, there came a point where the defendant and the decedent were sitting on her couch in the downstairs living room, and the decedent tagged her and said, "You're it." From past games of hide and seek, the defendant understood this to mean that he wanted to play hide and seek. She begrudgingly engaged in this game, as with everything else, to placate the defendant. She ran up to the shower. After becoming cold and perhaps some misunderstanding about the rules of hide and seek, she left the shower upstairs and returned downstairs to find the decedent placing himself in a suitcase to hide. At the time of his death, the decedent was only 103 pounds and had a blood alcohol level of 0.138. The defendant saw him doing this and decided to zip the suitcase shut while the decedent was inside of it. They were both laughing, and there was still no animus between them on this day. The defendant states that she did not zip it completely shut. The decedent was able to poke a couple of fingertips through the gap left by the zipper. And then the decedent said he could not breathe. The decedent obviously got mad about not being able to breathe. The decedent's getting mad made the defendant get mad. This reminded her of the past violence the decedent committed upon her, causing her to be unable to breathe at those times. This made her angry. The defendant shook the suitcase. She lost control, and the suitcase flipped. She hit the decedent's fingertips with the wooden baseball bat that was in the room. Okay. Now, after having committed the independent forcible felonies of aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and the non-forcible felony of false imprisonment, the defendant believed the decedent would kill her. So he's laying out that she's already committed 3 aggravated felonies there. Despite believing the decedent would kill her, the defendant flipped the suitcase over so it was right side up, and she believed the decedent would be able to let himself out. The defendant's specific intent was for the decedent to feel like what it was like for her to choke and not be able to breathe. She intended for him to feel this way for 2 minutes and believed he would let himself out. And when that happened, if she died, she died. She did not intend to kill him and did not believe that leaving the decedent in the predicament she placed him in would kill him. His death was an accident. Whew. I'm not going to do the legal analysis part right now. Do you want to do it, Carrie? Carrie.
I was muted. Okay, I can do it. Okay, so battered spouse syndrome evidence is inadmissible if the defense is an accident. If the defense is an accident rather than self-defense. The defendant's testimony is that she intentionally zipped the suitcase out of levity and while kidding around with the decedent during a friendly game of hide and seek. Then when the decedent informed her that he could not breathe, she intentionally decided out of anger to make him feel like he's trapped in there for a couple of minutes while she beat and shook the suitcase and he hit his hand. Wait, stop. I'm going to redo that. You know what threw me off when I was reading the sentences that they put in here? She intentionally decided. That pissed her off. She intentionally decided out of anger to make him feel like he's trapped in there for a couple of minutes while she beat and shook the suitcase and hit his hand with a baseball bat. This is aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and false imprisonment. She stated that she flipped the suitcase right side up, saw that the decedent could get 2 fingertips through an opening, and she went upstairs to bed believing that he would be able to get out in a couple of minutes. She had no intention to kill him, no intention to leave him trapped inside the suitcase, and she did not even comprehend that he could die from, and she could not even comprehend that he could die from this. Okay. The defendant is thus still saying that the decedent's death was an accident, and she is not entitled to an instruction on self-defense or to supplant a self-defense case with reputation evidence, specific instances of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence. The defendant's statement that she perpetually lived in a state of fear of the decedent is not sufficient to allow for a self-defense instruction, and all of the ancillary evidence of reputation testimony, specific acts of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome testimony. However, before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. And then they state all that law there. They state a bunch of case laws in regards to that. And then it says victim hit defendant with a 2-inch wide, 4-foot long stick in the hand, causing only minor injuries, did not justify defendant's use of deadly force. Hang on. Victim hit defendant with a 2-inch wide, 4-foot long stick in the hand, causing only minor injuries that did not justify the defendant's use of deadly force. So it seems like they're talking about another case, but it's very similar.
That's what legal analysis is. So what you do is you go and you find cases with similar facts to yours that supports the argument you're trying to make, and you compare your case to that case and say, it's okay. Say why it's either the same, like if or similar to support your argument, or if you're looking to discredit an argument, you would point out what's different about your case.
So this in parentheses here is where it says the victim hit the defendant
with a 2-inch. Yeah. So this is not a.
They're not talking about Sarah's case.
No. This is facts from another case. See, he says right here, comparing the facts of those cases, it is clear there was not even the slightest overt act by the decedent in this case. So no aggression from George.
Okay. So prior to the defendant committing aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and false imprisonment, there was no imminent threat from the decedent. And it says you can't just attack somebody as they walk into their front door and slash their throat with a knife because 2 days prior they sent you a threatening text message. They're referencing the case of Morris versus State. It says if this evidence is improperly admitted, it would be a departure from the essential requirements of the law, which would result in irreparable harm that cannot be corrected by a post-judgment appeal.
Mm-hmm.
The state acknowledges that the defendant is entitled to change her story yet again. So if the court does not exclude this evidence now, the defendant should be barred from mentioning battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to something that is justifiable use of deadly force. Battered spouse syndrome evidence properly excluded until defendant testifies when that's the only source of information for the defense. They really want her on the stand bad.
Yeah.
Not proper to exclude expert testimony until the facts are in evidence. And BSS is not available if the defense is an accident rather than self-defense.
Right. So that's Wagner v. State, I believe.
Yeah.
That the court is citing there, that the state is citing, and that, if you'll remember, when the Yes situation happened between the judge and Mr. Owens, you're asserting battered spouse. Yes, that part that you did the clips on.
Oh, do you want to say that again?
That's the case that they're talking about is Wagner v. State.
Did you just give me an excuse to play that? I think you did.
Found it before you called. Yes.
Are you claiming self-defense?
Yes. Found it before you called. Yes.
Are you claiming self-defense?
Yes. 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 Found it before you called.
Sorry, I had to do it.
It's okay. It's funny.
I just had to do
it. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts, Sam? What?
Laura, thank you for your super chat. Maybe forgot video until the next day, but I think she found it and deleted. She is naive about video trails. She was videoed at Publix but lied about it.
That's the part I don't get is why did she, maybe that's why they want to bring that Jamro guy in to testify that, no, I saw both of them there. Because why, not that they need him if they've got the video surveillance, but why would she lie about that part? That doesn't make any sense.
People lie about the stupidest things. The absolute stupidest things.
Wait, what is LWLW says, I love for you to do a show on when you listen. Are you thinking, are they telling the truth or how you analyze what you're hearing and seeing?
Some days you just are swimming in lies, and you know you're swimming in lies. And I'll tell you a story just a second. Let me read this chat from Dr. Berry. I don't believe she only drank because he wanted her to. I think that is why the defense wants to blame him on getting the second bottle of wine. I personally think she told him to get another. I Dr.
agree.
Berry, if you are still here in this chat, I believe that we all believe Sarah was the abuser in this situation.
Is Dr. Berry still in the chat? I was going to see if she wanted to come up.
I don't know if she is or not.
If you're here, let us know. Oh, there she is. Do you want to come up? I'm going to go ahead and put in one more yes. I need to add one more yes. You think so? You think it wasn't enough yeses?
No, I think there's enough yeses.
Okay, they're just feeding me. And Laura said yes.
Yeah, CB, I do believe she lies about everything. She, like I said, she presents like she wants to be, yes, please, with her hands folded in front of her, like a school child wanting the teacher's approval. Dr. Berry can't join us today. Maybe another time.
I'm going to see if I can grab your, Dr. Berry, I'm going to grab your link and see if I can't put it in the chat so that people can find your channel. She did a great little thing on Sarah here.
She's been following the case. I sent you an email, Dr. Berry, from a different email account than this
Hang
one.
on, I gotta find it. Laura, if you've got the link, you can go ahead and put it in, but I'm gonna try to find it because I don't know if you know how to.
She wants so badly to be seen. Yeah, she does want to be seen as the victim, but she also wants to be seen as like the savior. Dr. Berry would have to address it. I can only tell you what I experienced being in there with her. My education's in the law, not so much on the psychology part.
I wonder if it's going to let me put this in.
I'm interested to see what Publix information, what that is.
There's got to be something there.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what it is. Can she accept the plea deal up until trial? The state's in charge. They can decide whether it's on the table or off the table. To Dr. Barry's channel.
I found it.
Bama, that's what Sam. Okay, hold on. Sam, what was your impression of Sarah's intelligence level and general knowledge? She wants you to think that she's smart, like really smart, when she says things like nonetheless, never mind you. But she's not. She's just trying to appear smart. You see that a lot, I think, with people who really want to be smart use really big words they don't understand, and they often get them backwards from what they actually meant.
Did you get, thank you, Abellis, for that super chat. Did we get the super chat from Weed Hopper?
I don't know. I might have missed it.
Can she accept the deal all the way up to the trial?
Oh, I think I just answered that.
Did you answer that one already? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's up to the state. The state says, here's the offer. You've got this, if you don't take it, then you don't take it.
Okay. Oh, Christine says, can anybody see George's Facebook? He posted a video saying it meant a lot to him about being abused by his girlfriend. I can't get into Facebook, but I did have a video. I can find it for you guys. I had a video of some pictures that he had posted.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm just kind of reading you guys generally, as I have been. Yeah, Ezra McCandless. Yeah, I noticed that too, Brad X, because I had something on about her earlier.
She's crazy, that one. That would be a good case to go back and... I don't know if you guys watched that one or not, but that would be a good case to go back and do.
Yeah, she's not fooling anyone, but I don't... You guys, like, seriously, you should go and check out Dr. Barry's videos on Sarah, because she gives her insights, like, to the interrogation and whatnot. Very interesting.
Hang on. I don't know what's wrong with my computer. There it goes. Okay. This was just a few pictures that I don't think I've shown them to you guys before. It was a few pictures that I pulled off of his Instagram of just that were different, because I kept seeing that same picture of him after his one arrest that he looked so bad in. And when you see him here, he doesn't look, I mean, he was obviously more cleaned up. This was probably when he was taking better care of himself. I don't know, but I thought that was a cool picture because he's got that hardware behind him.
Yeah.
But that's Mo behind him. Or that might be Juan. I think it's Mo, though. That's one of his brothers.
I don't see how a person who's 103 pounds is a threat. I don't know.
She could have kicked his butt, I think, if she needed to.
She was small then, too.
Yeah, he said sprucing up the new spot. God is good. Hashtag. That was it. That picture right there. And you guys remember I showed y'all, like, this was in July, I think this was early 2017 is when this occurred. And then she even looks like she's a little heavier there, it looked like me. But also that, how nice everything was. It looks like they tried to fix up their apartment or whatever. And then when you go back and you look at those pictures that were taken on the body cam footage from September of 2019, all this stuff is gone. The plants are pushed over on the side. The furniture that's sitting up here, it's all gone. It doesn't look taken care of at all. And it was just like, and they've got like two little piece of crap lawn chairs sitting just there. That's all that's sitting there on that concrete pallet. And it's just like, it's so strange looking, it's like, what happened in those 3 years? What happened?
Things went downhill, I guess.
Yeah. Drinking, I guess.
Yeah.
Craziness. But that's all I got, Christine. I don't know if anybody, Sam, you're not in Facebook either, are you?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, if you guys want to send me the link, let me see if I can open. I don't know what his Facebook name is, though. Is it the same name up here that's on his Insta? Do you know, Christine? Hang on. I can tell you he said some really beautiful things to his ex-wife, though, about how he loved her and the kids. And then I thought was funny is that he was all over like, oh, Laura, can you pull up Facebook? Do you want to come up? Or are you going to send it to me? You can come up or you can send it to me either way. It was like he would post about his kids, pictures of his kids and of him and his wife and everything prior to 2017. And then he starts dating Sarah in 2017. And the only pictures he posts are of himself. He never posts pictures of him and Sarah. I thought that was kind of telling, you guys. You know, kind of like
that he wouldn't post pictures with her.
No,
is that?
But it might be too though because of his kids. He might have been trying to be respectful of his children, but yeah, he didn't post pictures of him and Sarah. This is the only one I saw of him and Sarah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of sad.
Isn't that weird that he, you know, before when he was in a relationship, he had no problem posting pictures of him and his significant other.
Yeah, Sarah likes to, I think, bend people to her will.
Is Camille? Is that his wife? His ex?
I don't know who Camille is or what.
I think that's his ex-wife
is referring to there.
But anyway,
LW says Sarah weighed 140 pounds at the time of her arrest.
And he weighed 100. Well, they were about the same size for a long time, I guess. Yeah, Camille's the ex-wife. That's what I thought. Okay. Hey, Jeff Curtis, how you doing? Did y'all read Sarah's letter to the Judge Dean demanding Brian's continue? Okay, that's the next thing I was going to play. Let's go into that. Are you good with it, Sam?
Yeah, it's your stream.
You're just I'm just saying. What do you got going on, Sam? I mean, are you just sitting around waiting for the hurricane?
Well, that's what I was looking on my phone, to be honest, looking to see what destruction is predicted.
Why are my texts not coming across my TV? I don't know, Kookie. Wait, Kookie, I'm sending you a link. Kookie, come on up. You want to come up and get on stream with us for a second? Do anybody need a good laugh? Kookie always makes us laugh. Oh, Kookie, they only put... He wants to know why we're not putting his comments up.
Oh.
There's a lot of comments, and it's hard to get to all of them. I'm sorry. I'm not even looking at the chat half the time because I can't, because I get too sidetracked, and then it would be a complete mess, and we'd be sitting here on hold. Y'all would be sitting here looking at dead air and listening to dead air for like the longest time. Oh, they want you to evacuate, Sam.
I know. I see that.
Kookie, Kookie, Kookie. Now he's gone quiet. Maybe he'll come up. Oh, there he is.
Now he's gone quiet.
Okay, you got to turn off the background, Cookie.
Maybe he'll come up. Oh, there he is. Now he's gone quiet.
No, I'm here.
Okay, you got to turn off the background, Cookie.
Can you hear me?
I can, but you got to stop turn off the background.
Oh, okay. No, I'm here.
The background noise.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Jesus, I feel like James Owens in the courtroom. Judge. I am technology illiterate. I have been sitting here typing in messages and didn't have the sense enough to know I was watching the wrong channel on TV and texting. So I got messages going to somebody else's streams and I'm getting replies from one I ain't even watching. No, so look, I want to share something with you.
Okay.
Relating to Sarah and her situation. Now this is sort of embarrassing, but if you'll just bear with me.
Okay.
I have fought alcoholism and addiction for years. I moved to Montana roughly 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, and just to get away from everything and start over. And happy to say that it's been a success. I have been able to put down drinking and put down everything else and turn my life back into something that I'm proud of.
That's
But
amazing.
the reason I'm telling you this is I sit here and I have watched every video that you put up. I've went over her letters. I've watched her, listened to her. She is a textbook alcoholic, and I'm going to say narcissist too, because if I shut my eyes and I replace her voice with mine, the talk, everything, the behaviors is identical. It is identical. I mean, action for action, word for word, with a diehard alcoholic. I understand exactly. I can look at her and watch, and with what she's saying and the way that she's moving, just like going to the store a couple of days, just like her being confused in the interrogation that day about what day it was and all. When you drink on a daily basis, and just like those people had said that interviewed them, they were not drinking just to have fun. You get to a point where you drink for maintenance. You get to a point to where you go to bed thinking about making sure you have a drink for the next morning. And it is a terrible, terrible way to live. It's a sadness. It's a sad life. It's a sickness. And so I get that part. But I can today has been, oh my gosh, Carrie, you knocked it out the ballpark today, chick.
So, Cookie, can I ask you a question? Because I have this theory that on the maintenance drinking, there's no way that Sarah found George in the suitcase and did not have something to drink, right?
No, you mean that she was not drinking?
Yeah, I asked it backwards. Do you think she had a drink before the police arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
I do too. Okay.
And I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell you why. I asked the question the other day.
Mhm.
If you are to believe everything that she said, she got up, she went downstairs, realized, and before I say that, I think I told somebody, you know, Sarah, in my opinion, wasn't too smart. She put him in the hiding spot, and she still couldn't find him. But anyway, she got up, she went downstairs, she called Brian. After she had gotten him out of the suitcase, started CPR, and then she called Brian, and then she does CPR until they got there. So when was the time where she had a time to open up a Dr. Pepper and go smoke a cigarette? And then I said it. I think it was on your site that I replied today too. Something just don't set right with Brian Boone. Number one, he don't answer a single question directly.
Oh.
Nothing that you ask him. I don't care what stream, what video you watch, he don't answer anything. It's if you ask him, is it raining? Well, I don't know. It's raining a little bit. He don't answer anything. And with him wiping that call off of his phone and not admitting to it until the next day when Chelsea called him back, I still think something is off about that.
Yeah, I thought
wondered
that always rubbed me.
When she called him that night at 11:47, he knows that he's not drinking. He don't drink. He don't do drugs. He knows exactly verbatim what was said.
You know what I feel like? I feel like he I feel like he ignored her because she always calls him drunk, right? And he's like, whatever, Sarah, like whatever. But I do think that if he, I guess he deleted it. I guess he did. I think he did it because I feel like he's trying to protect his son.
And that may and that may very well be the case. But when he said that it wasn't important that she called, and he just tried to hurry and get off the phone. Well, he started calling her bright and early the next morning to find out whether or not she was going to pick the kid up.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Something just sets off about that. But everything that you've done today and all the information that's come out, my gosh, I'm just sitting here like every 10 minutes something was just popping. I'm like, my God. But
Isn't that crazy?
when Sarah Boone most definitely had something to drink. She had to steady herself enough in order to face everything. Because you get to a point, you have to have something in you for you to collect yourself enough. And don't forget, she had to put on what she did was not natural. She had to put on a show to appear as though she was distressed and everything. Who gets on the phone doing CPR shouting, "This is horrific. Oh, this is horrific." Nobody talks like that. If anything, you done that like, holy shit, I'm glad we paid the life insurance on this bastard. You know. But you're not sitting there going, "This is horrific." Like, what happened? What happened? He's purple. Y'all remember watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the cartoon?
Yes.
That's the way she sounds when she's in an interrogation. I got him puzzled in the paint. It sounded just like Rudolph. I'm thinking, shut the hell up, woman. You crazy.
You know what you're making me think about too, though, how not only did she drink before the police got there that day, but also before she went to the police station for her interrogation.
She
had to have, right?
She was at Brian's house, either drinking or Brian.
I promise y'all, because I sit here and I put myself directly in her shoes in that interrogation, the minute they asked her to stand up and turn around and face the wall, the very first thing that is going through her mind, I'm fixing to go through withdrawals. I'm fixing to have the tremors. I'm fixing to have the shakes.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else.
I can't.
Nothing else.
Well,
you are scared to death what's coming down the pipe.
It makes perfect sense too if you think about the way she was when the police were there on site, and she just kept wanting to go back in and grab her drink or go back in and get her cigarette. It was all about her addictions.
And look, that 0.138 or 0.183, man, that's high.
0.138 is high?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. That's high.
Well, the base is 0.08, right? That's intoxicated.
0.08 is a legal limit in all 50 states,
yeah,
you know.
0.08. So, Carrie, that's what twice. I don't math well, but twice as much.
0.18 is high. And I'm going to tell you, as much as Sarah Boone drinks or whatever, she could drink 4 bottles of wine and it not touch her. You can bet your ass she drank vodka with that wine.
I see. That's what I'm saying. When your body gets used to that much alcohol, you can keep consuming. And I kept thinking to myself, well, first of all, when you just said that, I'm like, okay, well, if he was that drunk, that means he had a lot. But I also think he was possibly drinking beer too, because I know he liked drinking beer. But then also, Sarah had to have been drinking. If they were sharing those bottles of wine, that wouldn't have gotten both of them drunk like they were.
No, ain't no way in the day. I promise you, she was drinking more than just wine. Wine does not. I would drink wine to chase whiskey with it. I mean, especially some Woodbridge Chardonnay. You just well off to go. I mean, not drink anything, to be honest with you. But yeah, you can. You before that interrogation, you could tell she had that edge about her. She was quick. She was quick off the cuff, just like when Scott said, well, how did he get those marks and bruises? Tell me and we'll both know. That don't somebody that isn't drinking, that's not on top of their game, you don't just spit out something like that. She was not in any kind of way. She didn't come across as anybody that was remorseful, that was worried. I mean, she tone deaf don't even begin to describe that woman in that interrogation.
I agree.
I mean, when you ask the damn detective, why is this happening? And you just, I mean, good God, I can't imagine that woman asking that question. And I still say, now, I don't, and I hate to say this because God bless George. I mean, and I don't mean, this is not disrespectful towards him, but the funniest part of that whole, funniest thing in that whole thing, in that whole interrogation, is when Sarah said, I would do anything for George. And Chester says, well, you gave up looking for him. And Scott said, wouldn't let him out of a suitcase. And Sarah, her head drops over. She says, oh, goodness. I mean, you can't. Saturday Night Live is gonna do a skit about that. I promise you.
I know. It's so sad that someone lost their life in this, because it is just completely. I think that's why the whole world is so involved in this case, is because it's just so crazy and stupid.
Well, listen, I'm not gonna hold y'all up. Today, Terry, I'm so sorry. I got so confused on how to. I guarantee you, I bet I got 60 emails from somebody's stream, and I don't even know who it was. So that was, I'm typing out messages like, Terry, you are the bomb, and I know somebody was like, who the fuck is Terry? Yeah. But
they're gonna think you're over there trying to hijack somebody.
Yeah, they don't know what in the world I'm talking about. But anyway, I had a good time. But anyway, right. Thank y'all, and like I said, I reckon we on for Monday, right?
Yeah, next Monday we will definitely be on. And listen, I would like for you to consider coming up often, if you don't mind, and giving us just a few minutes of the Cookie Corner comments.
I'd love to. I would love to.
Cookie? Is it cookie or cookie?
Look, it's when I picked out that email. Like I said, I'm originally from Georgia. I used to be the head chef for the Georgia Athletic Coaches Association for years. I went around and cooked for college football teams in the Southeastern Conference and all the high school teams in the Georgia High School Athletic Association. And so my nickname actually started off as Chili Pimp. And I was cooking for a golf tournament down at Jekyll Island and got real drunk one week. And I done cooked a bunch of chili dogs, and 2:30 in the morning, I thought I'd get on a golf cart and go around and hand them out. And somebody said, Tanner done got so drunk, he out there pimping chili. and so I got the nickname Chili Pimp. And so as years went on and I had kids, I sort of dropped Chili Pimp, and I picked up the nickname Cookie.
Cookie, okay.
Yeah. And so, but when I tried to get it on the email, of course, Cookie was taken up. And so me being a real smart, guy, I just decided to go with Cookie.
Okay.
So anyway, that's how that come about.
Well, okay, Cookie. So I'm going to. I wish you would grab my email out of the description in the.
I've got it now, and I've sent you a couple of emails just a little while ago.
Okay, cool. So I'll we'll get together.
And I'll give you my number. But let me tell you this. Not just, this isn't just about you and your moderators. I'm gonna tell you what makes this thing for you.
What's
your
that?
Chat, all these memories you got.
I know, right?
Look, I'm out. Like I said, I come out here to Montana to get away from a lifestyle and become a man, to become the father and the man. I've got grown children, and and we've gotten our relationships back the way they're supposed to be. And so whenever I do go back home, I'm going to be the man they need to be. But I come out here, and I knew that the reason I had to come to Montana, I had to get away from anybody and everybody that I could fall on. I come out to Montana with the idea I would either live or die. And thankfully, I've lived, and I've done things. And so you search and you search and you search for someplace you belong. And it just so happened I come across your channel one day and got hooked on this true crime stuff. And then so when I talk to these members, I'm not tech savvy when it comes to typing and texting. And so just like if I look up there and I see a message from Lee the Empty Nester or Mandy Strong or Baba Gadoosh or whatever, they like to get a message from me in 12 minutes because that's how long it takes me to type. And so I'm not ignoring anybody. It just takes me a few minutes. You know what I mean?
Or he's texting back to the wrong chat.
Right. Oh yeah, yeah. But all your members in this thing, in this chat room,
Yes.
God Almighty, they just don't know how much it means to get a text back from one of them that says, "Thank you, Cookie," or "Cookie, hey," or by saying bye or good night or good morning or something. It really matters. It matters so much, man. And it's just
Yeah.
and let me ask you a question when I'm on here before I hang up. I think it may have been Mandy or Rachel or somebody or Pope or somebody, I can't remember who it was. We were asking a question. So I like to go to Tanaka's 2 cents. I like Ward case studies, I think it is. And I like a couple others. So when we want to swap around and we bounce from one to another, as long as y'all get the likes and all, it doesn't matter. Like if I check in and go ahead and hit my like button and then go somewhere else, that doesn't take away from you, does it?
Well, it's
how does that work? That's
all
what
about
I'm.
the views. They track the views and how long you stay on the channel. And
Okay.
do you have premium or do you have regular?
I have premium.
Okay, that's tracked differently, but yeah. So you don't really know how many videos you would have watched, but if you stay on the channel a little bit, even though you bounce around, yeah, it helps everybody, I think.
Now, when it just like today now, I've had to. Well, I thought I was with you all day, but I've been with you the most of the day anyway. But so anyway, I think some of us was just concerned because I've joined with 2 or 3 channels, and I fall into a situation where I'm like, "Dadgum, I don't want to do her wrong by going and visiting somebody else or whatever."
Aww.
And look, I have watched several people now, not nobody that I have seen today or whatever, but now I've seen 2 or 3 get caught going somewhere else, not having sense enough to know they mouthing off and saying something about another channel, and then somebody will be on there, hey buddy, how you doing? And all of a sudden you can feel the heat off their face. They gone. Bow. But anyway, look, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much, Carrie. And look, I look forward to being a part of this family for a long time.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Hey, and look, I
We're
do
so-
have
thank you
one.
for
I
being
do
here.
have one piece of information I need to let out. This is pretty big.
Okay, is it legal?
Oh yes, it's
Okay.
legal.
Okay.
Pope has got a secret crush on Sarah Boone. So there it is.
Did you just out Pope?
I just did. He really gonna be mad at me too. Anyways, y'all take care. I'll check in later, baby.
All right. Thanks, honey. Be good.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. You're such a mess. He is a mess. I just love that. We need a little bit of Cookie every day just to get us
yeah,
through.
he is funny. Oh my God. I'm trying to figure out where Jim Cantori currently is. Does anyone know where Jim Cantori is?
He's on. Well, he's with Weather Channel, right?
Yeah, but where in Florida is he?
No, I mean I know, but where's he located? I mean, but if you find the Weather Channel, you'll find him, though, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Let me do this. I want to present this really quick, and then we can look at that for also. Let's see. This is actually a video. Oh, wait, no. Christine just sent this over. I wanted to pull it up real quick. She sent over this thing with George on it. Share screen. This is interesting. Thank you, Christine. Can everybody see okay? Because I can't see. Let me look. Okay, I guess I can. Okay. So
you might scroll. There you go.
So this is his thing. Best employee at Ace Hardware has ever had. All. Union Park, Florida. Okay, that's weird that that's sitting there like that. Oh, maybe that's what she had. I don't know. Okay. Okay, what?
Wait, what? You don't have to be new age to want to be taken care of and not treated like a housewife. It's 2018, not 1950. Oh my God, look at this insanity.
Maybe if you made your woman feel good and make her happy, you'd get further and more. What is she? Wait, I'm trying to figure out.
Why is she doing this on Facebook? Is this on Facebook? Oh,
What
that's
is
a
she replying
screenshot.
to? Yeah, but I want to know what she replying to, because I saw, because he would do, like, on Instagram, he would do a couple of those. You know how you can grab one of those images that have sayings on them and that sound good or whatever, and you put the image up. He did a lot of that stuff, like just stuff about, funny and not funny, and just, feeling good, and I don't know. Stop posting stupid shit hoping you'll get pats on the back. There's more women on the planet, and I'm sure we all feel the same about dumbass men like you.
Pope is denying that he is in love with Sarah Boone.
Okay, Pope, we believe you. Yeah, not. I'm just kidding. We believe you, Pope. We know he's messing with you. Okay, and then these are other people saying, "Oh God, y'all are mean to Sarah." Oh.
But wait, is that? I don't understand what we're looking at.
Okay, so
is that a phone?
Christine did some screenshots.
Oh,
from his Facebook. Now we don't know what the pictures are that she did them from, but these are, and it's probably a screenshot of him putting up something like for instance, you might put up something like if a man knew how to, like women. I want a woman like this, or I want a woman that takes care of me and rubs my head at night, and something funny like that. He would put up stuff like that just to joke around or whatever. And I think that's what she's like. I never saw this. She is hateful.
I've never seen that either. So, Ginger Snaps. Yeah, I'll go look at Ryan Hall's channel. I was watching his weather thing earlier today. Or like in the middle of the night.
Everybody's saying you need to pack up and head out, Sam.
Well, okay.
Where's she gonna go, y'all?
Where to go? I mean, I have an offer to go to Naples to be inland, but you guys, the gas stations are already out of gas.
Yeah.
I'm in a concrete block building that's been here since the 60s. I've checked all the flooding situations. That's
the problem. I feel like it's too late for her to go anywhere. She's in a solid building.
It's not going to be a category 5 when it hits.
She's at higher level.
And yeah, so if anybody sees Tampa Bay where it floods, and that is not far from me, but it's far enough that it wouldn't hurt me. Our most beautiful boulevard is routinely underwater. Ginger Snaps, thank you, Sam. I'm starting to worry about you. You want to call my mom and commiserate with her? It's hard, you guys. This is a hard decision. I mean, I'm not taking it lightly, but there are people who have already been displaced that need places, and so what? Do I need to displace myself?
Well, and I feel like too, it's like you get to the point where you're like, what if you think about what if I get out there and then I'm stuck?
Yeah.
Versus where I'm at now. I'd rather be where I'm at now.
Yeah. 100%. Because I have evacuated for the last couple of big ones, but when I left for like a month. Do I have supplies like water and food? I have lots of water. I have some food I picked up at Walgreens last night.
Walgreens?
Yeah, I know. I couldn't.
Did you get canned food?
Go to Publix. No, I've got candy though, and some tuna fish. And then my car. Hi, Mel. Thank you. Yeah, it is Sam, but people who aren't from here don't understand either. Yeah, so there's a parking garage that's not publicly owned, but it's like to an LA Fitness that I could go put my car in and walk home. I've done that before. Oh no. Judy says that Jim Cantor is in Tampa.
Uh-oh. That's a bad sign. Gene P, the reason I put your thing up on was because I did a documentary on this. Kyle Plush is his name. And if you go back to my channel and you look under documentaries, under my playlist, you'll find a documentary I did on this. It was an amazing story. And his family's still doing stuff today to help with the 911 system.
Oh,
It's
wow.
it's super, super cool. Cookie Vicky says you are a delight. And he is. He's delightful. Yes. Sam, just do what you feel is right. Don't feel pressured to get out and do anything because we don't want to put you in a position to where you're in more harm. But, you know, if you need to be out doing something rather than sitting here on YouTube, please.
I don't want to be out there doing anything.
Well,
Laura's offering me to stay with her. Where do you live, Laura?
Anybody in Florida? Well, here's the thing. I feel like anywhere you go in Florida, you're in Florida.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, Florida is just, you know, Sarasota has been flooded pretty badly. Like, I had a trial during the last storm, I think, back like late August, maybe. And that we had an attorney from Sarasota in there, and parts of Sarasota were flooded. Parts of Fort Lauderdale have been flooded routinely throughout the year. It's just insane. Yeah, I have. Oh, Jim Cantor is in Hillsborough County. Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I have lots of charging devices.
Are you on the first floor, second floor? What?
Second floor, concrete block building.
Is it a frame roof or a
flat? It's complete. It's actually flat.
Okay, because I was going to say that's actually probably better than hip. But I was going to say that a lot of people will go to a hotel that's built the same structure as your building.
I know. Well, that's what I
now.
was thinking. I was looking at hotels and I'm like, how is this any different than what I live in currently? Like, this building is freaking solid. I can't hear anybody else. You know how you can always hear other people?
Yeah.
I can't hear anybody else. Yeah. Jim is apparently in Tampa. I'm in Tampa.
I feel like I want to save some of this stuff to play for later, or do y'all want me to go ahead and play some of this stuff now? I know you're gonna be like, play it now. I'm gonna save it. Sam's got to figure out what she needs to do. There's other people here in Florida that are watching that need to figure out what y'all are gonna do. Oh wait, what does Hub say? Should we have a vote on if she'll take the deal by next week? Well, is it still on the table? I guess it is until she says it's not. But she just told the judge she wasn't taking it.
State has to say they've withdrawn it or not. I mean, it's up to the state whether it's still out there. But she did tell the judge she's not going to take it.
Yeah. So she can't come back to the judge and say, "Oh, I changed my mind." After they get all the witnesses up on the stand that say all the bad things about her. I changed my mind. I'm going to take that deal. Is it still available? No, ma'am. That ship has sailed. Am I right?
Yeah.
She has to do it before the jury gets
so, I mean, people have taken deals in the middle of trials before, but like I said, the state controls that situation. It's not up to Sarah. She could ask them for it and they could say, no, we're taking you to trial. You said no, you know.
Okay.
Julia Palmer says, I'm watching chat. Some of you are saying Naples, Fort Myers, getting ready to stay. I was watching somebody's weather and they said at some point it's just you are better to stay where you are. You're not going to improve if you keep going and tangle up with, you know, other people.
Yeah, it's like yeah. And she has a cat she has to take with her. I don't know. I feel your pain because I've stayed at home before by myself. I was scared to death for doing it, but I didn't know what else to do.
Well, I know people in this city. I'd have to take all the computer stuff out, you know, and the cat. And it's just like, so what if I get out, but then I can't come back home? It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, I grew up in Ohio where it was tornado central. And then I've been here for 20 years, got here with Hurricane Charlie in 2004. So it's not my first rodeo. Yeah, I agree, Ginger Snaps. You don't want to be stranded traveling when it hits. You know,
That's the worst.
That's the thing. And they turn the gas tankers away, you know, well ahead of the storm. So like there is like a limited supply until it's clear, right? And they can bring them back in there. It is okay, Jeannie, that's exactly right. Jeannie says it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, I've got enough food, but it wouldn't hurt to get some more. Kitty's got all he needs. You know, I've got a bunch of like stuff for power going out. I've got battery operated fans. I've got lights. I've even got like a solar charger for the phone, all the things. And I'm on the second floor. Yeah, I know. Disasterologists. I love that. Have been worried about Tampa Bay hit for years. Yeah, the thing is, like, I've left, right? For all the big ones that they said, get out, Tampa Bay, get out. So I did. Only to never have even lost power here. And I know it's always the last one that is the one, but it's just a lot.
Thank you. Hey, Route Irish, how are you doing, honey? Have you been on here? I need to look at the chat and start talking to everybody.
I haven't seen him today. I think he's just come in.
Hey, Christina Garcia, thank you for sending me that on the Facebook thing. I appreciate it. I wanted to just kind of go over this really quick. If you guys don't mind, I wanted to say thank you for everyone who has become a new member today. Thank you to our super chats, Lizalot Nielsen. We got Ashley Kane, Janice Wingfield, Laria, aka Margaret, John Sanchez, Emily H. Hang on. Kyle Welleman that says, I'm still here. I love that. That's cute. His name, next to his name, it says, I'm still here. Loba Volcana or Vacana. Uncivil Law. Tilly Cat. Buzzman Jr. Sidonia. Oh my God, you guys. It's CB's Seb. Janice, another one. Buzzman Jr. Michael, John, Melissa, El Gordo, Zombie Plan. Jeez, you guys. Y'all are just blowing up the chat. Abellis. Aaron did another one. Lynette Porter, Mandy Strong, Fan Lady, Weed Hopper, Laura Fask. Hope I said that okay. I hope I didn't mess up your name. And then also I want to thank we got a couple of people that have been members for a long time. Fan Lady doing a little bit of an anniversary on their. You guys know how to do your anniversary thing? If you go down to the bottom of the chat and where it's got the I think it's the super chat or something like that, where you hit the dollar button. I think that's where it's at. It'll tell you if you have a free super chat, because you get one every month that you're a member. So don't forget to utilize those. Who else do we have here?
We have 14,000 members now, Carrie.
Shit. Oh, you mean subscribers?
No, Zephyr Sky said you have 14,000 members. Maybe she means subscribers. Yeah.
Fan Lady, thank you for being a member. Who else do we got?
We've got great mods here.
JPC.
They're so awesome.
Patty, thank you for being a member. JPC, thank you for gifting. Let's see. Hang on, I'm almost done. I know y'all gets hard of me doing this, but Triella Rifle, thank you, honey, for being a member for 1 month.
Leah
Rose is a new member.
Good to know. Hi, Leah.
Rose gifted 10 memberships, and Tabitha gifted 10 memberships. You guys are amazing. And Mark did gifted memberships. I mean, I cannot thank y'all enough for your support in this channel. Y'all have just been amazing. Just absolutely amazing. Thank you
the mods
so much.
Themselves. Route Irish, thank you for that super chat. Carrie.
Yeah, we hit 14K. Oh, did Route Irish just do another one? Route
Is it
Irish.
Sarah turned down 15 years? She's going to get life. The judge is sick of her. Thanks. She did just turn down 15 years. Thank you for your super chat.
And
Yes,
Route
she
Irish,
did.
I want to know where your name comes from too. I want to know if you're from Ireland or if you're an Irishman, and I want to know what the route's all about. Is that that route can't be your first name? If it is, that's cool. But I've never heard of that as a first name. So
we're
you gotta
getting
fill me in the chat.
We're getting a couple of questions. So for people who seem to just be joining, this trial was set for the state of Florida, Orlando, Florida, which is in the middle of the state. We are in Florida. I am in Florida. Everything is closed. The chief judge of the court system in Florida closed the courts everywhere. Has nothing to do with Sarah Boone. Has everything to do with Category 4, now 5, potentially hurricane heading for Florida. She was offered 15 years. She turned it down, which is insane. And we learned a lot of new information in what was told to the doctor yesterday. I don't know about you guys. It was new information to me, though. I was stunned. Absolutely stunned.
I'm back. Leah says, who knew? Free chat. Good to know. Y'all are so funny. Deep Bullard. Thank you, Miss Deb. Did I miss anything, or I didn't interrupt you, did I, when I came back on?
No.
Okay. I thought you were in a
I'm
pause.
I'm just looking at chat, and I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, okay. You take a break. Okay. Okay. So while she's doing that, let me see what else. I want to kind of go through the chat. If y'all don't mind, I haven't really been able to talk to y'all today. I've been so worried about the other side of the stream that I haven't been able to engage with you guys like I normally enjoy doing. And it kind of sucks for me. Sarah and George eligible for community health services at no cost or sliding scale. They did not want to go. Oh, so you mean like LWLW? You mean like with someone like them, if they needed assistance getting off addictions or whatever, there was free community services out there for that? Yeah, but you got to want to go. Yeah. Oh, Weed Hopper said she's ran for 58 years. Okay, I'm lost in some of these statements, so I'm going to go through them real quick and see if I can get kept caught up. Is Miss Patty still in here? Yes, Amy. You know what? That's a lot. We need to, y'all. Please stay on top of me about that. Don't let me forget not to give him his. I'm going to say attention, but his homage. Like we need to. If y'all will remember, please, as you're putting stuff out there and the different things, to put hashtag justice for George. I know that a lot of times when you put a hashtag on something in the chats, or I think YouTube automatically pulls stuff that's got a hashtag in front of it, but you can still put justice for George. Maybe that would be a good emoji for me to add. I'm going to make a note of that. I'll do that. I didn't want to put his face, but I just wanted to put like something that was about him getting justice. So I'll see if I can't do something that's, we want to be respectful. Let's see. Yeah, combination of meds and alcohol. I don't think so. Wait, Carolina says there's an update that it's going to see. It's going to be a category 2. See, if it hits land and it's only a cat 2, I think by the time it even gets into the Orlando area, there's not going to be a whole lot of damage if it stays on the track that it's on. So we possibly could be back. Of course, he's already made the order. We're not going back until Monday, but yeah, they may end up reopening the courthouses, and he can get other stuff put on his docket, get done on his docket, I guess, before then. Oh, thank you, creative minds. I have a great, you know what? And that's so true. We have a good channel here because of y'all. And the way y'all are just so kind to everybody, to each other. And then, you know, I think we're all kind of old school here. Do y'all know that the median on my channel, do you know what the average person on my channel is in my age range? So it's, I think it's 50 to 55 years of age, and it's female. And then I have like, I think that's like 70%, and then like 25% of it's men in that range. Most of it, well, almost 25%. But yeah, majority is women. We do tend to
Gen
like
X
get together.
women? Gen X women? Is that what we've got in here? Gen X women?
I don't know. What's 50 to 55?
Well, I'm 51 and I'm Gen X. So yeah, probably to about 55.
Is that what they call me, Gen X?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, so she says, I love that the memberships are less expensive. You know what? Here's my thought on the membership thing. It's hard to me. It's hard to do a memberships because I feel like I want to do content that everybody can see, but at the same time, I know not everybody can afford a membership. So I try to weigh out my options on how I'm going to do things. I do think we're going to end up doing some members only live streams together. We need to do that. I think it would be good for all of us to do that because we can have more one-on-ones with each other. There'll be less people in there. But also, I feel like you do one level of membership, you pay just to be a member, and you should get, I don't know, it's just like whatever you can afford. I don't think that just because you pay $20 a month because you can afford that and somebody else can't, you know? I don't know. I'm just not into that.
We've got a lot of Gen X in here. Yay, I knew I'd found my people. Oh, I'm so happy.
Oh, so y'all are just as old as we are.
A lot, except for Mark. He's 100 years old, he said.
Yeah. Well, you know, Laura calls us we're a bunch of geriatric gangsters.
Pope says he's a 39-year-old male in Dallas that likes to take long walks on the beach. I'm just curious because I lived in Dallas for 6 years. What beach would that be?
Hey, there you are, Miss Teresa. I mean, Miss Patty. Oh, yes. Hey, Casey. Good to see you, honey. Oh, did somebody gift a membership again?
Lately?
Again?
No, I don't think it's.
This
morning we got
comment.
like 25. Yeah.
She made a
yeah,
comment
we're
about...
still here.
Oh no, KC did.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Mel says chat is the best ever, and my emoji is the George. Oh,
Patty
it's the judge.
Patty just did a super chat.
Love you, Miss Carrie and Super Peeps.
Happy birthday, Yana.
Oh, is it Yana's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, you're okay, Patty. You didn't need to do that super sticker, honey. I just was saying, hey. She's like, what? What do you want? Patty watches on her TV. It was funny because she said she watches on her TV, but then she chats on her phone. Like that's how she does her chats and comments and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think if I didn't have to be on the computer, I would probably do it that way too.
Yeah.
I hate typing on my phone though. I don't know if I have fat thumbs or what it is, but I miss a BlackBerry. I'm a BlackBerry.
Oh, the
girl.
Blackberries were awesome, 100%. But that's why I have a Mac computer because I can text from my computer and type. Cookie, thank you for your super chat. He did some math. If Sarah's eligible for basic gain time, she'd have credit for 72 months served. Yeah, we were talking about that, right? I think she'd get out in under 10. CB, we hope your mom is doing okay. You're asking to be caught up. Short story is it's the trial's postponed till Monday because there's a hurricane in Florida. And the chief judge shut down all the courts in the entire state.
Thank you for your super chat, Cookie. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Miss KC.
Yes, hit that thumbs up, guys. Somebody said you got up to 14,000 subscribers today, Carrie.
Yeah, the subs, I kind of figured they would go up today because of the trial, but we were at, what was that? Every day I write down my number of subs.
That's a lot.
This morning we started out with 13,879 subs.
Wow.
And now we're at...
It's because we've got all these fine people showing up in the chat. 43-year-old from Scotland, 76.
Oh, this is Route. Is that Route telling us who he is?
So no parole in I'm a Shiny Pop Star. We don't have parole here in Florida.
You're going to have to keep reminding me of that because that's going to throw me off the whole parole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was I going to tell you? Yeah, we're at 14,089. Yay! No, there's been some people that have really been pushing my content in different places like Reddit and Facebook, and because I'm not on Facebook, on Insta, and I think too in on Twitter. So thank you guys for that. I don't like, it's weird because I know some of you guys, you're on Twitter on a different handle than in here, so I don't recognize you. I need to know who you are. So if in Twitter, you need to tell me what your handle is, and you might have to remind me of the months.
I put you in
Gen
Twitter
X
today.
Thank you so much.
I don't really have a following, but I tweeted it anyway.
Well, if you just did a hashtag Sarah Boone.
Well, I think I answered somebody's question. Where could they watch Sarah Boone?
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yes, we're doing roll call, B. Blanco. We're just checking in with everybody, saying hi to everybody. We've got great mods. We've got great chatters here.
Yeah, we need to...
Sarah's trial's been postponed a week, not because of Sarah, because of a hurricane named Milton.
Mark says he's 98 years old. You're not 98. Quit lying to everybody. You're 101. You told me last week.
Robbie Pampa says, Carrie and Sam, Sarah's calls to Brian on Sunday was her wanting him to give her money to go buy more wine. She was asking for Brian for money. She lied about going to buy wine, making it George. And the light bulb. So maybe that's your thought. CB posts you on Facebook, Carrie. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Because I can't get to Facebook. They don't like me there. I don't know what I did wrong. My sister thinks I was hacked on Facebook. She goes, I don't see how you could have done anything that got you kicked off of Facebook, Carrie. I said, well, there's just no telling, you know. She said, because I don't do politics or anything. And wait a minute. Dr. Barry has mentioned me before, and reporting live from my sofa mentioned me. I just love Paul over reporting live from my sofa. He is an inspiration to me. I've always wanted to do a collab with him, like at least
you
one
guys would
live
be fun
with him.
Together. Yeah,
I love him, but he didn't answer me back on my email, so I don't know.
Oh my God, Jennifer Gones, that's where I went. Sam, I lived in Dallas for 6 years. Went to SMU. Me too. It was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, Roscoe passed away, and he had to get new babies. So sad. Yep, CB, Brian wasn't her enabler, for show. All right, guys, I think that, you know what? Sarah Boone has taken up enough of our damn time today. I don't know about y'all, but at least we have a reason to get together, though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I want to thank you guys for being here. I want to thank my mods for taking care of the chat so that everybody feels safe and loved in there. You guys are so important. And Bama, my mods, y'all need to send me. You need to email me. Laura's already done it. I need your email address. I need your mailing address, your size and color that you want, because I'm sending you guys a crane neck t-shirt for the work that you do for us. So should we send Sam one? I don't know if she'd wear it. Sam, would you wear it if I sent you a t-shirt?
Sure.
Well, if you don't want it, if you'd rather have something else, I'll send you something else. Would you rather have a mug, a coffee mug?
No, I drink cold coffee.
Okay. I'll be lost the rest of the week. Without me, Mark? Is that what you meant? You'll be lost without me?
Without Sarah, maybe.
Oh. Look, without Sarah, yeah. But look, I've got a ton of stuff to put out on Sarah this week, because I was like, damn it, how did it come down to this, that I've had all this time and I still have stuff I want to do and I haven't been able to do it. So
you have been the content queen for Sarah Boone.
Look, I might run it into the ground, and there might be some people that get sick and tired of it, but I'm gonna do it until it's over, and then when it's over, I will be done. I'm not gonna do like Daryl Brooks. I don't plan on that. I don't plan on that at all. But because Daryl Brooks, I did his content for a year after that trial was over.
Yeah.
So, but I'm putting out some stuff for you guys this week, okay? And y'all be good, and I will talk to you later. Thank you, Sam, for your time today. You've been so kind in being here. I know you got other things on your mind right now. Did we help get that off your mind?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's fun to see all you guys and talk to you and say hi, see where everybody's from, how old everybody is, all of our accents. Yeah, it's been a fun ride.
We'll get back together again. If we're not gonna stream her this week, we'll definitely have another live. Because God, it's only Monday, y'all. We got a lot of time to fill. So we'll get back together again. Stay tuned. Y'all be safe out there. If you're in Florida or anywhere near the storm path, please do what you got to do. Take care of yourself and your pets. Take care of your pets as well. Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.